Traveling is too dangerous. Better that I devote myself to study the other great mystery of the universe, and that's racing. We're here with the Phoenix Racing Esport Race to the Future, 12 hours on Road America. 14 turns, that will bring a great racing here with the GTE class. It's 33 degrees Celsius at the moment in the air, 38 degrees humidity, mostly cloudy. And the track is 6.4 kilometers or 3.9 miles. And I think it was 2010 where it debuted first here on the iRacing service. Together we are here with Tyler Guff in the commentary booth, together with Neil Heatley and me, Tobias Brockman. The camera is already done by Hugo Lewis. As always, the cameras come from TrackCams 22. The design was Andreas Werner from Antwerp Design, and the development of the ATVO is from Simon Grossman. Live timing is always provided on RaceSpotTV, and it's done by Nick Thyssen. So, qualifying has just not yet finished. We still have 2 minutes and 40 seconds left, but we will come back to that, I think, afterwards, as we already see some of the results on the screen.
Of course, we'll see German sim racing at the moment in 5th. And then also at the very top, though, right now, Williams, Jimmy Sports Yellow, closely followed by Epoch Motorsport Alpha as well, only 0.03 of a second. And then in behind, the Dane train also joining in as well.
Yeah, and Neil, as we say, it's racing to the future. It's 12-hour racing, and we're starting at 12, yeah, like noon right now in sim time, and we have the day to night change. So that will mean, Neil, that we will go into the night.
Yes, we will go into the night, and of course, it's going to be fairly interesting because this new mechanic, the day and night mechanic here in iRacing, is fairly new. So you've just got to see how all of these drivers deal with this new mechanic. But as you said, it is the race to the future. And with Road America, we're certainly going to be going over 88 miles an hour.
Yeah, we definitely will, but we hope that after the 88 miles an hour, the tires don't burst into flames and the car disappears, because we want to have people finishing it. As we know, endurance races, the first hour in about 30 minutes, so 1 hour and a half, people drive like it's a sprint race. I mean, we've seen that in NES and other series, this is how it can happen. As Martin van Olgen in the Phoenix Racing Esport Reds team just got wide and aborts his lap and goes back into the pits, Neil.
Yeah, it does go back into the pits, and of course we are pretty, well, we're actually, the checkered flag has came out, so everyone is just finishing their laps. And of course, when you've got a field as tight as this one, just having a look at the preliminary results, and about 2/10 cover the top 4 at the moment. So when you've got all the cars as close as this, if you just make one little mistake, that's pretty much your lap ruined.
Yeah, that's definitely true. You see here Nils Carstensen also running the curb a little bit too hard, almost losing it too much on that one from Team RSO in the number 197 Ferrari. And Tyler, you're pretty new to the iRacing service and also to RaceSpotTV, so it's actually just then. What are your expectations for this race?
Yeah, to be honest, I would expect, especially as you already said at the start, a little bit chaos maybe ensuing, as generally it takes a little bit of time until the race actually settles down, but I am definitely looking forward to it. Yeah, you just say I've never really been on RaceSpot. I haven't even done too much racing in my time, but yeah, I'm looking forward to it today, and definitely looking forward to a good race. Because right now, I think we are already getting everyone ready on track to then actually get it underway with the flying start.
Yeah, we are having our perfectly blue, white, and red rough pace car. And the gridding takes place right now. Let's see who is starting how. So, Williams Jim Esports Yellow, Daniel Cruz is on first, Epoch Motorsport Alpha on second. The Dane train with Nicky Thiem will start on third, Team 45 on fourth. Followed up on P5 then, there's German Sim Racing D with Andreas Leichmann starting. Phoenix Racing Esports Petrol is in his row as well. Nomad Sim Racing White with Niklas Hyalm on P7. Phoenix Racing Esport Green with Florian Kappel on P8. Yeah, then the pink Phoenix Racing Esports car with Carlos Campos Montserrat on P9. Simon Underhill and Nomad Sim Racing Red is on P10. Then there is another Phoenix Racing car, the red one, with Martin van Ooyen on P11, followed by his colleague from Orange. Schubert Motorsport, my favorite team because I'm driving in it sometimes, is on P13. Project Racing RaceSpot on 14. Mücke Motorsport Sim Racing Green with Niels Benedict on P15. And Kravali Rennsport with Stefan Mager on P16. Mercedes Sim Racing P17 with Michel Lorenz. Phoenix Racing Esport White, so another one on P18. Team RSO on P19 with Niels Carstensen, and an MRS Sim Racing 1 with Ollie Ernst on P20. Mercedes Sim Racing GTE with Jens Skarpkop on 21. Phoenix Racing Esport Yellow on 22 with John Atkinson Jr. Sim Experience Element Sim Racing on P23. And Team Heusingveld 69 on P24. Another Phoenix Racing Esports car, the blue one, P25. Pace Syndicate on P26. Team Motorsports Dreams on 27. And Team Heusingveld 35 on 28 without any time set. And also there is Nomad Sim Racing Black with no time set on P29. We have to figure out if they are racing anyway. So the pack is here and the pack is ready for 12 hours of racing. We had the BOP done again for the Porsche RSR as we see them just starting for the pace lap. They lost a little bit of speed towards the Ferrari, don't they?
Yes, just a little bit of speed, but of course, because of the BOP, all of these cars that we've got today will be strong in different areas. We've got the Ferrari 488s, the Porsche, and just two Ford GTs in the field today. But of course, with the GT3s being balanced, all of them will have their strengths and weaknesses. And of course, Road America is going to favour the cars that are faster in a straight line.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, Tyler, you just see the track map here. We have some overtaking spots just for braking, as there's turn 5 down the moraine sweep. But, you know, speed is key here, as you can see.
Yeah, especially then once you are actually able to carry the speed through turn 1 and up the next straight to actually then get into those overtaking areas. Of course, in the end, I think the Ferrari should be quite nicely up there with the Porsches definitely trying to keep pace, but not going to be as easy with that, especially in the first and second sector. Ferrari should be able to kind of drive away from them.
I mean, that's definitely true, and what's also true that is we have two Ford GT actually in this field. That's Nomad Sim Racing Red and MRS Sim Racing. So, Neil, why do you think was that choice taken?
The Ford GT, of course, it depends on all of the drivers, because of course if you've got a 12-hour race like this, you've got to make sure that all of your drivers are in agreement, not only in the setup but also on the car. Perhaps the Ford GT is a little bit more difficult to tame, if you like, than the other cars. But of course, this is Road America. You should be using the American muscle.
But we have German muscle as well with the Porsche and some Italian mussolino as with the Ferrari. I think, I mean, the Porsche, he's very stable actually with turning everything since they use the mid-engine now in the RSR. That they feel more comfortable. They have new steering dash and everything, and I think they're pretty good here. But the Ferraris, they are very tail happy sometimes, Tyler. And I think you have, especially turn 10, 9 to 10, the carousel is where that could show.
They're definitely trying to then get it back onto speed after those turns is the main thing. But once they've got it, they should be nicely into it. The best part there is still that, of course, being a little bit more stable, that's also where then the Porsches are going to come into play, where then they could maybe even come through the carousel and take an overtake chance on one of those Ferraris. It'll be interesting to see how those two teams, of course, will be able to tame the Fords, as I think that's going to be the biggest challenge in seeing where those are going to be at as well. Whilst I would really just expect, for at the start at least, the Ferraris to win out on the sprint race at the start straight away until they get settled.
Yeah, there will be a drag race down the start-finish line with those two Ferraris from William Jim Esports Yellow and Epoch Motorsport Alpha in the front. But the Dane train with Dunsky Jr., Nicky Team, he's already in row 2 and he is probably looking, and as you know, he likes to send it pretty much as we turn down onto the start-finish straight. Neil, any last words?
Just try not throw it away at turn 1. It's 12 hours.
All right, I hear them speeding up on my screen, and you see the Williams Gym Esports yellow car got a good getaway, but also the Dane Train is trying to get there, and no, he didn't get there a little bit, I think. No, the Dane Train is there, Nicky team, on P2 already. Esport Motorsport Alpha just got a space away. It looks still nice, but we're not yet at the turn. There we go. Let's see how we get the cars in. I see no crashes yet. We got one car a little bit far to the outside. All clean through at the moment, Tyler.
Yeah, it's a picture-perfect start here, especially also for the Dane Train to get that position straight away. They did get the inside line in turn 1 as well, to be able to actually then make that overtake stick on Epoch Motorsport Alpha. But right now, German Sim Racing, they're straight on the tail of the Ferrari in front. Definitely going to try and go for a move straight away. As right now, Phoenix Racing Esport Patrol, they are on the defensive here. But it's not going to turn out all too well for them. They're not going to make it actually through it, and they do tend to stick behind. And right now, at least, well, field's clean for now. Spacing already starting to get there. And straight off the start here, Neil, everything is clean for now.
Everything is clean for now as we're now heading down towards the carousel. Perhaps one of the most famous corners in America. And it's very, very difficult to actually get it right as you see all these cars going round. Absolutely beautiful. It's very difficult to get it right because it is constant radius all the way around, but it just goes on forever. And it's very easy to pick up the throttle too early and you're going to be hitting the grass on the exit.
Yeah, that's pretty true. I mean, you can take different apexes in the turn, actually. It's for me, the never-ending corner. But we can still see already that you have a gap of half a second from P1 to P2. That's pretty decent for one lap only, as we go to the last turn for the first time. So one lap done, no local yellow flags out at the moment, it seems.
Local yellows at the moment as Daniel Cruz comes up and across the start-finish line to take the honour, if you will, of leading the first lap here at Road America.
Yeah, and right now it seems like the starting three have already gotten away a little bit better and starting to separate the ones behind just a little bit, getting a little bit of distance in that. But right now, well, midfield, everyone's still just chilling. Nobody going to go into it straight away in the second lap here. Everyone just taking their time. A couple of cars getting a little bit wide onto the grass, but nothing to be worried about too much just yet. As right now, we do go on board with Phoenix Racing Esports Green. Florent Capel at the wheel here. The Ferrari is straight behind Nomad Racing Team in white here as well. Nicholas Helm is trying to still stay on the back of the guy in front though. Down to second, but right now, no action there just yet. He's just, well, following racing for now. Nothing wheel to wheel just yet.
Yes, I'm looking through the timing screen. It still takes some time for most of them to settle in on that track. I don't know how much training they got, but we have timing and scoring available, of course. So visit RaceSpot.tv/timing if you want to follow along more closely with the guys on track, as we have another battle coming up, maybe with the 21 car of Project Racing Esport and P13 and Phoenix Racing Esports Orange, one of the many Phoenix Racing Esports cars around here, Neil.
Yeah, they take up about a quarter of the field, I think, the various Phoenix Racing Esport cars, but we are here. This battle for 12 between Michael Obertries, there we go, and Dennis Rabkiewicz, as they're coming up towards the final corner now. Now this one, turn 13, is fairly difficult as well. It's off camber going uphill. You just need to feather the throttle a little bit. It's just too acute to take it flat out in these GT3 cars. But now have a look at what the Project Racing Esport car will have coming up the hill. It's going to have a mighty draft coming down to the big braking zone of turn 1. But it looks like, at least this time round, he's a little bit too far to make a move.
Yeah, and the Schubert Motorsport Porsche getting attacked in the back there by, as I think, I'm not sure what car it was, I have to check on that one. But they are fighting. They try to defend, but they can't, so the others defend now. And as you can see, when it's not done by turn 2, then you have to wait a little bit longer.
Yes, it was the Team RSO 197 in that very nicely liveried Ferrari, I must say. But the Schubert Motorsport car, Martin Aschert, will try and retake that place as they come down towards turn 5, but he needs to defend himself from the orange Ferrari behind. That's really balked his attempt at taking that place back, and indeed because he had to defend, he's lost quite a bit of time to the car in front.
Yeah, that's definitely true. It's already 0.6 seconds to the Team RSO car in front, and the Niels Benedict in the Mücke Motorsport Sim Racing Green Machine, he is really glued to the tail of this car, Tyler.
Yeah, I mean, right now, you can see on your screen as well, the Porsche gets wide though, and now the Ferrari can actually get through. And the Porsche in behind, that was the Kawai RaceSport team in, almost got to go through as well. I mean, that could have stuck there as well for Stefan Magert, but it didn't turn out that way. And Niels Benedict, well, he gets through, but Nashard, he has to defend straight away because he still doesn't really have the speed to stay behind the Ferrari. And right now, it seems like the next attack is already on its way, as he is tending to close the line here. And no chance for Stefan to get by at the moment. Has to wait out a little bit longer here.
Yeah, it looks like Martin Aschert is struggling a little bit with the Porsche, or at least with the setup, as Stefan Magert almost overdrives his car a little bit. I mean, Martin, he's fast in the LMP2 cars, and NES, we've seen it. They got P1 in Interlagos in the LMP2 class, but here they kind of seem to struggle, Neil. Oh, we have a crash. Henry Rajkovic with the 69 car, and there is the Ford GT just in the middle of the corner, and there is another Porsche involved. I think that's MRS Sim Racing, Team Heusingveld, and Nomad Sim Racing Black. Let's see the replay, Neil.
As we're joining them on the run down towards turn 13, that very difficult left-hander, then coming down to the final corner where this incident did take place. Let's have a look at what happened. Oh, and it looks like he just, well, two Ford GTs came together actually, the only two in the field. It looks like that grey one perhaps got on the grass on the entry to the corner. Indeed it does look like he got on the grass to the entry of the corner and just lost traction and very, very lazy spin across, and there was nothing that the Huskenveld, there's nothing that the other Ford GT car could do, just an innocent bystander then stuck backwards there on the racing line in the final corner, and everyone just piled in front of them.
Yeah, I mean, the Nomad Sim Racing Black car, he just threw the anchor and could just keep it to a small contact, not a big one. So we have the first victims of the day, Tyler. As you've seen it, I mean, you just get on the grass and it's over. I mean, these cars, they have traction control, of course, a little bit, but they don't have ABS. You've just seen tires locking up as we're following along with Phoenix Racing Esport Green.
Yeah, and I think straight off the bat as well, seeing that little incident there, I mean, no one really else involved. It was just the independent spinning and then not being able to avoid it instantly. And there as well, especially the two Fords getting into it straight away at the back of the field. You see how it does come together in that regard as well, that of course you will have those Fords kind of battling to stay on course and to try and stay up with these Ferraris and the Porsches. Right now though, of course, the Porsche in behind that did end up crashing into it as well. It was pretty much all his fault as well. It wasn't just that there was the cars in the middle of the road, but he also spun out in before that. Might have just been overwhelmed by the situation, at least for the moment. We're going into the woods next lap, and well, next overtake maneuver could be coming up into turn 1 here. Speed is there for John Atkinson Jr. Seems like he can make it stick, because he will have the inside line. And just about, yeah, nicely done there. Michael Lawrence leaves him space, and it works out for John Atkinson Jr.
Yeah, that's what we expect here in iRacing, to leave other people space. I mean, we have situations some time around, and someone, I mean, we've seen it all probably. Also cars taking off into space after crashes. But yeah, Neil, Road America, it's actually, it looks easy, but it isn't.
It looks easy. Yes, I would say that, but there's so many massive braking zones here. Turns 1, 3, 5, Canada corner, and indeed the last corner are all good overtaking opportunities because they are big braking zones. And sometimes you need to have your wits about you, especially because it is so fast. The slipstream effect is quite strong, so you've always just got to have an eye on those rear view mirrors.
Yeah, rear view mirror indeed, or screens in that case of the GTEs, with all the rear engine cars or mid engine cars, as it is mostly. We are now 10 minutes into the race, and it looks like it's settling a little bit. P1 at the moment is Williams Gym Esports Yellow, with not that close of a gap here to Epoch Motorsport Alpha, and the Dane train being the last carriage of that train.
Yeah, I mean, those three Ferraris, they've definitely made a little bit of a gap to the cars behind now. Of course, going into next lap yet again, maybe now, as everyone's going to be getting up to speed, the next opportunity to get an overtake to happen into turn one. We've just seen it in that previous lap in behind for the Porsches. It worked out for them. Of course, talk about Porsche, there is a couple of Porsches in behind that field as well, in the main field then, but right now, our leading three, well, just clean throughout. Nobody wants to challenge at the moment. It seems like those guys are already settling in, just making sure that they'll take their time for the moment and see how they can manage in the long run. It is still a 12-hour race, so there's no point in trying anything crazy in these starting minutes. We're about 11 minutes in now. And yeah, we'll see how the race will progress as the top three seem to be set. Williams Gym Esports, Epoch Motorsport Alpha, and the Dane train in behind as well. They were in P2 for a moment and did fall back behind.
Yeah, that's true. And what I think is happening right now, they are working together. They're using the draft they have just to get away, not to lose too much time with fighting on track. So they could, I mean, you have 12 hours, you just said it. So there's enough time to overtake. And I just hope that this time around, Nick Thiem's router actually makes it to the end of the race, since in the last 24-hour long run race he did, his router just died. Neil.
Oh.
Yes, as we're on board with Nicky Thiem now in that Dane train, you can see the two cars ahead of him. Currently first and second, of course, but speaking of first and second, they seem to be getting quite close to come through the kink this time around. The Williams Gym Esports Yellow and the Epoch Motorsport Alpha. There could be a move coming up down towards Canada Corner, but not this time round at least. Alessandro Bacchilega deciding just to hold off for the moment, but as you said earlier, that slipstream effect perhaps is working together. It's a fairly interesting thought, fairly interesting tactic, because it usually works on these big super speedways that we see in NASCAR, Daytona, at Talladega. On a road course, the question is how effective can it really be?
I mean, as I'm used to driving mostly GT cars and LMP cars, I can tell it does do not that much, but a lot. It gives you about sometimes 8 to 10 kph more, or like 5 mph more down the straight, and especially if you have three similar cars engine-wise together and also with the same aerodynamics. And I can guess they're driving with a more aggressive wing setup, so like it's flatter, the car slips around a little bit more. The Porsche behind that might have a more degree to the wing, Tyler.
Yeah, definitely. I think the all-around profile of the Ferrari is a little bit flatter as well. It's yeah, right now it is just the question of how long it will take for maybe even someone to make a mistake. Although I think right now at the front, that's really out of the question, as those guys, they're not even pushing it too hard. Just kind of taking their time and waiting it out for the first stints to happen and come to an end then.
The 24 car of Guido Santos from Phoenix Racing Esports Petrol, currently +1 from his starting position, having passed the German sim racing Dorte DE car of Andreas Leikmann at the moment. It still looks interesting, but you know, there will be pit stops at some point. I mean, these cars, they have a huge tank. I had like 18 liters, 80, and they have 100 to 120 liters of fuel they can carry. And that's also a point that you have to think about when it's not just the tires that get used, but the car that gets lighter. And some people, or most people, try to double stint their cars, or the tires at least. And that will mean you get a full tank of fuel, like about 200 pounds of fuel you get in there, and on used tires, Neil.
Yes, and of course that is perhaps the most treacherous point for these drivers, for these cars, when they've got a full tank. Those tires are worn, and especially these left-hand side tires, they get a lot of stress by going through the carousel and going through the kink. And of course, because most of the corners are right left-handers here at Road America, it really does stress those left-hand side tyres. You've really got to be careful at the beginning of your second stint and of course towards the end of the second stint when those tyres are pretty much done. You're going to lose some grip, it is going to be slightly more difficult to get the throttle on, and of course it's going to be more difficult to keep that grip in these long, fast corners.
I mean, yeah, out of 14 corners, you have 4 that turn left actually, as the Nomad Sim Racing white car still gets followed by the Phoenix Racing Esport green from Florian Kappel. He doesn't want to let go of that car, as we see right here, 0.3 seconds of a gap just yet, and that will get closer at some point, I can guess. Just looking through my timing here, there are gaps, but you have some groups of cars of 3 or then 2 which are kind of battling with each other, minding their own business. So actually at the moment we're having not 1 race, we're having like 12 races.
I mean, this is prone to happen in big fields like this, and with that right now, of course you would expect that Ferrari to get up close to that Porsche and then actually get by, but for the moment it seems like Porsche is holding his line, just making sure that he's not going to get troubled just yet. Of course, trying to catch back up with the bigger field in front of them, as there are 3 cars all close up and personal. And then we'll probably see that gap close the cars in front, as they are kind of working together there, and maybe even a couple of back and forth switches. But I think the most overtakes that we'll see is just once drivers then in the long run get to be slightly off their line and then bring in a couple of mistakes. That is generally where these longer races can come down to it.
Yeah, I mean, we have car 4 and then 3 seconds of a gap. There are 5 cars, well, that we're seeing right here, with Florian Kappel at the back of that one at the moment. And it's actually to say, I'm pretty surprised that there wasn't a huge crash or some sort of misbehavior from some of the drivers being too aggressive and too ambitious going into turns. So we're still not there at the situation of stamping, but we see Niels Benedict being under pressure from Simon Underhill on the hill with the Nomad Sim Racing red car, Neil.
Yes, having a look at that car in 13th place, the Muka Motorsport car, under attack from the Nomad Sim Racing Red as they're coming down towards turn 5. The second fastest point of the track to the slowest corner of them all, 95 kilometers an hour on the apex of turn 5, and that is painfully slow round Road America. But it looks like at the moment Niels Benedict is holding on to that position, and really for Underhill the next main passing opportunity is going to be down at Canada Corner.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. You just try to get the perfect exit out of the carousel, and don't throw away at the kink, as we've seen it with the IMSA series this year pretty hard. And I mean, the kink, you can get it right, but in dirty air it can be a mess, Tyler.
Yeah, and I think especially now with these GTE cars, the dirty air will play a little bit more of a factor there as well, especially if they are 2 different cars. The Porsche will go up a little bit more than the Ferrari would, of course, with that higher profile. But right now, well, we are just focusing back on this fight between 2 Ferraris here. It's Benedict and Simon Underhill.
I have to correct you, the second one is a Ford. It's the first one is Ferrari, and this one, the green one, is a Ford. It's a Ford GT. So you might have just insulted some Americans. I'm sorry for that one. Of course, it's the Ford GT from 2017. And as we've seen, there was nothing in Canada Corner, and they're still the way they've been before, Neil.
Still the way that they've been before, and it looks like Underhill is still a little bit too far from making a move this time round in the orange and white Muka Motorsport Sim Racing green car. Yes, it's not quite green, but there we go. They've just called themselves that, but as they're coming down the hill towards turn 3 now, Underhill just has a slight look to the right-hand side, just uses that car half a car width or so across just to make sure that Benedict knows that he's there.
Yeah, he does know that he's there, and it's closing up again at the front, but not as exciting as we could watch it, I think. So Simon Underhill, yeah, he's trying to put up some pressure here on the car in front of him, on Niels Benedict, just to show, yeah, I'm there, mate. Just prepare yourself for me.
Yeah, and especially in these last couple of braking areas, he was, I think, just a little bit later on the brakes as well, trying to, of course, pressure the car in front. And yeah, exactly as you said, trying to say, well, you know, I'm here. Maybe that will also turn out to the Ferrari in front that maybe just going to get into a couple of issues and saying, well, oh my gosh, I'm being followed. I have to watch out here that I don't make any mistakes. And as soon as you start focusing on that, you generally turn out to make a couple of mistakes. That pressure's always on. And right now, though, he has fallen back a little bit as well. The Ferrari is increasing that gap yet again, and we'll probably see this back and forth for the next couple of minutes as well as that battle continues here.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen probably Simon Underhill has a little bit of problems going for the carousel compared to Niels Benedict. So this, as you said, will keep on going till somebody makes a mistake worth overtaking, I say. And at least the mirrors are green, as I see right now on the Ferrari. So yeah, that's enough green to call it a green race car. Neil?
Here, look at this three-car battle. They're just coming through turn 1 at the moment and coming down the hill towards turn 3. But the question is, will there be any moves for the lead of the race? Epoch Motorsport Alpha car is right there on the rear wing of the Williams in the lead.
Yeah, it's on the rear wing, but it's not past the rear wing. So that's how they stayed for quite some time now. We will see. He's just showing himself. Will there be the late braking? No, there's not. So no dive bombs at the moment, as the German Sim Racing DE and the Phoenix Racing Esports petrol car 24 and 151 are battling for position just behind them, as we can see P4 and P5 at the moment. Oh, and Andres Leikman, it looks like he's not done yet.
Yeah, those two are battling it out side by side, racing through the turn there. And that could come out quite dangerous, but of course the best part here is if them two are battling, the cars in behind can maybe get a peek of it as well and try and slip through while all that is going down. It is a four-man battle here at the moment as they are racing through, and that gap has increased a little bit now as well, but they are all very, very close there in that pack. So of course the leaders, they've already kind of gotten away from it. This pack here, 4 cars, is a little bit behind 4th place as well, as right now Frank Biella in front on 4th place, just kind of having a race for himself there.
Yeah, it's true. And we have a Porsche Ferrari sandwich there, so that's quite tasty. And as you can see, the Phoenix Racing Esports green car in the back, it's looking, Neil.
It is just looking there in the background, lurking, ready to capitalise on any mistakes the cars in front should make. And of course the car in front of it at the moment is the Nomad Sim Racing white car with Nicholas Yelm currently at the wheel. But look at this, Capel is moving to the right hand side of the track. He's got the overspeed, or has he? He's just got an ever so slight overlap on the right rear tyre of the Porsche, but he has to move back in because he lost speed coming down the front straight.
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, with Ferrari, oh, he's going off track as well, but I think he's made it back to track. Yeah, he did. As we are again on the first free right here, with Williams, Jimmy Esports Yellow is still leading with Daniel Cruz at the wheel. I just wanted to say that the Ferrari has, let's say, problem with the rev limiter in 6th gear. And if you run in there too long, you might just risk to blow up the engine, depending on how you set up the gearbox. But at the gearbox, there is Alessandro Baccalega right now, just getting a little bit of space again, not to crash into the car. What you really don't want right now is a crash in the lead, Tyler.
Yeah, and I think we've touched base on that quite a lot of times now, saying that these guys, well, they're just trying to make sure that they follow each other, make sure that they're there in case someone in front does make a mistake, but you don't want to be too close because then you might get involved yourselves. And then that could, of course, always close down the gap to and Frank Biella in 4th place as well. But if 2 of them crash out, then one of them could be on a lonely race for a while until then the pit stops come in. And maybe then strategy makes it a little bit closer, but at least for the moment, seems like at least the top 2 here. Definitely the Epoch Motorsport car trying to maybe see if you can find a gap, but I think right now the best part is just, well, try and stay behind them, try and follow and be ready once someone gets too wide.
Yeah, too wide indeed. Very wide is the rear wing of that Porsche GTE car we're looking at. And in Germany we say it's a phrase. How do you say it? In English? What is it, Tyler? Yeah, a fry counter. So you hand over the fries over there, so it's very wide. As we see now again, the draft battle in the front. So Nicky Team made his way up. He was already back about 1 second from those two before, and he's back again at it. So nothing changing here. Still very interesting, because when it's going to happen, then it's going to be fast here.
And then perhaps just looking after those tyres, as we've seen the Nomad Racing white car, Nicholas Hjelm at the wheel, has made a move on the Phoenix Racing Esport petrol car, the Porsche against the Ferrari. Now Hjelm is trying his hardest to defend against that Ferrari behind, trying to cover two Ferraris at once, but no, there goes down the inside Hjelm, but he's gone far too deep down there, turn 5, and he's lost another position.
Yeah, I mean, it's both of them are the Phoenix Racing Esports cars, so of course they should be helping each other, but of course they are racers, so they just want to race and gain positions, as we just seen here. And there was a Vettel Baku move, I would almost say, with that incident of going wide. And you know what's in the back of both of them? There's the Phoenix Racing Esports pink Porsche, just following that group. So we have now 3 Phoenix attack ships going at the Nomad Sim Racing white car, Neil.
Yes, it's going to feel a little bit outnumbered as the Nomad Sim Racing car, with all the teammates behind him ready to attack at any opportunity. But you can see they're pretty much equidistant from each other at the moment, just perhaps hyping themselves up for another move, as we're having a look from the rear wing of the Porsche at the first of the Phoenix Racing cars, which I do believe is the green.
Yeah, it's alright. You've seen the green mirrors, right?
Yeah, see the green mirrors, it's fine, yes.
Yeah, Tyler, your point at the moment of that race, what are you thinking about the Porsches compared to the Ferraris, BP-wise?
Well, of course, once the speed does come out, the Ferrari is so much faster, but especially earlier we did see even the Porsche late braking into the corner can still then catch it and get back up to speed quite nicely, and then in the end, I'm still... I live in Stuttgart, so I'm still a die-hard Porsche fan in that regard, and not really on par with the Ferraris.
I mean, I shouldn't say, oh, we have a try to change for the lead right now in the front, and it was Epoch Motorsport Alpha overtaking the Williams Gym Esports yellow car, going down to, as I think, Moraine Sweep. Yeah, turn 5, yeah, actually, yeah. And I think we have the replay right now on screen, where you can see taking the draft at the perfect moment, going to the inside, having a little bit of inside turn here, and then braking very late, but still early enough not to crash out. And very fairly done, and I think it's also Daniel Cruz not wanting to risk too much being in P2 still.
Yeah, definitely kudos to him to leave Alessandro the space there to actually make that move stick in the end. When you're in the top 3, you don't want to get into anything there, and just want to make sure that you can bring it home as well.
Bringing it home, that's very important, especially when we're just 30 minutes into a 12-hour race. And it looks like Nicky Team, he couldn't use the situation to maybe gain on both of them. So he's still in P3. The lead has changed. Now Alessandro Baccalega from the Epoch Motorsport Alpha team in the lead. And Daniel Cruz looking at the gearbox of that 079 car at the moment.
We were mentioning the slipstream before, and of course the dirty air at the kink. The dirty air is absolutely horrific as well at the carousel, and that's arguably the most important corner on the track in terms of speed, in terms of actually setting up a move down towards Canada Corner. So as long as you've got clean air, it's okay, but if you're stuck right up behind another car, it's really not nice, and you'll see those gaps increase as they go around the carousel, just purely because the car behind doesn't have the air and doesn't have the downforce to take it as fast as the car in front.
I mean, the GT3 cars, they don't have too much problems because they're not that aerodynamically dependent as the GTE cars already are. I mean, if you see them racing together in IMSA races or something like this, especially we will do in January at a very nice racetrack, as Neil can point out later, you see the turn speeds are way higher, especially in those fast turns, than with GT3 cars, Neil.
Yes, and of course that is just something else. You know, the GTEs and the GT3s, you might think, well, they're very similar. They're both GT cars. They've both got pretty much the same bodies. What really is the difference between the two of them? But it really almost does take two different driving styles to do the both of them. You can be good in both, but you really need to adapt, mainly because of the higher apex speeds. Just makes it slightly more difficult to actually hit the apex in long sweeping corners, such as the carousel and such as the kink as well. It just makes it that little bit more difficult to hit the apex.
Yeah, we've just seen Nicky Thiem going through the kink, and you've seen he just let off the throttle a little bit more than he usually would do, I guess. Lovely design, I think, here from the Dane train. And now I think Daniel Cruz is losing some speed here around the track, Tyler.
Yeah, it seems like he is having trouble to at least keep up with Alessandro Bacala in the front. He is building that gap slowly but surely, but as well, I think we will see an attack here. The very, very latest, then later on into turn 5 as well. But at least for now, well, Nicky Thiem trying to close that gap and trying to get past, but I don't think it's going to work here and start finish straight into turn 1 straight away, as he is still a far ways back. Just believes that he'll follow in behind. And well, in the meantime, as those two battle, and of course up ahead, but most for Alpha, that car with Alessandro at the wheel, he can just start to kind of drive away.
Yeah, driving away is a good thing. Frank Biela must feel like driving on the motorway or the interstate at Christmas time around in the morning 25th, because he's driving all alone at the moment. 4 seconds of a gap in front and 3 seconds of a gap to the next car, that is German Sim Racing in the back. So it looks like a normal congestion maybe to work or family right now, Neil.
Yes, and of course, if you've got no cars in front and no cars behind, I really just get into the mindset of doing qualifying lap after qualifying lap after qualifying lap, because you've not got to worry about formulating an attack plan, and you've also not got to worry about defending as well. So perhaps it can be better just being clean air by yourself, because you can just start putting in these qualifying style laps to catch up to the car ahead, which in this case at the moment is the number 95 car, the Dane train, driven by Nicky Thiem.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably just looking more at the deltas of his laps than on the other cars. As I've just seen, Phoenix Racing Esports Petrol lost more places here since he's now back in 10th. Just seeing here, Team RSO 197 Sarit Nebelsieg already gained 10 positions, but he's now the battle. Phoenix Racing Esports Red takes away the place of Esports Petrol, so probably there might be a fight back. Guys, remember your teammates.
Yeah, and the big part there is Petrol now in that one single lap lost 3 or I think even 4 positions in a matter of 1 lap, which it seems like something must be wrong with the car there. Guido now maybe just turned out to be a little bit wide through a couple of turns, but so was the red car in front, and it seems like Guido does want to take it straight back towards him and gonna go for that overtake maybe right now, still looking towards the outside, but there you go, into turn 1 then, would have had it open, but red in the end does close the gap. And well, maybe then later on into turn 5, the next opportunity, if he can actually stay up to par with him. Otherwise, well, he'll just follow in the red car and we'll just catch up with the rest of the train in front.
Yeah, but I wanted to point out the 197 car of Cedric Nebelsieg and the Team RSO, they gained 10 positions in half an hour, so I don't know what might happen next for them. As we see now the first top 15, and you can see P9 here, Team RSO, 10 positions gained. But we have the biggest loser in the first 15 is Phoenix Racing Esports Petrol, as we pointed out, and Nomad Sim Racing Red. So the white car at the moment going a little bit better than the sister car with the red mirrors, I guess, Neil.
Yes, just going a little bit better at the moment, but you've got to remember there's there's just under 11 and a half hours left in this race. The positions at the moment perhaps don't matter that much, but something that we will be seeing in the near future is of course the first round of pit stops, and there's a couple of strategies these teams can do. Perhaps they can just run the tank dry and keep on doing that until the end of the race, but the other strategy that they can do is perhaps work backwards from the end and decide when they need to stop.
Yeah, I mean, normally at the end you have a little splash and dash because it doesn't work out exactly on 60 minutes schedules. But here, Team Heusingwelt 69 and Team Motorsport Dreams and also MRS Sim Racing, they are battling. So MRS with the Ford, they went through as well. So it looks like the Porsche is struggling a little bit here, Tyler.
Yeah, right now the Porsche is just trying to keep up with those two Fords. I think he could have had a chance there, but then in the end went a little bit too hard on the braking, didn't quite make the apex, then had difficulties getting back out, but it seems like he will close that gap back down. As right now, well, in racing kind of returns, it's always that mix of saying, okay, well, how much can I just drive straight up qualifying laps, just kind of going at my own speed, doing what I can, and how much are you then fighting with the car in front? It is going to be that difference of, hey, am I now close enough to go and try as the Porsche runs wide, and that's going to cost some time. And in the end now, any attack that he would have had planned on the start-finish straight is now just bonked with that.
Yeah, bonked with that is also Heusingwelt and Sim Racing before, because those two had the clash in the last turn. But now we see MRS trying to go for the overtake here down turn 1, and it looks like they can do it because they're already next to each other. He should just brake late. Can he keep it to the inside for the next turn? Yes, he can, and he gets a better exit than Andrei Rajkovic right now and closes the gap already before that turn. And Andrei trying to stay on the safe side here. Brakes very early, Neil.
Yeah, brakes very early, just doesn't want to get too many incident points in this car, just doesn't want to damage it as well, because that can be, well, of course it is very, very frustrating when you're sat there in the pits fixing damage and all the other cars are going past you at 220, 225 kilometers an hour. There is no worse feeling whatsoever. So perhaps just deciding in this opening stage of the race, just keep the car nice and clean, try and keep it out of damage. But perhaps towards the end, towards the last hour and a half, the elbows will start to come out.
Yeah, and the elbows are still out here with Florian Kappel, Niklas Hielm and Andres Leikam. So the group of three here, the Porsche Ferrari sandwich, very tasty I can tell, is still going on, and it looks like Niklas Hielm, he can take here now P6 with the draft, but will it be enough in turn 1? We will find out in just a few yards as he now goes to the inside already. We've seen braking actually on the outside is a little bit easier, but yeah, he goes through, so the green car doesn't take any risks. But oh, he got a better exit, and there might be a chance to get him back on the outside, but actually no, turn 3 is a little bit better on the inside if you can take it right. Yes, he can, but I'm not sure this is done yet as we go now down to turn 5, and the Ferrari already got the better exit, Neil.
Yeah, the Ferrari getting the better exit because it could take the racing line. The Porsche had to take a defensive line in, and as a result, the Ferrari has the move done before the braking zone down there at turn 5. But that's what we see through the first couple of, well, through to turn 1 and 3 and down towards turn 5 here at Road America, because the corners are pretty wide. You can see the different strategies. You can see the up and unders, I like to call it, just taking a wide line and cutting the apex pretty nicely. Is very good for the run down towards turn 5, and we just saw this Porsche, the Florian Keppel in the Phoenix green car, do that one to perfection.
Yeah, and talking about perfection, just looking at the lines they take in carousel, actually they're pretty similar, but the Porsche stays a little bit wider than the Ferrari, and that means he has to use less throttle to get around. Now the King also very important to take it right. Porsche getting wide a little bit again, so I have to ease off the throttle again. But you know, the braking zone into Canada corner is where it counts, in my opinion.
Yeah, and as they come into the braking zone just now in the Porsche, not close enough this time round to make a move on that Ferrari. But I do believe, just by looking at it, I think, well, just sort of like general in the field at the moment, I do think the Ferrari is slightly faster in a straight line than the Porsche at the moment. But as we see there, the Niklas Hielm there has fallen quite a bit back from Keppel.
Yeah, over the course of that lap, he has definitely lost a little bit of spacing, and especially in behind now. A couple of the pack are getting back into the mix as well. It is a big group of 5 there for the moment. Not as close as right now. The main battle is still Niklas Hielm in Porsche, and then the car in front of the Ferrari as well. And we do see the first car in the pits for 19, the Phoenix Racing Esport red car. which did seem to have a couple of issues earlier, kind of running wide into a lot of those corners, and almost actually had a tumble with the petrol car as well.
Yeah, it does look like they already also have a driver change. So at least somebody got out of the car. Martin van Ogen looking to continue at that one. So the stop is now 20 seconds going. So it looks like at least they're taking a lot of fuel right now and trying to skip maybe the splash and dash phase of the end and just to drive through, as Race Syndicate Betty as well is in the pits. So yeah, are we starting to see now already a very early pit schedules, Neil?
Again, it's perhaps going from the end of the race back to now, and in that Phoenix Esport Racing Esport red car was Frank Engelschirken getting out, and is now Martin van Ooyen back in, and that stopped 47.3 seconds, 1 minute 18 in the pit lane, and that feels so long when you're just sat there waiting for the tyres and fuel to get put in.
Yeah, that's true, especially that the GTE cars normally only need about 35 seconds for both. So there might be some damage repairs taken as well. We can ask them later, as we see the Milka Motorsport Sim Racing green car still trying to defend from Simon Underhill. And it looks like the Ford, we have 3 Fords actually. The Ford from Nomad, they're keeping up very good with Ferrari. So I think this time around the BOP is actually kind of good.
Talking about the Fords, of course, earlier where I did mistake that Ford for a Ferrari for a second, was then the point, I thought we only had 2 Fords, we already had 2 falling back, but right now, well, Simon Underhill definitely trying to get up the hill and past Niels Benedict as he's flashing and trying to get by, already now looking for the inside line into turn 1, it seems like he just has the speed to get past as well. Quite nice there, and in the end makes it stick without too many problems. However, wait for the next straight, because the Ferrari could jump straight back onto that, Tobias.
Yeah, we've seen that before with the Porsche though, and it can definitely happen, as turn 5 is a very, let's say, stoppy corner. 95 kilometers per hour, that's very slow even for GT cars into a turn like this, but it looks like it's not happening this time around, Neil.
Yeah, not this time around. They're going from 260 kilometers an hour down to 95. That is a big stop. But they're coming through the more technical section of Road America now, but it's still incredibly fast. There's ever so light feather through that right-hander before they come down the Hurry Downs towards one of the better overtaking opportunities, that left-hander, but no move at that time round. Now through the carousel, we're going to have to see if the Ferrari can gain anything on the Ford as they come out of the carousel and down towards the Kink and Canada corner.
Yeah, the King and Canada corner, I just hope it doesn't happen, but there is a huge chance that it will happen. That's the crash at the King. We've seen it many times before here on iRacing. We've seen it many times before in real life, so there is not just a slide but a bigger chance, especially when the race gets on and especially when the race gets to the night, because I mean, in the night it's very dark, and the headlights, they don't reach too far in these cars, and especially with these speeds, all those blind corners, if you don't memorize all those brake markers that you can see in your headlights as well, that can bring you some issues, Neil.
Yes, and of course if you're right up behind another driver, a big problem you get now is that you can't see the braking point. You cannot see where you're supposed to brake, you cannot see where you're supposed to turn in. And sometimes that can cause an accident as well, so perhaps sometimes it's wise just to move to the right or the left hand side of the road, or perhaps wise just to lift off the throttle so you can actually see where you want to brake.
Yeah, and I mean right now in that lap now, it's about a lap gone since the Ford was able to get past the Ferrari. Hasn't quite been keeping up as strong. He has dropped back by a big margin by now, and now going down the rain sweep into turn 5 in a second. Well, we'll see. Doesn't seem like the Ferrari is really going to keep up. It's not for the moment. The Ford could just kind of have a race for himself for the moment. Talking about races for themselves, I think up at the front, Alessandro Pacchiala is also almost 2.5 seconds in front of second place, kind of driving away and getting his own race started at the moment as well. First place quite comfortably nice gap there, don't you think, Neil, as the battle for second could ensue here now as well.
Yeah, and you see sorry.
You go.
Go on, Neil. No, go on.
There is a battle for second warming up now, as you did say, Tyler. 97 Williams JIM Esports Yellow versus the 95 Dane Train. It's Daniel Cruz and Nicky Team, the two drivers. As you can see, they're coming through the final corner now. And these brake lights just flashing a little bit as they try to get the car settled, turned in properly for that final corner. They're under the bridge and across the start-finish line at the very top of the hill. And of course, Team will be getting a few extra kilometers an hour. You can see the car in front just getting slightly bigger in the windshield, but not close enough this time round to make a move as Team.
Yeah, I mean, Team's team is still fighting for P2, and as you just said, trail braking gets more and more important, and more people do it actually. And I mean, those pros in the front, they know how to do it, but you get guides nowadays telling you how to do it, which is pretty good actually. I mean, I didn't do it at first, so you can imagine how my turn speed was. But I mean, as I get used to cars with mid or rear engines, it gets more interesting. But what's also more interesting right now is the fight between the number 24 and the 21 car, because Guido Santos just in the petrol car is back at it with the Project Racing Esports. So they're fighting here for position 10 as we turn down turn 5, and it looks like, oh no, he stayed behind.
Yeah, in the end I would have thought that he could maybe make that move stick on the inside line, but didn't work out quite that well. And in the end right now, I mean, the Porsche's still trying to keep up. I think the Ferrari, especially now in the next straight, should have the better speed going down kettle bottoms. But at least for the moment, I mean, it's nice to see that petrol car kind of fighting back into the mix. They did fall back quite a bit at the start, and then had a couple of situations where I thought, well, surely you're not going to lose 4 positions in just 1 lap. But it seems like right now that they're kind of on a recovery drive and at least trying to climb the ladder back up, as there are a couple of fights going on. Even then the fights behind as well could get quite interesting, as there's another 2 cars in very, very close.
Yeah, that should be the Mügge Motorsport car with Niels Benedict and Simon Underhill still battling for their positioning. And nothing has changed there as well. So as I said before, we're not having 1 race, we're having like 12 races, because everyone found his group to fight with, where the racecraft is pretty similar. And this is what I actually also like about this. And sometimes those groups, they clash together, Neil.
Yeah, sometimes those groups do indeed clash together. Yes, it is always fun to see. Perhaps we did see the Porsche back off from that move down towards turn 5 the previous lap. Perhaps that's because they're starting to get towards the end of their stint and they don't really want to waste time battling with another car. Because at the once they come out the stops, that could be the difference between being ahead or behind another car somewhere on the track, either in front or behind them. So perhaps they're just decided to not battle for now, because it's going to be beneficial towards their strategy at the end of the race.
Yeah, and just as you said it, they took the car actually. So they went. They did the overtake as they're fighting. You could see it on the bottom of your screen. So the Ferrari tries to get back. Porsche's defending on the inside. So now very careful around the turn. If you're having single screen, be even more careful. And as well, the Ferrari in the back, they overtook again. But let's stay at this battle here. The Porsche now is getting as wide as possible. If you've never seen a 10-meter wide Porsche, there it is.
I mean, right now he is just trying to cover off all bases to try and keep that Ferrari in behind. But I think especially now this sector and then in a second also going into the carousel is kind of where the Porsche can get a little bit stronger. Of course, then through the kink and then down kettle bottoms is a little bit more difficult then, as the Ferrari will get back up to speed. But it seems like the Porsche this time around will make a stick. It's kind of a little bit wide there though in the end. Right now the Ferrari not really up to pace just yet, in behind that battle between the Ford GT and the Ferrari also still going strong, but not too much going on at the moment for them too, as they are just following close behind, looking for their opportunities to actually get past Neil.
Yes, just looking at get past, and you can see the Porsche defending through turn 13 there. I must say, turn 13, not a conventional passing opportunity.
Yeah, passing opportunities, they are missing, they are getting close together, as I told now. That's actually happening, what I just said about clashing together two groups. So now it looks like it must have been the Muka Motorsport sim racing green car getting close to the whole battle as well. So now we have a 4-car battle. It might be that the Ferrari switch places in about a few corners, Tyler.
I mean, that train going down Road America at the moment, they're definitely looking to get into the future later on as well. But yeah, right now the fight's still going on. You've got Ferrari smacked in between a Porsche and a Ford back there. But right now it seems like the Porsche can at least stay in front for the moment, but it seems like the two Ferraris will get into a little bit of tingle there. But what do you think now, Toby? Who will actually make the move here?
I don't know, but I just hope somebody, because that brings action on track. And there's some more things that can happen, as I now see Phoenix Racing Esports Yellow doing a move on Cravalli Ranchport and directly losing a lot of time, because they might have gone off a little bit. So yeah, 0.3 seconds already. Yeah, now you see the car from Muka Motorsport trying to get out a little bit to show himself in the rearview mirrors as they go down to the carousel. And now we have 3 different cars, all the 3 different cars we have now in GTE, going through the carousel. So you see all the different lines, with the Porsche being the lucky one without dirty air. And yeah, the Ford GT, he sticks pretty well to the back of that Ferrari, Neil.
Sticks pretty well to the back of that Ferrari. You are right. Come through the King 230. Oh, one round. It's the Project Esports car, and somehow he's kept it off all of the walls.
I don't know how he did this, but he must have gone to the grass. We see the replay right now, what's happened exactly. So we have Denis Rabkovic with the Project Racing Esports car going through the King. Oh yeah, he got too wide and then lost it on the snap oversteer. But lucky for everyone else to just not hit that car, Tyler.
And I mean, that skill as well from Denis to catch it. We'll see on the onboard here, and there you go, correcting. And as soon as you see him make it stick, he was sure about it as well. He knows he can save it from the wall, and very, very, very lucky there. Otherwise, that could have turned out a lot worse for him. In the end, he does lose 3 places, which sucks in his position. But look at this now, as the Ferraris have to weave through the smoke, and they all just follow in behind the Ford. Simon Underhill there as well. Well, great driving from them 3 as now it's a battle of 3 jam-packed all together, and they'll battle these next track positions, Neil.
They're still battling for these track positions. Of course, all 3 of these cars are now +1 to where they were a lap ago, battling for 10th, 11th and 12th. Now, as you can see, the petrol car is having to take, well, it's actually lost a position there, I believe. Guido Llantos has lost that position to the Muka car. And the Muka has to take a very, very defensive line at the top of the hill. And it looks like he's hold on to that last place in the top 10.
Yeah, he does do for the moment, so that was not the move I'd like to call before. Like you just asked me, do you want them to make a move, or who does it? Well, it was the Porsche, and now Muka Motorsport just said, hey, I'm still there. It's not just the Porsche that's annoying in your rearview mirror or the Ford GT. It's also me. Watch out. So that is happening pretty well. And I think we just should do a pretty fast top 8 rundown for you, as we're concentrating still on them. So Epic Motorsport Alpha is still leading with now 3 seconds of a gap to Williams Jim Esports Yellow. The Dane train is still following, as we see another overtake maneuver from Muka Motorsport here. Will he make it stick? Oh, looks like it's on the outside on that one. Too wide in that corner, isn't very easy. Who's coming out in front? Muka? Okay, that's good at the moment. My heart is going crazy right now. So Team 45 on P4, let's make this quick. German Sim Racing.de on P5. Team RSO 197 on P6. Nomad Sim Racing White on P7. Phoenix Racing Esports Green on P8, as there is a Ford GT trying to do his best. Oh look, the Muka Motorsport car gives him a little bit of draft.
Yeah, and that, of course, a perfect moment for him to look for that outside line, the ideal line to go through turn 1, and in the end, the Ford, he just comes out perfectly there. They were on towards the inside, going over the start-finish straight, and I mean, that move from the Ford, it was kind of from far back there. I would have expected the Ferraris to actually go into the battle a little bit more, but in the end, well, Muka looking for that ideal line. Ford can follow in behind, and then, well, last Ferrari's kind of lost without too much luck, but I think that battle will continue as they'll turn their next couple of laps here in Road America as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very smart move from Niels Benedict to give the Ford a little bit of help with a little bit of draft. So now he has one car more that defends him, like having a rear gunner. You know the term rear gunner in motorsport very well if you watched Formula 1 this year. But what we are watching is the race to the future, the 12-hour race here on Road America, powered by Phoenix Motorsport Esports, Phoenix Racing Esports, sorry. And we are racing in real time, so on track at the moment it's 1:11 p.m. And as we know, Neil, time will continue into the darkness.
Yes, it will continue into the darkness, of course. It's going to be the first race that I've actually seen that's going to be going from day into night. It's going to be very interesting how these drivers deal with that, because of course on many circuits you have at least some lights. As there's a car came into the pits, it's one of the Fords, I do believe. Of course you do have at least some lights around the track, but here at Road America there's nothing. It's just going to be headlights in the darkness.
Yeah, headlights in the darkness indeed, as there is a bright light of RSO still being in front of Andreas Leikam. They are close, but Team RSO, they made up 14 positions yet. So they started back in 20th and are now down into 5th. And I think Frank Bieler, he can kind of start to prepare somehow. It's still 5 seconds to his Porsche. So as you can see, lap times, they're quicker, about 0.3 to 0.1 seconds a lap. But you can see Frank, he's pretty consistent, Tyler.
Yeah, he's definitely keeping it up, sticking to his regular lap times, a little bit faster here and there, but in the end, well, car behind Cedric, he's definitely gaining lap by lap and getting back in the rearview mirror to try and challenge then up ahead, and they do close down that gap as well, but well, not for the moment at least, as there is still 5 seconds between them.
Yeah, 5 seconds, that's a lot of time even for Road America. And I mean, we have 6 kilometers of a track. That's almost, I say almost, as long as Spa. Spa is 7 kilometers an hour, and it's just a tad longer than this track. So yeah, it's not that many turns to remember, like in at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. But still, you have to get your braking points right, and braking points is the thing when it gets darker, and even just in this bright sunshine, when you're following a car very close, let's say like 0.3, 0.2 seconds already. I mean, it's already hard to just find your markers right, because those cars, they're very, very wide here.
Yeah, they become very, very wide. Of course, they become even wider when you're defending, like you mentioned earlier, with the 10-meter Porsche. Having a look at this RSO car, as you said, doing a very good job, plus 14 in the race so far, 5 seconds away from Bela. So perhaps in 20 laps or so, we'll see them start to come together, because the RSO car did pass the German sim racing .de car, and he's really ran away from him since that pass. It's up to a second now, that gap.
Yeah, there was a car that had a blue flag. That Porsche we see behind there, couldn't make out his number right now. But yeah, I mean, the German sim racing car, he got held up a little bit, and now it's the Phoenix Racing Esports green with Nomad following, and the Esports pink car coming up to that back marker. And it's going to be interesting on what point they're going to meet him on track, especially around carousel or kink. You don't want to overtake those.
The back markers, of course, this time already come into play for those leaders, but now also for the midfield. Definitely going to play a factor, especially when there are these closer groups where you have 2-3 cars anyways already battling close range, and then there's a back marker. It's not going as fast, that is getting those blue flags, especially as, of course, Road to America is not the widest circuit. We see a Porsche there off track. That was the back marker as well, so a couple of mistakes made there. That could have turned out a lot worse, as the Ferrari could have come a little bit closer to that, but the Porsche was able to will get back onto track in a timely manner. And get back up to speed as well. Still, right now, as the Ferrari's already passed it, the cars behind the two Porsches will be battling to get past that back margin for a moment. As we see Esport Motorsport Alpha into the pits from second place.
Yeah, they're now in second place since Nicky Thiem is keeping on driving, and he's now having his, I think, in-lap of his life. And there are also the Williams Gym Esports yellow drivers here in the pit lane, so we see how that turns out. Normally about 35 seconds of standing time. That is tires with fuel. And also Nomad Sim Racing White is coming in with a Phoenix Racing Esports pink car. So this is now the time, about 1 hour and 5 to 10 minutes, depending on how much fuel you save, where the first typical stint would end, Neil.
Yes, it is roughly where that first stint would end. It really goes to show that perhaps if they can make the hour, including that formation lap, you've got to remember, that they can pretty much just pick on the hour every hour and be fine at the end of the race. But we just need to wait and see, as both the old first and second place cars are still sat there in the pits. It's absolutely excruciating when you can see all the cars going round. And of course, because Nicky Thiem and that Daydream car didn't pit at the same time, they don't know where he is.
Yeah, they don't know where he is. He's at the moment, I have to see what's happening. He's now coming around the kink, so he's already pretty close to those. And Epoch Motorsport Alpha just left the pit in front of the Williams Gym Esports yellow car with about 2 to 3 seconds of a gap. So 134 of a gap. Maybe they changed the rule set with the GTE cars, so they now have to take tires after fuel. Let's see where Nicky Thiem comes up now, following he's let's see, about 1 minute 29 in the lead, so that could be a very close one with 5 seconds of a gap as he's coming into the pits now. If everything goes perfect and he can save maybe on tires or anything, he will try anything to save time here. He could stay in front, as I'm following on my second screen on Daniel Cruz, who stayed in the Williams Gym Esports yellow car, and of course the other one, the 079 car, which is of course our former leader of Epoch Motorsport Alpha, sorry.
Yes, and you said wanting to save tyres. By the looks of that pit entry, that car is not going to be using those tyres again. They're essentially squares now. The amount of smoke that came out of those tyres as a team tried to apply full brake to get slowed down for the pit limiter. And it now looks like, if I'm not mistaken, I know the Team RSO 197 cars came in, as is German Sim Racing .de, Phoenix Green, Nomad Sim Racing Red, the Muka Motorsport car is in as well. So all of the cars are pretty much coming in now.
Yes, they are, and now I see Epoch Motorsport Alpha's car going around Canada corner. So he's coming up 13A for 13, 13A, and 14. And now Torque Wellman took the wheel of the Dane train, so Nicky Thiem having a break right here. And there comes Alessandro Baccalega going for the start-finish. Is a finish straight? Will it be enough? Normally it should be about 10 more seconds, so the gap might be there again. Yeah, he's still standing, he's not getting out of the pit, so Alessandro Baccalega is taking back the lead.
It looks like that car's going to come back out in third place. As you can see, the ex-second place car, the Williams Gym Esports car, go past. But yes, it's now driver change in that car. Nicky Thiem has got out. Torque Wellman is now into that number 95 car. So we've got to see what the pace of Coleman is compared to Thiem. Can he try and track down and pass that Williams Gym Esports yellow car?
And we will see and we will find out. But I think we should do now, after our pit stops are completed, we should do our first fan immersion for the day. And I think we should watch the Phoenix Racing Esports green car as he's trying to get into the next position here at the track. And Tyler, you good to go, fan immersion? Yeah, I think he is. So now we're stepping on board for some fan immersion. See you around in a bit. And we are back. We followed Kevin Falk from Phoenix Racing Esports Green in his Ferrari along for quite some time. And looking as it stands now, Alessandro Baccalega in front has 6 seconds of a lead. So it looks also like we've lost someone a little bit here in the standings. Or no, they changed position. Sorry, they changed drivers. Team 45 now with Jan-Erik Hofart at the wheel. 3 seconds only to the front, 4 seconds to Simon Underhill at the back. And it looks like also Mücke Motorsport Racing Green fell back a little bit. I'm looking for the other one that we're following, the Nomad Sim Racing car here. Neil.
Yes, following that car, as you said, is on stream now. We've got the Sim Experience Elements Sim Racing car, Jens Lervig, and Team Huskenveld 69. The battle for 20th position, Ferrari versus a Ford. They're just coming down towards turn 3 now, and it is currently Ferrari ahead of the Ford, the Huskenveld ahead. Sorry, it's the Sim Experience ahead of the Huskenveld as they come down towards turn 5, and no move that time round available, a little bit too far back.
Too far back, that's the problem of most racing drivers when they want to overtake. Too far back, I think, also in the liking of Andrei Rajkovic, who is sitting actually, I know what he's using, he's driving in VR with I think 3D motion seat, and he's using I think also a direct drive with a custom-made GT wheel for, I think it was from Mercedes or something. So his rig is awesome, and he can feel every bump of this track, and he can look around pretty fine. So expect some clean overtaking when it comes to it from him at the moment. But Tyler, is there something you want to have a look at right now?
Well, I mean, right now, yeah, we're looking at maybe even the Phoenix Racing Esport green car in between the pink and the German SimRacing.de car. Really straight in the pack there, and a good battle going on as kind of the leading races died down a bit, but right now a pack of 4 here. Well, not exactly easy for the moment, as no one's really getting any scraps here. It is just all straight up following in behind and trying to get back onto it.
Trying to get back onto it, as indeed this pack of 4. If one of the lead cars in this pack makes a mistake, the German SimRacing.de or the Phoenix red car, they make a little bit of mistake. If they go ever so slightly wide at the carousel, they could lose all 3 positions and fall back to the back of this pack.
Yeah, that can happen all the time. I mean, we've seen it before. We will see it in the future, since this is the race in the future. And somebody pointed out today, if you want to go faster, as we see, oh, the Motorsport green car, Phoenix Racing Esport machine, he got wide on the exit here now, has to let the pink car in front. As we have 9 cars, I think, on track from Phoenix, and they are pushing themselves as well, going now to Canada Corner. The Ferrari tries to get back his spot, and is he making it? Yeah, not quite. And yeah, as somebody said, if you want to go faster, you have to buy a flight simulator. I can tell, because these cars are flying very fast, not just through the kink, but everywhere around the track, Neil.
Yeah, such a very, very fast track, and of course, because so much of it is on full throttle, that's going to use up a lot more fuel than it would normally do. So perhaps that's something you just got to keep an eye on as well. Do not make any fails. Do not make any mistakes in your fuel calculations. Otherwise, that can go very wrong. And especially since this is almost 6.5 kilometers, you do not want to be stuck at the far end of the circuit with only a quarter lap of fuel left.
Oh, that happened to me quite some time before. It still says about 1 lap of fuel, and then it's a half a lap of fuel after the first 2 turns. That's pretty uncomfortable, but yeah, we still see the battle here. Porsche coming down to turn 5 now will be enough in the braking zone, taking it to the inside. Oh, keeping it very hard to the inside. Oh, there's the other Ferrari also trying to get through, but he didn't make it. So if those 3 crash here, there will be a lot of talk after the race as we see the overtake of the green machine. Neil.
And I mean, right now, that battle's still going strong. We did see the GSR, the German sim racing car, earlier as well, making that pass. As now he's kind of built up a little bit of a gap in front, and well, it is coming back to just regular racing here, kind of all that we know for endurance racing. Well, you have a couple of fights here and there, and then it is just kind of lonesome driving until more action arises. But well, it's still a long race ahead of these guys. We're just, well, over an hour and 15 into it, and Neil, thus far, race definitely bring us a lot of action here at Road America.
Yes, it has brought us a lot of action. What I find fairly interesting from the last round of pit stops is that the 079 car, the Epoch car, has built out quite a bit of a gap in that pit stop phase. It managed to extend that gap by about 4 seconds or so. So obviously a very good in-lap, out-lap and pit stop for them. And but the Dane Train and the Williams car, the car currently in 3rd and 2nd respectively, the gap there, 2 seconds, pretty much what it was before the stops. That Team 45 car, that number 2, is certainly closer now. It's only 2.5 seconds back from Tor Common in the 95.
Yeah, that's definitely true. So you see Jan-Erik Hoffart having a little bit more speed than Frank Bieler before. As I see Krawali Rennsport, the number 26 car, trying to have a go on the outside at the start-finish straight. Can he keep it both going side by side through the turn 2? Going now for turn 3. What will they do here? Phoenix Racing Esports Yellow is trying to hold it on the outside now. Oh, a little bit of contact, but very clean indeed. And now he lost a lot of speed, and they're going 3 wide.
3 wide. 3 wide. It looked like they were almost 3 wide, but now that number 26 car, the Krawali Rennsport car, really has to defend from everyone behind now. He's managed to just keep it to losing 1 position when it looks like he could have lost 3.
Yeah, I mean, the Phoenix Racing Esport gang came up behind him. Yellow and orange car just used the error that Daniel Ott did. And now at the front we see Nomad having to defend themselves as well from orange. He tried to have a go, he had to brake very late, and is now back with his team colleague.
Yeah, he's back with the colleague. The Nomad Sim Racing white car managed to get ahead. I'm not exactly sure what happened to that orange car because it had a very, very bad run coming out of the right-hander there at the top of the hill, and it lost a lot of speed. So the Nomad white car could easily get by. Now it's the 3 Phoenix cars together, and the Nomad car has to defend again.
Yeah, Nomad, Phoenix orange, Phoenix yellow, Krawali, and 3 seconds at the back there's a white car waiting for its attack, as you can see in the background. Oh, very poor exit here from the yellow cars. So now Krawali Rennsport has a chance to go back at it again. Not yet though. Coming through 13A, which is a very, very unforgivable corner. If you go too wide there, you can just forget about it in the end for the speed. Oh, and we have the Nomad Sim Racing white car very wide out of that turn, and that means now he lost the 3 positions, and the Phoenix Racing cars, they can get through, Tyler.
Yeah, and I mean, that mistake there is similar to what Krawali did out of turn 3 earlier as well, when he lost a couple of positions. And in the end, he's straight back into it. We'll see on the replay here now. Oh yeah, just went far too wide there. Wasn't able to save it into the gravel. I mean, in the end, he still keeps on the side of it with Manor back onto track, and at least he only loses those couple of positions. Cars in behind weren't as close yet, so kind of saved by the gap they're in behind, but you can see now the difference, how far he's back from that Krawali car. And well, the Nomad Sim Racing guys, they have to, if they can catch back up to this now, as there would also be a Phoenix Racing white car in behind.
I mean, it's endurance racing, so you have a lot of time to make up or lose, but of course concentration can start to get less in 1 hour and 20. You don't forget about it. These guys, they mostly sit at home and imagine just maybe it was the cat jumping on its lap, Neil.
Yeah, yeah, perhaps, but especially when you've had these cars go around for about an hour and a half now, well, an hour and 20 minutes, make that actually. You're starting to get the marbles build up on the outside of the track, and once you start to get into them, the grip of the car goes drastically down, and you could just something similar to what happened there. You just get the understeer and there's no help for you. You are going into, well, in this case it was a gravel trap.
Yeah, luckily it was just a gravel trap and not a fence over there. And look at this, the Phoenix Racing Esports white car and the Project Racing Esport from Charlie Fruin, they are following very close behind Alex Perkis now, and it looks like Alex Perkis he's out of his rhythm, of course, and it keeps some time, and the exit here was pretty poor compared to the Phoenix Esport white car, so we can just wait for the overtake now. Is he going to the outside or to the inside? We will see. Yeah, he sticks to the inside. Well, that's what I would do, and he's making it past almost already before turn 2.
Yeah, but the big difference here is still that, of course, it was a long run down too. I think the Nomad car kind of lost in the end there as well. And while you can already see the spacing in between, I think the Nomad car might as well just fall to the Project Racing Esport car in, well, probably down to the run to turn 5 then in the end, as it's not going to be enough into turn 3. But we'll see how it will go down, as right now that battle still going strong. Seems like, yeah, Racing now in with a chance at turn 5, Neil.
Now in with a chance at turn 5, but not close enough. A little bit of a locking up there from the Project Racing Esport car, the number 21 behind, I think. But it is Porsche versus Porsche, having a look towards the inside there at the top of the hill. And that Nomad car actually went pretty wide in that left-hander at the top of the hill as they come down towards the carousel again. But it appears that number 170 car, and with Alice Perkis at the wheel of that, is really struggling.
Yeah, I mean, instead of trading positions, those two at the moment, they're trading lock-ups of tires and slight mistakes. That, I mean, they could have been battling way harder now if they went stressed out, you could almost say. As we see another Ferrari, and I mean, it's those of Sim Experience Element Sim Racing that got away from Andy Rajkovic. He's also closing the gap. It's now 2.6 seconds till he gets to that 2 Porsches fighting over here. But yeah, as you said, he's doing more mistakes and mistakes and mistakes, so there might be some driver problems maybe, Tyler.
Yeah, and especially right now, as Neil just touched base on, saying that they are locking down into a lot of these corners as well. That is going to be a problem, because that battle then is going to cost some time to the cars ahead and will let Jens Ludwig in that Sim Experience Element Racing car to actually be able to catch up there, presumably. But at least for the moment, the battle is still going on, and maybe now the next chance for Project Racing Esports car to get a little bit closer over the course of this lap. It's nowhere near enough at turn 1 here just yet.
Yes, not yet is the good point. You see the 21 car choosing different lines, getting closer to the inside, and this looks like got a better rundown now out of turn 3, if I'm not mistaken. Going now to turn 5, yes, might be true. He's already to the inside, and this is now in a position where he just has to get the braking right, Neil.
Has to get the braking right. They're still side by side, and indeed looks like has got the position, but you saw the Nomad white car again with a big lockup, I believe, on the front right under braking for turn 5. So definitely something not right with the brakes, or at least the brake bias or the brake pressure on that number 170 car by the looks of it. And you can see Bernd Schmidt in the number 23 Phoenix white car. You can see what a gap he's made in just a lap and a half over the 2 behind.
Yeah, Nomad, he just went off track again. So Jens Ludwig from the Sim Experience car, he could go through. So it looked like it was another lockup, and then he just went wide. So it might be even hardware problems from his side.
Especially right now, I mean, I think that does not only come down to maybe an issue with the car, but also Alex Perkis trying to go a little bit too aggressive in a lot of these corners. I don't think that's too much of an issue with that, but a lot more just especially trying to go late braking here, miss the braking point yet again, does come wide and loses a lot of time, and I think that's a Ford in behind trying to catch up as well, and that'll be the next battle to watch, and especially as Andrei Rajkovic is definitely coming in behind, and Alex Perkis seems like he's just getting kind of reached through the field here.
I mean, yeah, in total he already lost 13 positions throughout this race. And I mean, we can always see on JT, we can see the racecraft, the I rating. I mean, of course, only official races count, so all the league and hosted races, they don't count towards it. But just saying the difference between Alex Perkis and Andrei Rajkovic, it's about 2,600 points of a difference. So you can see it's a lot of experience difference as well. I mean, racecraft alone doesn't say anything, but experience is the thing that's more interesting here, Neil.
Yes, and you can just see the last lap for Alex Perkis in that Nomad white car, a 2-minute 9.9. That is so slow as he's now being attacked by the Ferrari on the left-hand side. There we go, nice and through. So that is now the Nomad Sim Racing white car, the 170. Lost another position down into 21st now.
Yeah, that's true. And in the front, I think there is something coming up because the Nomad Sim Racing red car is followed by the Team RSO 197 car. And behind there's German Sim Racing.de and Phoenix Racing Esports Pink. They all want to get through. It's a fight for position 5 through 8 right here, Tyler.
Yeah, and that battle has been going on for the past 2 laps now, and this time it might seem like they're finally close enough to maybe make a move in this next round, in this next lap to come, as the Porsche looks for a gap on the inside but doesn't quite find it. In the end, we'll have to wait and see for another chance there, as right now, of course, well, Sim Racing just about 2 tenths behind. At least for the moment, it seems like they are just sticking together, and with very close deltas there.
Yeah, close deltas is one thing. Coming up in the draft to turn 5, another one. We will see who breaks the latest, who is the bravest. The pink Porsche already looking a little bit. Not enough, of course, if you go out of the draft. Might have been the smartest thing, just to gain some distance between the cars, just to have a more comfortable braking, Neil.
Yes, perhaps just want to have that slightly easier braking, if you like. But have a look at this pink car. Is now getting so much closer on the German Sim Racing .de car as they come down towards turn 7 that time round, but can't make a move. They come round the carousel now. You can see those gaps getting bigger because of that dirty air effect, if you like. But pink is definitely within slipstreaming ability and is certainly close enough to have a move down into Canada corner.
Oh, and every time they go a little bit off track in the kink, I almost lose myself getting a high heartbeat. But Canada corner might not be enough, as you can see. There is, just trying to show himself. German Sim Racing with a slight lock up into that turn. But I think those two, they should concentrate maybe on sticking with the RSO car before they get away, because Nils Carstensen, of course, has the draft of the Ford GT from Simon Underhill here, Tyler.
And that is going to come down as actually in front just now. Team 45 has gotten past the Dane train as well. To give you an update, Team 45, the battle definitely going on between the two of them, as 3rd and 4th place is in contention here. You can see them on your screen now as well. Kind of settled back down now just a little bit. They were very close, back and forth. Still only 0.2 of a second is the difference at the moment. It seems like maybe even looking for another go in towards the inside, but not going to happen here through turn 5.
Just looking at the lap times now, Tor Qualman is a little bit slower than Nicky Thiem, because his last lap was 2 minute 3:4.39, and Jan-Erik Hofgaard, who was like very far away before, or his team at least was very far away before, last lap 2 minutes 3:163. So if you average it out, that he did this every lap, so he could get out about, let's say, 0.3 seconds per lap.
Yeah, definitely, and that is where, of course, right now he already is straight on the back of Tor Coleman at the moment, and that might just be holding him up to actually make a challenge to get further up ahead, although Daniel Cruz, of course, is far away, and then Alessandro even further ahead right now, leading the race. Maybe the next opportunity to make a move, but right now we'll see how it's going to go. Neil.
Indeed. having a look at how this is going to go. Torkelman in that 95 Dainstring car trying to hold up from number 2, but here we are going to see at least the next big opportunity for Jan-Erik Hoffarth as they come up the hill. Of course, the slipstream is actually pretty important coming up the hill.
I think we lost the RSO car right now. He went very far. There might have been a contact as well, so he's no longer in the group of German Sim Racing DE car. I think we will have a replay from what happened to Niels Carstensen as they go almost free wide right now on the start-finish straight. There's a little bit of contact. Actually, look into the replay right now. Yeah, he just had a little bit of contact maybe and then lost it a little bit. But Simon Underhill is now under attack in front with the other Porsche. Yeah, he lost the position. The two Porsches are close to each other, side by side. They almost had a free wide with contact on the start-finish straight. And this is looking very promising now for the Porsche Phoenix car. Oh, look at this. Simon Underhill trying to get back, but not able to keep it to the inside and being faster than the Porsche. So what we just witnessed, at least two of us, on the start-finish straight was just madness.
Yeah, I mean, wheel-to-wheel racing straight from turn 14 all the way until turn 3. We'll see it here in the replay now. Look at that. They were almost 3 wide there at the moment as well. And I mean, a lot of moves going on there, and this is always what we have, these couple of scenes in enduring racing. Well, you have a couple of slow moments where, yeah, it's just following in behind, but then you'll have 3 cars all next to each other down the start-finish straight. And in the end now, well, it's starting to settle down a little bit, but those gaps are still very, very tight here, Neil.
Yes, these gaps still very, very tight. Still surprising after about 90 minutes in this race. You would have thought at least they would have started to spread out a bit, but that is not the case. It's German Sim Racing .de and the Phoenix Pink car coming to the kink almost nose to tail, coming down towards Canada corner. And Phoenix Racing Esport Pink will be looking to make a move, but not able to this time round down there. And you're going to have to set one up for turn 1 next.
Yeah, turn 1 is the point where you set up, and talking about setting up, Niels Carstensen tries to gain back some positions because the Phoenix Racing Esports green Ferrari, he also made its way past Niels Carstensen on the start-finish straight, as we saw before in the replay, just in the back of it. And it looks like he has some sort of damage because he lost time on the straight just before the draft kicks in. As I prefer the draft to VTEC in my opinion. I don't know. What about you, Tyler?
Yeah, to be honest, I think that was just a little bit of a hard contact there to the car in front, especially. And right now, it is definitely going towards him, and we'll see how that battle will continue at the moment. And right now, though,
well, it doesn't look like he has too much of damage in his Carstensen on the front, so there might have been just the panic lockup probably from his side. So yeah, he's trying to get up back places because he was 14 in front, and now this Phoenix Racing Esport Pink car finally got German Sim Racing DE. So those two are battling again. I mean, you know, endurance racing, sometimes nothing happens, and then at other moments everything in one meal.
Yes, and that is just the beauty of endurance racing, as we've got a replay coming up now. And there you go, you can see the very, very textbook move from a couple of seconds ago for the Phoenix Racing Esport Pink. Carlos Campos Montserrat currently driving number 10, getting up there into the top 5. A textbook move that you see at turn 5.
Yeah, turn 5 is the one where you have the hardest braking, at least in my opinion, and then next is Canada corner, and of course turn 1, 2, 3. But yeah, now it settles again. The gaps are coming back again. Everyone is now past the other guy, as I like to say it. Yeah, talking about now fuel usage and used tires, it looked like when I go through the timings that everyone apart from Simon Underhill took fresh tires. No, Michael Lawrence, Moteti Sim Racing, they didn't take tires as well. And also Team Heusingwald 69, they went through like so Nomad Sim Racing Black. So yeah, most of them are on fresh tires, so tires with full fuel isn't actually a point here right now.
Yes, not really a point because pretty much everyone has gone for the same strategy, so we know everyone is pretty much on a level playing field. But as you were speaking about the incident with RSO earlier and the ensuing battle, the Team 45 car number 2 did in fact get ahead of the 95 Dane Train, has pulled out a little bit of a gap as Jan Erik Hoffart. That gap up to about a second or so. So in third place now is that Porsche, the number 2, and looks to be keeping it for now.
Yeah, I mean he's pulling a gap already, but wait till Nicky Thiem is back in the car because he's the fastest of those two though. Torquaman having an I-rating gap. I mean normally you don't run right around that one, but you can see clearly it shows that at least there's an experience gap in both of them, talking about close racing, because Jan Erik Hoffart, he's having 5,600 and Torquaman 2,700. So there you can also already see a little bit of a gap. Of course, there are a lot of things that you have to consider to see the racecraft on track, the setup, if you like the car, if you like the track. But it just gives you a little bit of a hint what might happen during the race and in battles. But it's not everything here.
Yes, it is not everything. And of course, when you're trying to battle with each other, when you're getting cars as close as this one, it's perhaps more important to keep the car intact than it is to get a position. We've seen it a few times already. Perhaps just cars just backing out of almost certain opportunities just because there is still that very, very low likelihood that you will get some damage. And you really don't want any damage on a track as fast as Road America.
Yeah, Road America is very fast. I mean, the best lap time, by the way, has come from Alessandro Beccalega with 2:01.575. So you see just not only the gap between the cars, but also the gap between the lap times is kind of huge. And talking about huge, there might be huge opportunity for the RSO car again to overtake Phoenix Racing Esports Green, but it's not yet their time.
Yeah, for the moment he has to hang on just a little bit longer, make sure that he can keep that gap going, and then make sure that he'll have a look into the next heavy braking zone. But at least for the moment, I think it is more or less what we expected here from Road America. A lot of smaller battles going on, but then especially groups forming, everyone kind of sitting together and then trying to catch up with each other. Right now, Niels Carson into this next sector, falling back just a little bit off that gap, as now it's just about half a second. I would expect that to close down a little bit more as we are getting closer and closer back to the carousel as well. And that should be an interesting one then, as there is always a little bit of difference between lines. I think it was earlier with the Porsches, a lot of those drivers taking a little bit of an offline to the presumably ideal line. But Ferrari's generally always sticking to it, making sure they carry as much speed as they can through hitting those apexes and then being ready down towards the kink and then through Kettler Bottoms to then challenge in towards Canada Corner, especially now that we have the battles of the Ferraris here.
Yeah, talking about grip and cornering, the track temperature, that has gone down about 1 degree Celsius. I mean, it's not that much, but you can certainly feel it when you're inside of the car, that it gets less slippery, as we see now the Motorsport Green car, Phoenix Esport Green car, making a slight mistake, taking it too wide here, but the overall grip level are increasing right now, Neil.
Yeah, the grip level will be increasing as more rubber gets laid down on the track from all these cars going round. Of course, the Epoch Motorsports Alpha car, the car in the lead, they're currently on lap 48 of the race. So there has been a lot of rubber put down. That just helps grip up the circuit, and it will just become grippier and grippier. But as the racing line becomes grippier, offline becomes more slippy because these marbles coming off the cars, that certainly doesn't help. You will just understeer straight off if you get into them too much.
Yeah, understeering straight off, that's the thing that I don't want. That's the thing that some people like Niels Carstensen already witnessed. But yeah, Alessandro Beccalega is comfortable leading by 10 seconds right now, followed by Williams Jim Esports Yellow with another 8 seconds to 10 seconds almost of a gap. So yeah, I mean, what could possibly go wrong, Tyler?
You know what? talking about marbles just earlier, especially now that we already touched base earlier about how very little lighting there is here at Road America. Once the sun does start to go down, then maybe that also comes into play in the line. Very little, well, less visible there, but right now John Atkinson making a move here on Sven Rössler. It seems like, yeah, quite easily for him as well, but still has to make it stick and make sure that he can actually bring it through down into Murray Downs. But at least for the moment, it seems like it's, well, textbook there as well. Had the overspeed, did get the braking right into turn 5, and off the back of that now 6/10 already. As right now, I think there is a lot of lapping action going on as well on the circuit. A lot of these back markers getting overtaken. But right now also the battle for 6th as German Sim Racing just ahead of Simon Underhill. Only 3/10 separating those guys, and look at the pack of cars there, Tobias.
Yeah, I mean, German Sim Racing just being able to defend barely into Canada corner. I mean, that was a close one coming out of the King already. But the car in front looks like it's with them now. I'm not sure. The next car should be 5.6 seconds. Not sure which number it is, but it is a back marker right here. So let's see how he gets out of the way, because before it was one of it was this guy, I think, who held up one of the Porsches when the Ferrari plus Porsche group came past, and you see how uncomfortable Simon, or not Simon, sorry, Andreas Lakeham feels right now with him next to him. Oh, very close one, Neil.
Yes, John Schultz in the Pace Syndicate betting car currently down in 26th place. But you can see the Ford and the Porsche getting past them at the moment. Andreas Lakeham and Simon Underhill. Underhill looking to the right-hand side, but no move that time round. But there's still a gaggle behind them, and that's the Phoenix Racing Esport Green and the RSO 197 car.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen them before battling with each other, but now they're coming back up, and we have a group of 4 cars soon again. So last time we've seen that one, the first or second one, he threw it at the King, and then the third in the group just threw it away around turn 13. So, Neil, what are your expectations for the next time around a 4-way battle happens?
It's almost impossible to say what the expectations will be, because you just don't know what will happen with 4 cars very, very closely matched like we have here. Could any of these 4 cars could eventually come out on top at the end of the battle?
And especially right now, I mean, a lot of these battles that we did have, it did turn out that then at some stage one of these drivers will kind of succumb to the pressure and had a couple of problems to actually staying on track and then losing positions because of it. But of course, for you guys watching at home as well, if you guys want to be a little bit closer to the action, go over to RaceSpot.tv/timing to, of course, have a little bit more info on what's currently happening on track. Of course, we will try and bring you most of the action here on the stream as well. As right now, it seems like at least the German Sim Racing DE car has gotten a decent gap to cars behind, but 3 of them are still battling strong, Neil.
Still battling strong, coming across the start-finish line the last time. The 4 cars were separated by 1.8 seconds. That's certainly not much at all. And as you said, the German Sim Racing DE, the 151 car at the head of this pack. It's got about a second or so to the number 17 Nomad Sim Racing Red of Simon Underhill. But he's got to be keeping an eye in that rear view, well, we'd say rear view mirror, rear view screen on the Phoenix Racing Esport Green. Kevin Volk, currently the driver there, because that Ferrari is pretty fast. It qualified 8th, it currently is 8th. But behind the 2 of them, you do have the team RSO 197. Did go off at turn 13 about 5 laps ago or so, but that is plus 10 places on the day. So didn't have a good qualifying car, but has an incredibly good race pace.
Yeah, and of course, as the battles continue, it is that time again. We're getting closer to the hour mark yet again. And right now, the Phoenix Racing Esport red car has made its next pit stop, so I would expect that the rest of the field in the next 15 to 20 minutes to be coming in as well, as right now still in behind the German Sim Racing car. And see 3 of them battling Nomad leading the charge there in the Phoenix Racing Esport green car, straight behind, only 2/10 there, and could be looking into the next opportunity to actually make that move stick, maybe even at the start-finish straight then.
Coming round the last turn now, and look how close that Ferrari, the Phoenix green car, is to the Nomad Sim Racing red Ford as they come up the hill to finish their 50th lap of the race here at Road America after about 1 3/4 hours. The Ferrari will move to the right hand side of the track, which of course is the inside for turn 1. Braking hard, textbook move, there he goes. That currently puts the Phoenix green car up into 7th place. Will Underhill try and answer that attack? The answer for now is no, but he may have a go down at turn 5.
Yeah, especially he didn't contest that and try to defend it too much. He did just kind of stay on the ideal line, make sure that he carries as much speed so that he can maybe get another challenge in going in towards turn 5. The sprint is definitely on. He is looking for the inside, but not going to actually make it happen. He has to fall back in behind. So I think now in this middle section of the track, we'll kind of just see these three following very, very closely and seeing how it will actually go between the two of them. Actually, three of them really, because right now though, it still seems like Simon Underhill might actually fall to Niels Carstensen as well, as he's losing quite a lot of time now as well. If we compare those lap times, he's, well, 4/10 slower than Kevin Falk last time around, and with that especially, we'll probably see Kevin continuing on those good times, and we'll see how that will turn out as soon as Niels can really mount an attack here.
Yes, we'll try and mount an attack, but he just seems to lose quite a bit of time through the carousel and the kink that time round, so there is no move available coming down to Canada Corner. The three of them have spread out ever so slightly, but of course, because of all this battling, it's allowed the German Sim Racing .de 151 car to pull ahead. That gap up to about 1.5 seconds now.
And we've seen this time and time again. We'll see the next car into the pits ahead. I think that was one of the back markers there. Yeah, a lot of the cars in the back now actually going for their pit stops. You see the Nomad Sim Racing black car with Ben Empson there, and also Andreas Schmidt in the MRS Sim Racing 1.
They're coming down the Ford and the Ferrari now coming down towards turn 3. The RSO car is much closer now after getting that slipstream all the way up the start-finish straight. And he certainly is closing. You can see on the screen now Niels Carstensen in that 197 moving to the left-hand side of the track, getting that little bit of overspeed on the Phoenix green car. Is going to be braking hard down towards turn 5, and there we go, a classic move then by the RSO car, the Nomad Sim Racing red car, excuse me, that was, as they come through turn 6 at the top of the hill, through turn 7. There we go, it appears that RSO 197 now has 8th place.
Yeah, finally it did it. And I'm talking about finally, look how overcast the track is right now. Temperatures already dropped by 2 degrees Celsius. So that might surprise some of the drivers having more grip. And yeah, when the sun comes back out, it heats up again. Thanks to the dynamic weather system iRacing has nowadays. And of course, again, timing and scoring you find on RaceSpot.tv/timing. And there you can follow up all the action with all the gaps and everything that is interesting for you.
Yeah, in the meantime as well, the Phoenix Racing Esports teams, of course, they've been all over the scoring sheet today. And just now, Orange did get past Petrol as well. Daniel Longeridge make the move on Guido Jantos in behind for 10th place. But yeah, that I think has kind of settled down. Daniel definitely making sure that he can increase that gap yet again. And we'll see how that will go, as right now we are still sticking to this bigger main group that we've kind of been following for a while now.
Yeah, talking about settling, we are about our 11 to 15 minutes to the next pit stops, to the next scheduled pit stops at least. Because as we know, mostly the cars have 60 minutes of racing before they head into the pits. might be now a little bit later, since some of them flexed the tank to the max, running on fumes to the pits. Neil, what do you expect from the next pit stop?
What do we expect from the next pit stop? That is a very good question. No doubt everyone will fill up their tanks to make sure they don't run out. But the question is, will they take tyres or not again? Of course, in the first round of pit stops, pretty much everyone took a new set of tyres. Will they decide to take a new set of tyres again? The gap between the front two at the moment is 11 seconds, so that gap's only increased by about 2.5 since the last set of pit stops. And the 97 Williams Gym Esports yellow car try and reduce that gap from 11 seconds at least back down to where it was before the first round of pit stops. And can the Daring Train, the number 45, actually get ahead of the two in the pit stop phase?
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting battle to watch then. The thing is, though, that leading gap, of course, Alessandro, he had that built up to, I think, even 18 seconds earlier as well, ahead of Daniel Cruz. But for the moment, that has, of course, settled back down just a little bit. Here you can see right now, gap is on your screen there, just about 12 seconds in between the two cars. And also, Daniel Cruz falling a little bit further behind there, Neil.
Yes, falling behind just a little bit. You can see the time differences every lap, and if my eyes don't mistake me, on that previous lap it was about 9/10 of a second. It does appear like at the moment that 079 car is a bit faster than the 97, but again that could just be down to traffic, because if you catch traffic around the carousel, if you catch it on the run down to the kink, you catch it through the 6-7 complex, it's very difficult to pass.
Yeah, and I think thus far we've had a lot of these times where the back markers did play bigger roles as well, and lapping through as, well, of course, in endurance racing you have now about almost 2 hours in. The time where you say, okay, well, we are going to be passing each other quite a lot. It isn't that big of a track. It is, what was it, just about 7 kilometers, I think, in that length, or 6 it was. And yeah, right now, the RSO 197 car of Niels Carstensen trying to stay on the back of Kevin Falk here in the Phoenix Racing Esport green car as well.
That Phoenix Racing Esport green car trying to hold off the hard charging 197 Team RSO car. And we know that car has a very, very good race pace after his mistake earlier on, after the car's mistake earlier on, trying to regain all that ground. And he is continuing to do so because it does appear to be a very strong car. 51.6 seconds behind the lead of the race at the moment in 8th place.
Yeah, 52 almost now. So Alessandro Baccalega still putting a lot of speed in there. Now 12 seconds to P2. 21 seconds of a gap to Team 45 and P3, and then another 5 seconds to the Dane train with Torquaman at the wheel. So I think for those guys, for Epic Motorsport Alpha, everything goes perfect right now, as you could say. They're leading the pack, they have a nice gap if some back markers don't drive how they should be driving, even if they do some mistakes in the pits. There is a lot of time they can allow themselves to be lost.
Yeah, and I think it always depends on, of course, we did see a couple of cars double stinting the tires, and seeing how that will come into place as well. The cars that did already go for a pit stop with tires earlier, maybe now also bring the tires, well, bring them back in, or double stinting now is always the question, and how much fuel you're putting in as well. As, well, right now, we're still on board with Team RSO 197. It's Carstensen falling behind, and well, definitely went for a look to the inside, but decided no, it's not quite there just yet. Has to be getting a little bit closer than that before you can actually make that move stick on Kevin Falk ahead.
I mean, he's putting up the pressure pretty good right now, but you know, if you have a car in front, you have a car in front, and you can't just drive through it. There's no ghosting, there's nothing. Car is a pretty solid object, Neil.
Yeah, a car surprisingly solid considering it's about a ton and a half of metal. I know. But as they're coming to the carousel now, the RSO car is pretty close to the back of the Phoenix Racing Esports green car. You could certainly see at least an attempt of a move down at the carousel like we saw at turn 5. Coming through the kink, 230 kilometers an hour. And it looked like that RSO car was flat to the floor through there. No qualms about dirty air. Does he have a look towards the inside? He doesn't this time round, but certainly is going to be pressuring that 119 car, the driver at the moment, Kevin Volk. And Kevin Volk may well make a mistake at some point in the future. The pressure is so much.
Yeah, so we are still at the race of the future, to the future, not back to the future, but race to the future. To be precise, 12 hours into the future, at least in real time. And yeah, Tyler, so far, after almost 2 hours, what can you say about this race and the overall race crowd?
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think it has been kind of the race that we expected from a circuit like Road America that isn't as long in that regard. Very, pretty much a lot of close wheel action, bumper to bumper racing. Did see a couple of incidents where we did have 3 wide coming down Road America, which isn't exactly that wide, I would say. I mean, you could definitely fit 3 cars side by side, but it does get a little bit too tight if you actually start cornering with that, so you can only do it on the straights. But yeah, we did see a couple of incidents where, of course, cars did go off track. Apart from that, I think it has been a great race. A lot of action definitely still going on, coming up here as well, as right now is still that battle between Team RSO 197 and a Phoenix Racing Esport Green. Well, Team RSO here, the battle for 7 right now. Don't really seem like they can quite make the move just yet, Neil.
Can't quite make the move yet, but no doubt it will be coming. So you come around the carousel for their 56th time here in this 12-hour race. We're just nearing the 2-hour mark now. Coming through the kink, and I must say that it appears that the RSO car, Niels Karstensen, is a little bit further back this time round as they go down towards Canada Corner, and not making a move this time round. So perhaps he's just not deciding to make the move until after the pit stop, see if they can actually jump them in the pit stops and battle them on track.
Yeah, especially having to push when it is so close to the pit stop window, and you do just want to have the best laps to actually then get in. Don't want to have any mistakes on that closing time, as now generally around the hour mark was the last time these cars came into the pits. I would expect that, yeah, within the next 4 to 5 minutes we'll see the main field actually making that dive down into it. So we do have 1 car in the pits at the moment. It is a green Porsche, but the overtaking action at the moment, it is going to be Team RSO 197 finally make the move stick here on Phoenix Racing Esport Green with Kevin Volk at the wheel. Right now, still a lot of back and forth action going on, and yeah, kind of the action that we've been used to and spoiled by, I think, already here at Road America.
Yeah, that's definitely true, and I think just before they hit to the pits, we should do a quick P1 to 15 rundown this time around, just to keep you updated around here for those who are not having the live timing in front. Just waiting for the right graphics to do the 1 to 15 rundown. But we can start with that. It's Alessandro Baccalega with Epoch Motorsport Alpha on P1. Then there's William Jim Esports Yellow with a 97 on P2, Team 45 P3, The Dane Terrain P4, Phoenix Racing Esport Pink on P5.
And then in on P6 is German Sim Racing .de, followed closely by Phoenix Racing Esport Green. Then it's Team RSO that we've had a couple of times on the screen. Nomad Sim Racing Red at 9. Number 10 is Phoenix Racing Esport Orange.
Yeah, follow up later on. Phoenix Racing Esports Petrol, the second of 9 cars they have, third of 9 cars they have in here. Oh, and we have a crash on Ford GT. Neil.
Yes, that was certainly one of the Ferraris. I'm just quickly going through to see what it was. It was Simon Underhill in the Nomad Sim Racing Red car. Is he coming through the kink now? and just got into the grass on the exit, very similar to the Nomad White that we saw earlier have the incident into the wall on the right hand side at the kink, and it's a Ford GT, it isn't one of the Ferraris. But yes, that's a big hit for Underhill, and that car is going to have a long time in the pits.
Yeah, he's now trying to crab around towards the last corner there, just hoping that he doesn't take away with him the Porsche. So he's doing a great job just to stay on the grass, go around, and this will take long. And as you know, suspension damage can't be repaired. Not everything can be repaired, so that might be race over for him as he crabs down up to the pit lane. And I've seen damages like that before in real race cars, like with a suspension, and it was a game over for those.
I mean, almost driving sideways, really. They were a really heavy hit. We saw a similar mistake earlier, but not as hard. And then he was able to save it in the Porsche as well. I think it was also Nomad car, as you just said, Neil. Would have been that definitely devastating for his race, as that's probably going to ruin his top 10 chances, at least for now. Of course, it is still a long ways if they can repair it, but that could be it, as we're just over the 10-hour mark. And right now, Neil, what do you think? Is it going to be a damage that they can repair and get back on track? Because right now we see Epoch Motorsport Alpha in the pits as well with Alexander Bastrikella.
Yes, the Epoch car is coming in, as you said, but that car, that was an incredible angle it was coming in at. It was a good 10 degrees or so. If it can be fixed, it's going to be a long wait in the pits, as indeed the ex-leader, well, now the ex-leader, because the Williams Gym Esports yellow car has gone past the Epoch Motorsport Alpha, Alessandro Baccalega in the pits at the moment. The question is, will there be a driver change in that 079?
We will see pretty soon. I have a quick add-on to what I said before. Of course, it won't be that long, because I've just seen in the rules set they have, I think, 3 fast repairs, if I've seen it right, since they want to give people the chance to actually have fun. Let me see in the rules pretty quick. Yeah, it's 3 fast repairs. So lucky for him. So he's back on track now. But Alessandro Baccalega, he stays in the car, Tyler.
Yeah, it'll be another probably hour stint for him after. We'll see. Do we know if he has tires on yet or not? Yeah, he does. So there you go. He should have a nice stint coming up, and then also interesting to see how, of course, the in-laps for the rest of the leading pack is going to be, as right now Alessandro gets back on track with the Epoch Motorsport Alpha Ferrari here, as probably also the Williams Gym Esports yellow and the Team 45 car going to come back into it. He comes back out in 9th, just, well, 7 seconds behind Daniel Longerich in the Phoenix Racing Esport Orange. There's 9 of those Phoenix Racing cars, but they've been pretty much all over the place, from kind of the top 5 or 6 all the way down the running order as well.
Yeah, and the petrol car, they are having a driver's change. So now Sven Schneus is in the car. Phoenix Racing Esports Yellow is also in the pits with Dustin Herrod at the wheel. And Andrei Vlodoracek is now in the Sim Experience Element Sim Racing car. But all in the pits, and the first car to leave from that pack might be the yellow, and then the petrol followed after, as also the Williams Gym Esports yellow car with Daniel Cruz and also the Team 45. So P1, 2 and 3 now we're in the pits, and I guess that there will be a huge gap to Epoch Motorsport Alpha when they get out.
Interesting to see where they are going to come out. The Dane train for Qualman, he's going to stay out for now. I think that they were one of the later teams to pit earlier as well. Of course, they did have the drivers change, especially coming in as well as Thor took the wheel. But right now, well, more action going down in the pits than on track, as a lot of these guys, as we predicted, around 5 minutes after the hour mark now, making their dive into the pits, getting new tires, getting a lot more fuel in especially, and getting ready to get racing yet again. As right now, German Sim Racing and the Team RSO, as well as the Phoenix Racing Esport Green car, have got their way through, but they still have to pit once more.
The dude still need to pit once more, is having the 079 car coming up over the rise at the top of the hill. And there we go, we'll get out ahead of the Williams Gym Esports Yellow, the 97 car. So the 079 retakes the lead of the race. The question is, what will the gap between the 97 and the 95 be, and indeed the two at the end of this, as the 97 has just came out of the pits themselves.
Yeah, the Dane train, he is at the start-finish straight now, coming over the line. And yeah, but that might be interesting coming up. And also Team RSO have to pit as well. So that's something we can have a watch out, because Phoenix Racing Esports Green, they're also on track, 31 seconds behind the lead. I mean, even for 2 hours and something of racing, these gaps are actually pretty huge.
Yeah, but one thing I like to highlight, of course, Thor, he hasn't come in for that second pit stop just yet, similar as the rest of the 3 cars behind him as well. He is coming in now, but they did still set a couple of decent times there as well. They were setting 2-minute 3-second, 2-minute 4-second times, which was pretty much on par with racing pace, but they are going to go for that pit stop. Now you can see him in the pits, and well, got 3 more cars up ahead. Andreas Lakeham, yes, Carterson and Kevin Volk that still have to come in, but I think that those are going to come in this lap as well. As you can see, the German Sim Racing DE car in now. So Neil, probably going to see the same running order as earlier, as well as Epoch Motorsport has had a nice drive back from their pit stop already. Of course, and Williams Gym Esports not that far behind just yet.
Yeah, we'll get to see the gap between the two of them as they come across the start-finish line this time round. The Epoch Motorsport Alpha 079 comes across the top of the hill now, and the question is, how far behind will that 97 car be? Actually, just starting at the bottom of the hill, I think that gap may well have got a little bit closer over the process of these pit stops. Coming across the line now, the gap between the two of them has actually gone out a little bit. It's now 15 seconds, the gap between the two of them, and it was 12 or 13 before the pit stop. So again, that 079 car has managed to pull out a gap in the pit stop phase.
Yeah, it does definitely look like it. And also now Nicky Thiem back on the in the car of the Dane train. So now we can see what's going to happen now. So Epoch Motorsport Alpha being first, then the Dane train second, and Williams Esports Yellow third after they come into pits. Yeah, what happened to Team 45? That's what I wonder a little bit. Now, I mean, Julian Grünastel is in the car. What do you think will the speed be of this guy compared to the one driving before, to Jan Erik?
Isn't that already their second driver change? Didn't they also have a driver's change straight off the bat as well? So it is going to be interesting. I think I wasn't sure. I don't have the lineup right now who they had driving first, but I think that their first driver was also their fastest thus far. So we'll see how Julian will be able to stack up against that. As of course he'll. Well, if they continue on like that, then probably they'll just take 1 hour stints all the time and switch back around then, Neil.
It was Frank Bela, the first driver that, the driver that qualified and the driver for the first stint, as the RSO car now comes in the 197, Niels Carstensen. From the lead-ish of the race, but we'll see where he cycles back out. The 079 car will retake the lead. Comes across the top of the hill and across the start-finish line. So that is the 079 car back into the lead of the race. I do believe, as you said, it is the Dane train next, and the gap between the two of them 7 seconds.
So yeah,
see a very nice battle soon if Team can close that gap.
I mean, Thiem and Bakalega, they both started the race. So as we see Heusengeld next to the track to get out of the way. I mean, 7.5 seconds, they must have lose some time. I mean, you can see Nicky Thiem, they didn't take tires, 34 seconds of a stop time compared to about 1 minute. So this is where they gain. So they're trying to double and triple stint tires now as the track will cool down again. And the in-sim time is now 2:24 p.m. But we're driving on the 31st of October, so it gets dark pretty soon here.
not exactly sure what time it will start to get dark, of course. Of course, as this race ends at midnight simulated time, it will obviously get dark at some point, but I'm not exactly sure when. You can already see that these GT cars have their headlights on.
Yeah, normally you just see the headlights like this, but they're glaring already, so that means I mean, the sunset, that could be at around 5:11 p.m. At least where I live, so that should be transferable to the instant time.
As there's a battle for 20th place between Crevalle, RaceSport and Muteda Sim Racing GTE is Dennis Verschheim and Yue Lenger, the two of them, as they come out of the final corner now, actually, and up the hill, and the two Porsches are battling it out, and the Muteda's car is going to be trying his hardest to get past the Crevalle car, and of course they're the first two, one lap down. They've just been lapped by the race leader, that's the 079 car.
Yeah, and that battle definitely continuing for the moment. I think right now, though, it is going to be Dennis up ahead in that Porsche, of course. Looking to keep him in check, Uwe in behind, but actually Dennis just went a little bit wide, and that could be the opportunity then for Uwe to be a little bit faster maybe into this next section, as he is definitely looking to maybe even go for the inside. He's got the speed. I don't think that Dennis is going to open it up. Yes, he is, and there you go. Uwe, nicely done. Makes the move stick as well into turn 5, and there you go. That should be now the middle section of the track with Uwe Lenger. Let's see this Sim Racing GTE car. Well, at least in the lead for now. So Crevalle can get back on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, he just sent it like you do with parcel and post, so very well done. Not maybe textbook-like, but a very dedicated one, Neil.
It's a very, very dedicated one. Just all you need is a little bit of conviction. All you need is just, you know, perhaps force the issue, and that's exactly what Lenger did that time round. We've got to see if he can run away from the Crevalle RaceSport car as they're coming down towards Canada corner. Is there going to be a move straight away back? No. The 21 car, Dennis Verschheim, stays there in 21st place for now.
Yeah, just for now though, a little bit more of a gap than before right here between those two Porsches, but they will come back to the start-finish straight, and this one is as long as an airstrip at the Frankfurt main airport, so enough time to set something up, but as you can see, the gap is just, yeah, it's too large to try something here, Tyler.
Yeah, he is far, far ways back, and doesn't quite get the sprint down to the first corner there just yet. But I mean, now the most important thing is, Neil, just to stay in line and make sure that he's there if the car ahead makes a mistake.
Yes, just make sure that you're there to capitalise on any mistakes, especially as you've still got about 9 3/4 hours to go in this race. And it's all about keeping this car intact. It's all about keeping it pristine without any damage. And Yue Lenger there with the bold move into turn 5 certainly did put his car on the line, that Porsche Muteda Sim Racing GTE car on the line. And luckily for him, the 26 car did comply, but it could have ended a little bit worse if it had been another driver.
All right, now we'll see. That battle is just going to continue for now, and I think up ahead as well, we'll have a couple of closer situations. But I think right now, all throughout it though, we can see that it has kind of settled down now a little bit. What I would have expected even a little bit later in the race as well, as right now it is just kind of, well, the starting frenzy has kind of stopped. It is, well, everybody I think on track kind of with higher differences there, with higher gaps, and with that we'll see if maybe this battle comes out closer.
Yeah, it goes closer, but what doesn't get closer, that's Nicky team to our current leader, Alessandro Baccalega. I mean, I say current, but I mean overall for the whole time, for all of the race. And you see, I mean, he's on old tires. He's like 2 seconds or 1.5 seconds behind. But, I mean, even Alessandro's laps are fluctuating a little bit. That's just because of traffic he gets. I mean, he's so much faster than some of these guys. He's doing like 202s, 203s, and some of them are going 205. So yeah, there is traffic around. But Nicky Thiem on old and used tires, like trying to double stint them. The track doesn't get that much colder. Still at 37°C. I don't know how that translates into Fahrenheit for our American viewers, but well, it's not what you wish still for racing, but eventually it will get colder as the night starts to kick in and the sunset starts to kick in, which might happen in not even 3 hours.
Yeah, especially since it is falling. We have a crash there. Luca von Leitner in the 25 car was in 13th place, but all the way down towards the carousel. We'll see it in a replay here now. Is that on the overtake?
I think he tried to overtake. Oh, there was contact with the Betty Porsche, I think. Was it the Betty Porsche? Neil?
I'm not exactly sure. It certainly was a Porsche. You can't actually see the number from the replay there. Perhaps you'll see it on the side. That's the 40. I'll just double check.
Was the Race Syndicate car? The Race Syndicate car with Carl Stevens? Just a slight contact when you get too far to the outside during that battle. Now it wasn't even a battle. I think it was just a. Oh yeah, that was a lapping maneuver because Luca von Leitner, he was in position 13 and just tried to get to the inside of Carl Stevens, but it looks like he got. Yeah, he went to the outside a little bit too much and then sadly hit the Porsche and then hit the wall. But luckily we have 3 fast repairs, so we have 3 times where you can really mess it up and go back on track again, Tyler.
Yeah, still though, from where that was on track just before the carousel is a long limp back to the pits as well, since he did take quite a good amount of damage there, I think. And I think he was definitely limping it and having a difficult time bringing it back to the pits.
Yeah, it does look very, very weird how he's crawling back to the pits, even worse than with the 4GT, with the rear end sliding all around. Now he made it to the start-finish line, now into the pits. That's lucky for him, but also unlucky now because he's losing places. He's already down. Let me see. He was in P13, I think. Now he's in P23.
Yeah, so falling all the way down the order there is that car after it was a lapping maneuver. You're right. The Pace Syndicate Betty car, the 402, was in 26th place. Now Luca von Leitner in the Muka Motorsport Sim Racing green car is going to be using one of his fast repairs, one of the 3 that they get in this race to keep on going. And there we go. Immediately leaves with the almost brand new car, but yes, it is fairly difficult sometimes to do lapping maneuvers.
Oh, we see now there wasn't an error. I think was it Nomad team in front of the Porsche? I know it was Rally Motor RaceSport, and Mercedes tried at Silverborg tried to make the best out of the situation, but couldn't quite get in there in the carousel, and probably was worried not to be carried out a little bit and having the same contact as we've seen before with the Muka Motorsport car.
Yeah, the Corrali may be a little bit dangerous on rejoining the track there. It was definitely one to watch out for, but then, I mean, Torsten in behind and Matai's car makes a similar mistake as well. Just kind of runs wide, and I think this is something that, of course, they've had a couple of drivers changes now, but when you go through these stints and you've been on for quite a while, then you are going to have some issues still staying concentrated. And yeah, right now though, it seems like the Cavalli car didn't take as much of a loss in time as the Mercedes car did.
Yeah, and now the Mercedes car is in the situation where Nicky Thiem, and then in the back of that there's Andrei Rajkovic, who is also way back, I think. He was no, no, he actually was fight for position right here. I just seen it. So Heusingwald just got the position of Motori Sim Racing, taking the draft out of Nicky's team here. So yeah, normally they work together. They normally race in the same team because they mostly meet up in Salzburg. Already been there and sitting in the same plane with Nicky. He was still raging about the router that just burned through during the 24 hours at the Nürburgring. So yeah, normally they work together, so this worked out as well. But now it's Marcel Hartenberg, but still, same team.
And especially just kind of making that train move stick. It's like, okay, I'll cover you with that. Both go for the overtake, and then they're all, the two of them, through it all. But still, the battles continue as right now on-track positions remain very, very tight. Tightest car is going to try and get back on the Heusingwald 69 car, but at the moment the closer one is Phoenix Esport White, closely followed by Sim Experience Racing.
Yeah, but Team Heusingwald 69, he's already passed. Look, Mercedes Sim Racing, they are falling back and back, and oh yeah, there we got the switch. Phoenix Racing Esport White versus Sim Experience Element Sim Racing. Very nice livery indeed as well. So the Ferrari with Andrej Vlodacek trying to get past Mario Crime, and of course without committing a crime whilst like touching while overtaking. In incidents, you don't want them incident points. They accumulate pretty fast. And Neil, I know you see here, he's trying to put pressure on him already.
Yes, trying to put pressure on, but that move by the Huskenveld 69 car is a perfectly valid move that we see quite often in, well, usually it's multi-class racing, but this time it is all just one classes. Follow the leader through, at least follow a front runner through, and just hope your opposition doesn't recognise that you're not battling with them. And it did work for the 69 cars. We've got these two side by side coming down towards turn 5, and it looks like that the Sim Experience Element Sim Racing car, Andrej Vlodacek, has got ahead of Mario Crime in the white car. That move was pretty textbook. Essentially got it done before they even got to turn 5. The overspeed was that much.
Yeah, I mean, it's now again pulling a gap already on the Phoenix Racing Esport White car. I mean, we almost lost count before how many Phoenix cars are out there. It's 9, just to remind you. And of course, Phoenix Esport organizing the whole race. And now finally, the team I dig and I race for is in a fight, in the wrong position in my opinion. It should be overtaken, not being overtaken. Because Benjamin Hooft in the Schubert Motorsport Team Porsche number 90 car having to defend here from Project Racing Esport with Frank Algrim. So a German battle here on track, both in German cars on an American racetrack, Tyler.
Yeah, well, Road America has been great for the Porsches today. I think the Ferraris have still been a little bit faster on that front, but I think the Porsches definitely bringing in a good fight, especially within that middle sector where you have all those corners getting fast back out of it and then making sure that you carry the speed through. In the end, though, right now, well, it seems like Schubert definitely hard in defending as Project Racing Esports. Well, getting a lot of pressure on top there, Neil.
Yes, trying to get on top, trying to apply the pressure to get on top of the battle between the first 16th overall, the Schubert Team Porsche and the Project Racing Esport. The Project car moves to the right hand side of the track, will try and take the inside line for turn 1, but not close enough this time round to launch an attack. Number 21 car will stay behind for now. Frank Algrim trying to pass Benjamin Hooft. And it's, at the moment, the 21 car not being able to get to pass him. It looked like he didn't really have that good a run out of turn 3, so I don't think there's going to be a move into 5 either.
Yeah, and especially right now, he is closing the gap now as they go down to 5, but I think he was still a little bit too far back. Can't quite slingshot through it, as it will be Benjamin Hooft staying up in front for now. But I think, especially down Harry Downs in a second and through the carousel, should be quite interesting because the Porsches have been very, very competitive there, Tobias.
I mean, yeah, it's Porsche versus Porsche. Frank Algrim gets a little bit nervous on the exit here. He's trying to stay as much on the throttle as you can. And Yeah, it looks really much like they can defend from Project Racing Esport, which I prefer. I personally like pretty much. But yeah, you can see both of them. They stepped up the pressure a little bit. You see Benjamin pushing more than before, being faster on the exit towards the kink, and everyone around there will be like, get out of the way when we come over here, because those two look like tanks running on the track, Neil.
Those two do like tanks, and at some point they may always be as wide as one when we start battling each other, especially that number 90 Schubert Motorsport Team Porsche car will be doing everything in his power to keep the Project Racing Esport number 21 behind.
Yeah. 0.5 of a second now. Gap growing larger, 0.6, but now there is a little bit of draft. Yep, the time closes in again, but there will certainly be not enough space to do the maneuver in turn 1. He's just swinging out a little bit to get some fresh air for the engine, because if the engine is cool, your driver will be more happy.
I think the driver inside will be a little bit more happy as well, because not only the engine is getting a lot of the hot air from in front, but also the driver is sitting in the car, especially with a almost toasty day today at Road America, with an air temperature of 33.6 degrees here. But right now, we swing over to Corvalli, being closely followed by Team Huizenfeld 69 on the Ford. And that right now could be our next battle, as there's 4 cars straight in one line there.
Yeah, but the guy in front, he hopes to not be involved with all of that, because that's Nicky Thiem, who is still in P. No, he's in P2 at the moment. So he just hopes that he doesn't get involved with it, because the Porsche, he is staying in that draft and he's not getting away. So it looks like it's 1 car instead of 2. And guess who's behind Team Huizenfeld? There is Williams Gym Esports Yellow with Augustin Martin at the wheel. Had the honor to meet this dude at the Sim Racing Expo. He is he's a pretty cool fella, and he's also very, very straightforward when it comes to actual racing on track, let it be iRacing or the real world, Neil.
Yes, and that grey and yellow car behind these two battling for 19th and 20th is actually the car in 3rd, the one behind Nicky Thiem in the race. So these two are currently in between the two of them, but at the moment they all seem to be pretty much the same speed.
Yeah, in this close battle right now, still going on as they are going through 13 and coming back to the start-finish straight. As this right now just too close to call. Really what's going to happen is maybe now the Porsche in front, or no, sorry, the Ferrari in front of the Porsche of Dennis Forsheim didn't have the best of exits, but neither did Dennis. So Marcel now might have a good time in the Ford, as he is definitely closing the gap. Well, showing himself in the mirrors there, and he is going for it, but just not enough space for that move. But he is actually going to dive bomb down it, and a good move there from Dennis as well to keep the door open, but he lets pass too.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it was one of the situations where Dennis just gave up a little bit on the pressure, left the door more open, just to be not as aggressive as the guy from Huizenfeld are, because they can be really aggressive. I mean, you see how they stuck now behind the Williams Gym Esports yellow car they just let through, but there might be the counterattack of Dennis right now. Here Corvalli Racing, just before the braking zone, he makes it, just don't tap the Williams Gym Esports yellow car, and he sticks it again, and it continues on up the hill. Is there a try? No, there isn't, Neil.
There isn't a try this time round, but you can tell there is going to be one in the near future. Marcel Hartenberg in that Ferrari Team Huizenfeld number 69, trying to get past the Corvalli Range Sports car. That car was very, very slow coming out of the corner before the carousel. And then the number 69 car tried to go all the way around the outside of the carousel. And I can tell you that that is not the best idea.
Yeah, but the best idea is not to take the Ferrari, but to take the Ford GT here for Huizenfeld. And yeah, Neil, as we've seen before, these two are trading places and everything. And I wonder what happens now, where the Porsche doesn't have the draft from those guys up front coming out in the start-finish straight.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the prime opportunity for the Ford to then actually also get past it. He is still staying very, very close there. And well, doesn't make it stick into the last corner, but now at the start-finish straight, you can already see the speed that he has, and closely following now the Porsche trying to make that happen and to kind of keep him in behind. But there you go, Ford GT is going to go for that move, and I think it should stick as well, as maybe there is going to be another chance for Dennis to get back into it down towards Burn 5 later on.
As they're coming out of turn 3 now, that Porsche is now going to try and get back into the slipstream of the Ford, coming down towards turn 5. The right-handed kick and the left-handed kick. They're coming towards the braking zone, and too far back this time around is the Porsche. Dennis Verheyen can do nothing at the moment. The number 69 car, Marcel Hartenberg.
Yeah, the engine broke, the engine!
The engine's gone!
Yeah, the engine of the Heusinger number 69 car is gone. We've just seen it blue, and I've told you it can happen if you over-rev it too much. And it looks like it's gone completely, so not just a little bit, but completely. Look, yeah, it just blew and then it was off, because if we could keep it on and just limp back to the pits, you wouldn't see smoke. So we come out here and we'll turn. Oh, you know what, I think it might be not only the revs, but also a little bit of the curb that helped crashing it, because I've seen spots there, Neil.
Yeah, just being on board, that engine just exploded. So I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but yes, it looks like that is it for the 69 car indeed, back in the pits. So but they will be able to get the will they not be able to get the, well, have to wait for the tow back, then be able to get one of the fast repairs.
They should be able to do that, but all around though, very, very unfortunate to be losing out in a situation like that. They were kind of down the running order anyways, but even going to lose more positions right now, as it is going to be Williams Gym Esports yellow with Augustin Martin in behind the Dane train, but he is making the move there. And there, I think, slowly but surely also showing, of course, Nicky team in the Dane train, they are starting to lose a little bit more time on double stinting those tires.
Yeah, they definitely are, since almost all of them are changing tires every time around. And you can see him, you can see that Nicky Thiem is an experienced driver driving GTE here in real life. In real life, of course, it's Aston Martin. As now Augustin Martin will try to make the move stick towards turn 5. Side by side to each other, late braking for both of them. As you see Nicky Thiem using a very wide eye not to lose that much speed when trying to get back behind the car, Neil.
Yes, and you can see how much time this strategy by the 95 car really has lost, because after the pit stop phase they were 7 seconds behind the 079 Epoch Motorsport Alpha car. Now they're 24. They've lost 17 seconds by double stinting these tires.
Yeah, double stinting the tires wasn't the greatest idea they had during this race, but they showed great racecraft, defending and attacking. And yeah, Tyler, I mean, you've seen it all day long already for the last 2 hours and 32 minutes. So they are capable if they just had the tires to do so.
It did come down to tires a lot of those times. I think all around the strategy within the top 10, there has been a lot of battles going on. But I think we are going to go into a fan immersion here with the number 2 car, which is the 45. Or Julian Clunisse.
And we are back from the fan immersion with the number 2 car of Team 45. I wonder why they didn't take the number 45 here, Tyler.
I mean, it would have been fitting there, but was it maybe taken by someone else? Let's maybe see if you can find that in the running order. It wasn't? Okay, there you go. I mean, why not? But sure, just go with the number 2. Maybe they wanted to be car number 90, having a 2 and being Team 45.
Yeah, that might be one point of the situation. Yeah, but we're back here at the track, and the track temp went down to 35 degrees Celsius, as it's again pretty overcast. I mean, the weather's set to mostly cloudy, and since we're having dynamic clouds since the 4th of December, yeah, these are affecting the track by a lot, Neil.
Yes, they have, and you start to get parts of the track cools and warms up ever so slightly when the sun and the clouds cover, so there are just certain minute changes in grip that you really have to get a hold of, that you really have to handle as the conditions change from lap to lap. But as we had the fan immersion there with number 2 car in the distance, just through the windshield, you can see the rear end of the Ferrari, the Train 95, get closer and closer, and it looks like we may have a battle between the two of them soon as they come through the kink for their 76th time of the race, and it looks like it's just going to be a matter of when, not if, the number 2 gets past the 95.
Yeah, that is definitely true. I mean, Nicky Thiem looking at the race time, seeing like, man, I have a lot of fuel left, so I have to carry on like this for at least 20 to 25 minutes till the next pit stop is scheduled. So this car is gonna lose his shining bright LEDs at the side, showing that he's on P3, and Julian Greenastel will take those as they cross the finish line when they got past, where everything gets set. And yeah, we see one Porsche, the Betty, moving out of the way pretty early, not to interrupt them again this time around. So no crash here. That's perfect. Yeah, what do you think, Tyler? When will be Team 45 trying to do the overtake?
Well, I think it could even happen as soon as down the Moraine sweep into turn 5, if they can keep the speed going. Right now, the gap only about 0.2 of a second, and with that, it could very well be coming down to turn 5 here, with the chance to actually make it stick. Right now, he's very, very close, and there you go, gonna move past. Very, very nice, but late braking into the corner, and in the end, well, that is going to kill the gap there, and it is going to be the Train with Nicky Thiem straight away being able to maybe even further extend that. What do you think about that, Neil?
That is a classic mistake going down to turn 5 because it is so fast. If you missed your braking point by just half a second, you're going to be sailing into the tarmac runoff at the exit of the corner. And again, that's what we saw again, because of course if you take the inside line, you do have to be slower on the apex to make that to actually make the corner for that tighter radius. But again, I believe Julian Greenastel in the Team 45 car certainly has the speed. It seems the double stint strategy for the Train car has not worked at all.
No, definitely not. I mean, they tried it, but just maybe the setup too aggressive. As talking about aggressive, sun getting back out between the clouds, so now parts of the track will heat up just so slightly again, and I can see both of them take a different line through 13A here, as you see Nicky Thiem getting far more to the outside than Julian Greenastel. And now we're back at it again with another drag race down to turn 1. And as we see the William Jim Jr. car overtaking more tech markers, Tyler.
Yeah, right now, finally, the opportunity here a little bit earlier for Team 45, but Julian isn't able to make it stick just yet. He is going to fall back just a little bit further now on 3/10. And with that now, I think we should maybe even have, yet again, similar situation to last time around as well, the opportunity to get past here. But, well, this time not as close to him as he was last time around. Still very, very tight, and I think this time he's a little bit better because he can pace his braking point a little bit better. And now he is going to move through turn 5, not past the Train just yet. Nicky Thiem can stay in that position in the Ferrari. And Neil, Do you think that they'll have another run at next lap, or that they actually have a chance within this lap even?
The next chance that they're going to have, well, unless there's a move down here at turn 7, but a little bit too far back, is the car in front of these two, the car that they are about to lap, which is the Mario Crime and the Phoenix Racing Esport White, had a big look-up actually down there at turn 7. The next main chance for Grunestel is of course going to be Canada Corners. They come racing out of the carousel, through the kink, flat out, almost flat out, over 230 kilometers an hour. Going down towards Canada Corners, is going to move to the right or the left. Team is going to protect. Well, Team actually did a very good job there. Pretty much stayed in the middle of the road and managed to keep the Grunestel behind them. A very good defending job there from Team that time round.
Yeah, the 95 car was as wide as the track at that corner, but now we will see what will happen here as Nicky Thiem will get a little bit of draft from the back marker in front, and of course Jim Grunestel will have the draft. But as we've seen before, watch out with your revs because it can kill your engine. Now what will happen? Then now bumper to bumper. Oh, he pulls out to the right. Nicky Thiem making the road very, very, very narrow for that Porsche. But what would happen now? Oh my god, Nicky Thiem got braked out by the back marker going wide. So now Team 45 with Grunestel is through for the moment, Tyler.
Yeah, I think that back marker tried to get out of the way as fast as he could, and in the end did have to go out to the grass and in the gravel pit as well to try and get out of the way. But that definitely cost Nicky Thiem in the Dane Train car there, and it worked out perfectly for Team 45, Neil.
Yes, worked out perfectly for that number 2 car, using the lapped car as a pick. Perhaps Nicky Thiem there got a little bit of fixation on the car that went off and almost followed him off, and that allowed the number 2 car to get past and up into 3rd position. But again, Nicky Thiem still got about 15 minutes left with this car until he can pit and get a new set of tyres on it. He desperately needs get a new set of rubber on that number 95 Ferrari. He's managed to lose almost 25 seconds in this stint alone.
Yeah, that's pretty harsh if you think about it. Even though it's an endurance race, that's too much time. I mean, 12 hours are 12 hours, but the laps are pretty short compared to Le Mans, for example, where you race around for 12 kilometers. As we're falling around now with some more Phoenix cars, especially the Phoenix Racing Esports Green, followed by the Phoenix Racing Esport Red. So that's Oliver Emmerod versus Heiko Mellinghaus, Tyler.
Yeah, not right now, only about 3/10 between them here, as they are battling for 8th, and both there in the Ferraris, trying to battle it out between each other, trying to stay up ahead here, of course, for the Phoenix Esport Racing Esport team. All around, though, I think their 9 cars in the field are having a nice day in that midfield. They haven't gone too far ahead to kind of the top 5 or 6 most of the time. They have definitely kept up in the middle and battled it out with a couple of nice situations there as well. Neil.
Yes, the Phoenix. We haven't actually seen any strife between the Phoenix Racing Esport cars yet. Yet being the key word in that sentence, of course. We still have over 9 hours to go. But Oliver Emmerod is trying to keep his teammate Heiko Mellinghaus in the racing red car behind for now. And he's doing a good job. Well, I say that the red car, the 19 car, peels into the pits. And this appears to be a little bit early compared to where it was before.
Yeah, it definitely is, but we're having a fight between the 90 and the 21 car, and the 21 of Project Racing Esport is trying to get to the inside in turn 7. We still don't have them picture. There we go. They've just been lapped by the Williams Williams Jim Esports yellow car. So the 90 lost a little bit of speed during that, and the 21 tried to take advantage of that going into turn 8. And yeah, I think the Schumann Motorsport car wasn't quite happy with how it works, because he just flashed in his way, Tyler.
Yeah, right now though, of course, well, there's no need in trying to flash ahead, as right now the car behind is still very, very dangerous for him, as it's right up his tail for the moment. And the difference there also not too much. It's only about 0.2 of a second. But at least Schubert, the car right now, their last lap, they are a little bit faster every lap than they were previously for Project Racing Esport. But as we could just say, Frank is in the pit now, and they will be passing them in a second. But right now, Schubert still defending, and they'll stay up ahead for now, Tobias.
Yeah, I've seen on that Project Racing Esport car. Oh, there's the overtake. I think, yeah, there was the mistake from the 90 car, so the 21 could get past. I just wanted to say that the 21 has some diffuser damage in the rear, which could make some of the aerodynamics not working. And now there's another car just behind them that you surely know, Neil.
Yes, the car behind the two of them at the moment is that number 2 car, the Team 45 Julian Grunestel, of course, trying to chase down the Williams Gym Esports yellow car. But he's going to have to negotiate this traffic. He negotiates the 90 car very well up the inside there. Now he's got to look for the number 21 Projects car.
Yeah, 90 now will try to follow as good as they can that number 2 car that you just mentioned. So he can probably get past 21. We will see where they make space. It wasn't the best place to overtake, but yeah, the 90 doing more mistakes and mistake. Benjamin Hof there at the wheel of that Schubert Motorsport Porsche. So I think, yeah, that's a gap that is, yeah, you can work with that if you're Project Racing Esport, I think.
As the two of them now are essentially nose to tail again after being passed by Grunestel in the number 2 car. It is still the 90 behind the 21 now, but can the 90 pressure the 21 into a mistake like the 21 did to the 90 the previous lap? You've got to still remember they've got other cars behind them. It's a Yui Lenger behind them, which I believe is actually for position.
Yeah, it is. I just seen it. It's a Motatis car that is also trying for position, but guess who's behind? It's Nicky Thiem, who also wants to get past. And now this one is going to be interesting. So Motatis is letting him through. Okay, that's fair enough. I would do that as well, probably, because he can just try to keep him following, and because they will meet up eventually, just a few corners further around. So if the Schubert Motorsport car is smart, he will let them by turn 5 without losing too much time if it works out with the draft, actually.
Yeah, and right now, I think he was looking for that for a second to actually let the car pass, but in the end, he's only going to make the move now, and of course the Schubert car doesn't want to lose too much time there either. And with that, in the end, not too much going on right now. Still being held up, though, by that traffic is the Ferrari jam-packed in a bunch of Porsches here.
Yeah, Ferrari, the Daintree, who's still stuck in this lapped traffic. Yui Lenger is going to try and follow Team through. But look at that, Team in the Daintree 95 almost went straight into the back of the Schubert number 90.
Oh, very, very close ones. I think Nicky Thiem is he's just fuming now in his car, like, get out of the way, probably listening to some music from Ludacris in that one. So Tyler, what do you think will happen if Schubert doesn't make space soon, very soon?
Well, I think the Ferrari in behind is only going to get more and more antsy to actually make that pass. Just has to make sure that in the end the Schubert actually makes the space and let the Ferrari pull past, otherwise he could be in more trouble there as well. In the end though, you're right, in the end though, you never want to have it in a difficult situation. I think it will be here at start finish to actually let the Ferrari pass, as he'll be straight in with that draft. The question is, can Uwe join in with the Ferrari as well to kind of pull him past it, Neil?
The problem that Nicky Thiem has is that the Schubert car ahead of him is pretty slow. The previous lap for the Schubert car was a 2-minute 6, and but now it's managed to pull up as a 2-minute 3.9 this time round. Compare that to Nicky Thiem's 2-minute 3.9, essentially identical. But Julian Grunestel ahead in that third position, a 2-minute 2.9, so he's losing a second a lap, being stuck behind the 90 car.
Yeah, and for the moment, I think slowly but surely Nicodemus is going to get very, very mad about that situation, that he's not being let past, and of course he is tangled up in that race situation. Schubert trying to go out around the outside, but he is going to go very, very wide, and surely now Nicky Team is going to be let past, but also have to make sure that Uberlenger in behind isn't there to join along, but there you go now. The flashing going back and forth. I think the guys are still having a good time here at Road America today.
Yeah, good time is a good thing, because there's still more than 9 hours of racing left, and in the simulation we now have 3 o'clock. So that means we're only 2 to 3 hours away from sunset, and then add another 1 to 2 hours till it's just plain night and you don't see anything else apart from those awesome LEDs they have at the car, the lights of the cars, and yeah, of course, what you see in those lights. Neil.
Yes, the LEDs can be incredibly bright. They are certainly going to need them around here, and part of the interesting part of night, if you like, is that there are no lights. The braking markers aren't lit up, so you just have to kind of guess where to brake most of the time.
Yeah, and we've just had the Phoenix Racing Esport Petrol finally doing that overtake on the Sim Experience Element Sim Racing car with a nice comfortable gap already. And I don't know if that was a mistake or something else, but the orange car from Phoenix Racing Esport is in the pits already, so they might be out of schedule, as we have a car now. Yeah, the Benjamin Hooft now back on that other Porsche, because he just let through Nicky Thiem, so that might get interesting. The next few cars, Mercedes just had to watch out not to crash into the rear of Benjamin Hooft and the Schubert Motorsport Team Porsche number 90.
Yeah, and especially that broke down the a little bit more, since now I think in behind is still the Crevalli RaceSpot Porsche, a bright green, that isn't too far behind and could still challenge at least the who's behind the Schubert at the moment in the Mercedes, yeah.
66.
Right now, though, one thing that we also have to look out for as time is slowly turning towards sunset in the next 2 hours is also that it is October, and with that, of course, going towards kind of fall and winter. All that about sunset and all of it does get a little bit shorter, so it does turn night a lot faster than it would some other times.
Yeah, that's definitely true, and now we see again the regular workday has kicked in, and we have nice gaps like between everyone. And just seeing Team RSO is back on their P5 with 14 places gained. So that was actually the place they had before the huge lockup into turn 13 or 13A, where they had a lot of luck not to carry too much damage around after that one. And yeah, in about 5 minutes or 6 minutes, we will have some other people in here, Neil.
Other people? I know! Yeah. Yourself and Tyler unfortunately need to go and do
work.
Other things, work, I know. You actually have to earn money. But we will be joined by, well, I will be joined by David Haynes in roughly 5 minutes time to take you through the next 3 hours.
Yeah, then you get to talk a little bit more than just now, and you can guide David through the action. Also, David, a very, very good commentator. I think is he from Canada, wasn't he? Oh, okay, Australia. Okay, fine.
That's close. It's close to Canada. It's
close enough. Close enough. Just 12-hour flight. All right. Yeah, Australia. So he's commentating. He's very clear. So you will have a lot of fun with him, and he's, of course, a lot of knowledge. So that will come in handy as well, as we're still following along with. Let me say one of the cars, of course, that's the 707. 007 would have been funny. Of Sim Experience Element Sim Racing with Andrei Wlodarczyk at the wheel, currently following around the Phoenix Racing Esports Petrol car. With quite some up and downs this race, Tyler.
Yeah, I mean, they've had a difficult time, especially straight off the start within the first hour. I think they dropped down even like 10 positions at one time, and now have recovered a little bit. They're still down 5 positions from their starting position, but still, I mean, by now they've got pressure in from behind as well from Andre. We'll see how that is going to go.
Yeah, we will see how this is going to go. Someone just entered and left our commentary booth without saying anything. And I hope he didn't mistake himself for the cooking class here. You know.
Indeed, the cooking class that we have. Sorry, I thought someone just went. Off there, but it was just a figment of my imagination. But that 707 car is currently in the middle of this battle between the Phoenix Racing petrol car and the Nomad Sim Racing black car. So we've got so this could turn out to be a very, very nice race. Sven Schnuss currently at the head of this 3-car train, and for the 11th, 12th and 13th positions as they're coming down towards turn 5 for their 85th time in this race. And it looks like almost to me that 707 car is closing on the 24.
Yeah, it definitely is. When I see on the lap times, it was about 1 second. Now it's 0.7 again, but then 0.5. So it's working on it. It's not quite there, but it's already working on it. And who will be working with us right here? That is David Haynes, who is now finally in the booth. So I welcome you, David. I think Neil is good. He's not saying anything right now.
No, yes. Sorry.
I think it's all fine. It's been a good race thus far, and a lot of action has, of course, happened over the course of the day thus far. 3 hours in, and well, right now we've got Motorsport Alpha in the lead. He's got 33 seconds. What do you think about that, Tobias?
Yeah, 33 seconds, that's a lot of time, and not knowing how much David saw of this race, I think we should do a quick top 15 rundown, Neil. What do you think?
Yes, so in the lead of this race, as you just mentioned, is the 079 Epoch Motorsport Alpha car. Currently with Alessandro Baccalega at the wheel, and he's been in the car since the beginning of the race, if memory serves me correctly, in that leading car. Then it's the 97 Williams JIM Esports Yellow Augustin Martin. In third place, rounding at the podium, is Julian Grinistel, the number 2 Team 45 car, just 2.5 seconds behind. And then 5 seconds behind him is the 95 Dane train car of Nicky Team. Then in 5th position it is the Team RSO 197 Cedric Nebelslick, currently in that car. Then in 6th is the 151 German Sim Racing.de Patrick Prusa, the 119 Phoenix Racing Esport Green Oliver Emrath, the number 10 Phoenix Racing Esport Pink with Jens Wertgen, the number 17 Nomad Sim Racing Red of Simon Underhill. Then in 10th position it is the 27 Phoenix Racing Esport Yellow car of Dustin Hereder. And 11th is the 24 Phoenix Racing Esport Petrol car of Sven Schnuss. And the 707 Sim Experience Element Sim Racing, the 21 Project Racing Esport car, number 90 Schubert Motorsport Team Porsche. Then in 15th place is the 66 Mercedes Sim Racing GTE car. But yes, Phoenix Racing do have 3 cars inside the top 10, 4 inside the top 11, but not yet being able to break into that top 5. I don't think any of the cars have been in the top 5 yet this race.
Yeah, maybe pretty close for like during the pit stops, but not overall in the usual standings. So yeah, but they're filling up quite pretty the midfield here. And talking about pretty, I think Tyler and we will have a go now, and I hand over to Neil and David for at least the next 3 hours. But this will happen after a little break for you guys.
Prepare to crown the 2018 NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series champion, and we're so happy that you're along for the ride with us this evening for the 18th and final race this season. We welcome you into the RaceSpotTV booth. Myself, Evan Pusoko, Randy Cheneth with you for the call tonight. Our director, Hugo Louise, is downstairs. Joining us on RaceSpotTV Race Sports Network. One race to crown a champion. Let's go racing from Homestead. Green flag in the air to turn number 1. Nick Ottinger, your pole sitter, brings us up to the gears for the first time. We are going to go 3 wide for the lead at Homestead, just 9 laps in. Lewis wants to make the inside work, and Schoenberg way overdrove quarter 3. He'll throw this one away. Brad Davies with a big run.
Fortunately loose, Mr. Taylor Hurst, Michael Guest just coming up the racetrack. They both go for the same bit of real estate at the same time. The 05 and Nick Ottinger, bit of an in set up the dream situation. Michael picks up the 4th spot, and that puts championship contenders running 1, 2, 3, 4 as they come to start lap 107.
The battle for the top 4 is the battle for this 2018 championship.
Able to fight Ray here as they go down the front straightaway, but if you're the 5 rushing the 34, they get the wall that goes side by side in a 1.
It was the slightest bit of contact, but it breathes new life to Ray Alfala. Look how hard they drive it into the corner as Alfala pushes Luza up the hill.
Back straightaway, do either of them off the pit road? Yes, he does. Ray Alfala makes the call a few laps after Busa.
And he went right side by side with Luza into the corner. And look at how Fowler digs sideways as he tries to get all the time he can, all kinds of out of shape as Ray Alfala drives it hard to pit road.
There is $10,000 on the line, 2 laps to go, and $10,000, 2/10 of a second separating it.
1 lap to determine the championship as Ryan Luza still needs a car length and a half, just 1 into the final time. The 6 drives it in hard. He looks for the bumper of Alfala, but he is not going to get there in time. The 6 can't stay in the S, and Ray Alfala is a 4-time champion of the NASCAR Pecan Freeze iRacing Series.
Special run by Phoenix Racing Esports, and we have just passed the quarter-way mark of this race. 3 hours gone, and all the leaders are starting to come into the pits. You can see the 97, the 2, the 95 Daydream cars decide to not come in this time round, but we are starting to see the 3rd wave of pit stops. The 079 Epoch Motorsport Alpha car has dominated the first 3 hours of the race. Before their pit stop, they had a 35-second lead. So the story of the second quarter of this race is going to be, can they hold on to that, and can they even extend it? I'm Neil Heatley, and I'll be leading you through the next 3 hours or so, and with me now we have David Haynes.
Exactly, great to be here. A fantastic race that has been organised here, and plenty playing out as we saw those 4 cars all on pit lane together. So it's, as you say, 1 quarter in the books, but the remaining 3 quarters are going to be just as exciting.
Yes, and while we were in that ad break, the leaders, that 079 car, did come in, and they finally made a driver change. It's now Omar Chama in that car, but the question is, can he be as fast as his teammate? The number 97 car is still stationary in the pits, and Road Atlanta is one of these circuits, David, where you just feel helpless sitting in the pits as all the cars go past you at 230 kilometers an hour, and you're just sat there waiting for your pit stop to end.
Yeah, exactly. And as you feed out of the pit lane, just as these guys are doing here now, maybe, I think that's the same order they came in. I'm not 100% sure, but very close between the number 2 car there and the Williams gym car. But yes, as I say, you feed out right into one of the highest speed sections of the track, that braking zone for turn 1. You get a good view of all of the cars trying to pass and the cars that have stayed out. So Williams Gym Esports Yellow and Team 45 glued to each other out of the pit lane now.
Yeah, glued to each other. It appears the 2 cars gained a little bit of time to the pit stop, not enough to pass the number 97, but at least a little bit of time. And the number 2 car may well be helped now. There is now traffic ahead of these two. Is Sven Schnoz in the Phoenix Racing petrol car, and then they have Andrzej Wardlesrich in the Sim Experience number 707 ahead. And these two, they have to find their way through traffic. As you can see, the 707 car ahead into the gravel on the right hand side of the circuit, the outside of turn 7. That could have balked the 97 car just a little bit, but because it is the carousel, of course, you really can't pass there.
Yeah, exactly. There's 5 lines and none of them are particularly conducive to passing. What you need to do is get a good run out of the kink there. And I think Julian Grunestel didn't quite get it that time. Williams Gym Esports and Daniel Cruz will look to the inside but not get it done into Canada corner this time around. So that traffic playing a little bit of havoc on Williams Gym Esports as once again they're balked, and Team 45 will have a look.
Coming into turn 14, the final corner of the circuit, and the number 2 car very, very wide through there. Just got onto the marbles and the car just started understeering. Of course, you have to start to lift off and brake, and that cost him a lot of time there. And you can see the 97 car flashing his lights to the 707 car, just making sure that he knows it's there and making sure that he knows that he has to get out of the way. So the question is, can the number 2 car actually gain that much time back up onto the rear wing of the 97 as they're coming through turn 3 for their 91st time in the race? And it appears that the number 2 car lost a lot of time through that very, very simple mistake at the bottom of the hill. And turn 14 is one of the most important corners on the track.
Yeah, Saw just maybe got a tiny bit of grass potentially, or just picked up a load of understeer and then got the same through turn 3. Will get through that traffic this time and have their competition just in front of them. But you would have thought with the fuel tank over the front axle, a fully loaded Porsche would turn a little bit better than it does on an empty tank, but maybe Julian Grunestel and something in that setup of that Porsche 911 RSR taking a little bit to warm up the front tyres as, whoa, the 707 goes for a little bit of a spin there as well.
Yes, it's very, very difficult sometimes to actually get these cars slowed down, especially here at Road America. There are so many big braking zones, as we're seeing the replay now of the 707 car, and it looked like that car, it looked like you just lost the rear end almost immediately on turning.
Yeah, in too hot, and then this rejoin has scared the Dane Train car off track. A little bit of off-roading there for Thor Coleman, who has recently just gotten behind the wheel of that car. Maybe, I think this is their outlet. I think they've just pitted. So everyone's favourite Nicky Team getting out from behind the wheel after 3 stints and going behind the wheel and immediately into the action and the firing line is Thor Coleman.
Yes, and interesting rejoin procedure, let's put it that way, as pretty much the pit stop sequence has shuffled out. The Team RSO car, the 197, were in the lead as they crossed the line, but now they are in the pits, which means the 079 car has regained the lead of the race, and it's 36 seconds, that lead, pretty much the same as it was before the pit stop cycle. So we can see that that 079 car is absolutely extraordinary. It really has got a lot of pace. And the same goes for the Team RSO 197 car. They did start 19th. Not a great qualifying session for them, but they've been battling their way back up the pack. As I just have a look, Marcus Anders is now in that car, and it looks like they're ahead of the Nomad Sim Racing red car. So it looks like they're going to be shuffled back into 7th.
Yep, and as all that takes place, our director finds another battle out there that I believe is P16. So here's Mercedes Sim Racing GTE and Jens Jakob leading a little bit of a train here. So Ferrari in the middle of that Porsche sandwich there for 16th, 17th, 18th place. Crevalli RaceSport right on the tail of that as well in that very easy to spot green Porsche.
Yes, that very, very bright green Porsche. You certainly can't miss that one, can you? As it appears that the 707 car may well be under attack from the 26 as they come down towards Canada Corner, but that Porsche just lost a little bit of time through the kink because of that dirty air. Not as much downforce as they would have liked. Of course, these GT cars don't really use that much downforce. Oh, as all three of them go off at the same time at Canada Corner. But the 21 car, sorry, the 26 car, the Crevalli RaceSport car, almost all four wheels into the gravel there and lost a lot of momentum and of course a lot of time. It's going to take a few laps to make all that time back up again. But of course, coming through the kink, although these GT cars don't really need that much downforce, that dirty air really still can have an effect through fast corners such as the kink and the carousel.
Yeah, exactly. As time's gone on, the GTE specification cars have added just a little bit more downforce than they used to have. You can see it on both the Porsche and the Ferrari. They've got little dive planes on the front, and the rear wing, well, it doesn't produce a huge amount of downforce. It's not there just for decoration. And we know that they moved the engine on the Porsche partially for weight distribution, but also partially to add a bigger diffuser. So all those things are aerodynamic devices that the cars do need. They help them around a little bit, and that is affected by following a car in front too closely, even if it's not as much as you might get in an IndyCar or other open wheelers.
Yes, exactly. And although they do seem fairly unassuming, although they aren't as fast as the open wheelers that you mentioned, the Indy cars and the LMP cars, they're still very, very technologically advanced. As we're having a look at the 0707 and the 26 cars still, the problem is they've got this very, very close battle that they're in, but they've got to be careful of the car behind them. It's the 151, the German Sim Racing.de car, which is currently in 5th place. Both of them have got to try and find a way to let the faster car pass, the car that is going to lap them past, without losing too much time themselves.
Yeah, and as the two of them battle, what was a 3-car battle has become a 2-car battle, because Jens Jakob and the Mercedes Sim Racing GTE car has found himself a second and some more clear of what's now the battle for 17th and 18th between Sim Experience, Element Sim Racing and Crevalli RaceSport, where Dennis Furkheim is looking less patient than before, definitely looking for a way to grab that position. It's a reasonable run out of the last corner, and the draft, I think, is at its strongest here on the front stretch.
Yes, the draft strongest on the front stretch, that long run down towards turn 1, which is almost the fastest point on the track. They reach pretty much the same speed coming down into turn 1, coming down into turn 5 and coming down into Canada Corner. All of them are 255 kilometers an hour plus into very, very heavy braking zones, so very, very conducive for passing.
Yeah, I think particularly Canada corner with how technical the kink is. If the car in front messes it up and you get it right, then the run towards Canada corner is a great spot for an overtake. But so is here at turn 5, where it's a tricky braking zone with the downhill and from the high speeds into a slow corner. So those are a few of the overtaking spots, and there's a few that aren't as the 707 goes away for a second, and Crevalle RaceSport has gotten it done as once again that 707 just struggles with the turn-in or the rear grip or something of the balance. We'll go back to you, Neil, because you've spotted something, or maybe not, as Crevalle go offline as well, and now German Sim Racing will try and come through.
Yes, German Sim Racing will try and come through the both of them. But we'll try and come through the both of them. We'll try and lose as little time as possible, because of course he is only 14 seconds behind the number 95 Dane train car. But having a look at just purely the timing, something happened to the 97 car the previous lap, because his last lap was a 2 minutes 12.3. He lost the best part of 10 seconds and lost that second position to the number 2 Team 45 car. So that puts Julian Grunestel up into second place, 35 seconds behind the 079 Epoch Motorsports Alpha car. And that previous lap, that number 2 car was 8/10. Actually made that 9/10 of a second faster than the 079. So that gap is 35 seconds. Perhaps in about an hour and a half, we may well see a battle should the gap continue to close like this. But of course, that certainly isn't a given, especially in endurance racing, and especially in a track such as Road America.
And you were saying earlier that Phoenix Sim Racing Esport might like to get a car into the top 5 in their own race. Well, their green team and Florian Kappel are trying to get up there, chasing down Nomad Sim Racing Red for 7th place. They come past the start-finish line and come in towards turn 1, but Florian will not be close enough for Phoenix Sim Racing Esport Green this time, but not for lack of trying.
Yes, as I'm just having a look at the overall standings, in 8th to 12th is Phoenix Racing Esport Green, Phoenix Racing Esport Red, Phoenix Racing Esport Pink, Phoenix Racing Esport Orange, Phoenix Racing Esport Yellow. I think they've got the 8th to 12th section of the track currently shored up. They're doing a very good job at that, but they're wanting to move all 5 cars up the field, of course, as the Racing Green car, the Racing Esport Green car, Florian Kappel, currently at the wheel of that, trying to hunt down the Ford GT of Simon Underhill and that Nomad Sim Racing Red car. So they come through what I would suggest is the technical section of the track. It's really still pretty fast. They're reaching 220 kilometers an hour before braking for this left-hander. But it is the most technical point in the track, coming through the carousel. You can see the different lines that they're taking. The Ford is taking a pretty tight line through there, and the Phoenix Racing Esport Green Ferrari deciding to take something ever so slightly wider as they come through the kink now. This fast right-hander, you can see the rev counter on the above the dash there go down 1 green light as they come through the kink, just due to the resistance force by turning. You can see that Kappel can essentially see nothing out of the windshield of his car because it's full of Ford GT.
Yeah, he's getting a good look at that EcoBoost V6 that and that rear of the Ford GT that some suggest looks a little bit like the pig from Angry Birds. And the more you stare, the more you see it. So I'm sure it is all Florian Kappel is looking at, except he might look to the inside, because look at how much that slipstream is worth up the hill in towards turn 1. Almost a full overlap, and I think that is job done. 7th place. For the moment, at least, for Phoenix Racing Esport Green.
For the moment, but can the Nomad car come back, coming down towards turn 5? We're now going to see the Ford in the slipstream. What sort of straight line pace does it have coming down the hill, gaining speed up to 250, 260 kilometers an hour before braking hard down to 95 for the apex of turn 45, but not close enough to make a move that time round. Is Simon Underhill in that number 17 car. His next big opportunity is going to be down at Canada Corner by the looks of it.
Yeah, pulling out a little bit of a gap there though is that Phoenix Racing Esport green car. Not a huge difference. Get a little bit of a wiggle for Ford. I want to draw our attention to the bigger picture, and you touched on it earlier, that Team 45 been pulling a little bit of a gap out, pulling the gap back in, I should say, on the leaders, Epoch Motorsport Alpha. Because lap after lap, Team 45 are managing laps in the 2-minute 2s, and I haven't seen Omar Sharma for Epoch Motorsports pull a lap under a 2-minute 3 since he got behind the wheel of the car. So at the pointy end and all through the field, there's plenty to play out still as the track temperature changes, as the sun position changes, as the clouds come and go. It is all still to happen with 8.5 hours to go.
Yes, Omar Sharma has been pretty consistent in that car since getting in. A 3.3, 3.1, 3.0, 2.9, 3.3, 3.0, 3.1, 3.1. So he has been pretty consistent in that car, but he's just not quite got the pace of the number 2 car, the Team 45. The last lap there for Julian Grunestel was a 2-minute 2.4, half a second faster than Sharma has done in his stint so far. So it looks like, at least with this driver pairing at the moment, the number 2 car is faster than the 079. That gap is 33.5 seconds. Make that pretty much 33 seconds. It is still going to take a lot of time for these two to come together, and of course they will probably change drivers at some point as well.
Yeah, we've noticed that. Whoa, it's a spin there for the Phoenix Racing Esports green. Gathers it up, really hold on to the position. He'll stay all the way to the inside, hold the inside for that kink. And you said that's the technical section of the circuit. And we've seen exactly how that has been for Florian Kappel, just losing the rear end of the car on turn-in, what's very difficult, that sort of crest braking zone turn-in there at turn 6. And the headlights for Sim Experience, if I've got that correct, sorry, Nomad Sim Racing, Simon Underhill hitting that button plenty of times. Unfortunately, it's not let him get the position back.
Yes, not getting that position back now, but yes, that turn 6 is very, very evil. You need to brake and turn at the same time while going over a crest.
And it's unsighted.
A very, very difficult corner.
Yeah, so I think a very good recovery then from Florian Kappel to get that car pointing the right way again very quickly and to hold the inside line as Simon Underhill approached. And there was nothing Simon Underhill could do to get that position back, despite his best headlight flashing protests.
And the headlight flash, that well-known secondary overtake manoeuvre. Sometimes it does work. Sometimes you can psych out your opponent, psych out your rival, and just make them do a little mistake, such as, well, for example, around here at Road America, you can make them brake ever so slightly later into Canada Corner, get a couple of wheels in the gravel on the outside, and say thank you very much and take that position back. It can be used as a psychological weapon, but at the moment, Simon Underhill has fallen quite a way back from Florian Kappel in the space of half a lap.
Yeah, maybe he's lost his own focus amongst that. And while it was already a weak moment for Florian Kappel, flashing the headlights didn't rattle him too much, thankfully. Thinking maybe, just maybe, gets his head down, Florian Kappel will be able to potentially close in some of that gap to 6th place Team RSO, because Marcus Anders is doing lap times in the 2-minute 3s, nearly 2-minute 4s. I think that without the mistake of the previous lap, Phoenix Racing Esport Green would be closing it up.
Yes, I think Florian Kappel lost about 2.5 seconds that previous lap due to that stall small incident at turn 6, and that gap at the moment 18 seconds or so. We'll just have to see what sort of pace Campbell has over the next 5 laps or so. But I was having a look at the gap between the lead 2, and again that previous lap, the number 2 car 7/10 of a second faster than the 079. So it does appear at the moment that that number 2 car with Julian Grunestel at the wheel is consistently faster than Omar Shama at the 079. But we just have to wait and see how long it will take for them to come together, because again they're still 32 seconds apart. It's still going to take quite a few laps.
Yeah, I love that graphic. It shows us just how consistently Julian Grunestel is putting in his laps, how less than a second per lap he's closing up that gap, how big the gap is. We know these guys are doing 28 to 30 laps on a tank of fuel. So with Julian Grunestel closing up less than a second per lap, he's not going to get there before the next round of pit stops, and a lot could change there. There could be a driver change in store for Epoch Motorsports, could be a driver change in store for Team 45, or neither. So it's not a quick enough pace difference for it to make a difference this stint, but it could matter so much later on in the race.
Yes, I'm just having a look through the timings now, and it looks like that the Team 45 car, the number 2, has gone for the option of swapping drivers. Well, Julian Grunestel is currently on his second stint at the moment, but the first 2 drivers took 1 stint each. And in terms of the number 079, the Epoch Motorsports Alpha car, well, Alessandro Baccalega qualified the car and then did the first 3 stints. Then Omar Shama is in for the 4th. So I'm thinking that perhaps Shama will be in for this and possibly the next stint as well, if they're deciding to take long stints as opposed to changing the driver every time.
Yeah, and there's a few different driver lineup strategies out there, as we see Team RSO doing, Epoch Motorsports Team RSO doing some of the mowing. You'll correct me here, Neil. Which one are we watching on screen?
Hang on a second, I need to find the correct one. Well, I was having a look earlier on. Shama actually did it.
It's our leader, Epoch. Yeah, so they're mowing some of the grass out there, looking not as comfortable in the car as we saw Julian Grunestel looking on circuit. I was saying there's a couple of different driver lineup strategies out there. Some cars are registered with just 2 drivers, and some cars are registered with as many as 4. So there are some teams, as the leader just manages to make their way past some traffic there. A little bit of another sketchy moment, but yeah, there's some teams where the drivers will be getting a lot of seat time, and other teams where in this 12-hour race, the 4 drivers will have to be swapping seats very often.
Yes, and we've got for this race, it's the fair share rule in terms of driver time, which means that for the 2-car teams, they need to do for the 2 driver teams, I should say rather, they're one of the drivers has to do at least 12.5% of the race, roughly. So that translates into about 90 minutes of seat time. But then as you get to up to 4 drivers, it does mean that the driver that does the least really doesn't have to do that much driving. They can do about 6.25%.
Yeah, so that sounds like in a 2-driver team, the driver doing the lesser number of stints would probably have to do 2, but in a 3 or 4-car team, they could have a driver do just 1 stint. As we look at a battle a bit further down the order, but Team Hoisingfeld 69 has been closing in very, very quickly on Nomad Sim Racing White. You have to expect an overtake is imminent, Neil.
Yes, that number 69 car did a very, very cheeky move earlier on by following Niki Team through and getting a position. So I say that they're side by side coming through turn 13, a little bit of a touch there between the Ford and the Porsche. as they come down towards turn 14, the final corner, and it looks like, well, I would say possibly that number 69 car will get a lovely amount of slipstream and possibly make a move into turn 1. But yes, the 69 car did a lovely piece of driving earlier on where he took a position by just following one of the leaders through, which is a very, very viable strategy if you are being lapped and are in a battle. But there we go, the 69 car up the inside. There we go, thank you very much, and up into 24th place.
Yeah, I assume a little bit of a recovery drive there from the team hoisting felt 69 car. But nonetheless, a position, and the pace of that number 69 Ford GTE is not too bad for how deep they are in the field. So we'd have to keep a look out on them, because they might very well catch the next car up the road from them, which is the Phoenix Racing Esports blue machine, all colours of the rainbow, petrol being one of the colours of the rainbow apparently for Phoenix Racing Esports. And just that little tweak to the rear wing of the Ford GT not seeming to harm it too much in a straight line if they took that position.
Did they not teach you in school that petrol was one of the colours of the rainbow? I thought
your primary school must have been a little different to mine.
Indeed, the Phoenix Racing Esport team seem to take all of the colours for their 9 cars, as Tobias Brockman pointed out earlier in the broadcast. That lead gap has now come down under 30 seconds. Julian Grunestell now 29 seconds behind Omar Shema in the 079 car. And every time you reach a milestone in that gap, that must just give you a little bit more confidence, a little bit of a mental boost every 5 seconds or so you reel in.
Yeah, it'd be good for Julian Grunestell, who just see that gap coming down a little bit, and I'm sure his team are enthusiastic about that. Can be, depending on your mindset, a little bit frightening if you're the lead car and you know that gap's just slowly coming down. And as we watch the Team 45 car now, it's all very smooth inputs, getting towards the apex, getting on the power pretty smoothly as well. When we were watching Epoch Motorsports earlier, there was a lot more correcting oversteer, had a little bit of trouble getting past the lap traffic. It wasn't looking quite as under control, and the lap times are also showing that.
Yeah, the lap times are also showing that. As you said, I've been keeping an eye on those 79 periodically as well, and that car just seems to be a little bit out of control now. It was fairly in control, I should say. It looked fairly planted when Barcilega was driving the car, but now that Omar Shama's got in it just seems to be a little bit more leery. Of course, it is one of the compromises, one of the interesting things you must do when you are sharing a car with another driver, is that you need to compromise on setup occasionally, and perhaps this current setup that we've got on is much better suited to Barcilega than it is to Sham.
Yeah, once you have a driver change, there's only a few things that the new driver can adjust from within the cockpit. In GTE cars like this, that is your brake bias, that's some of your traction control settings, but that's just about it. Everything else, like suspension settings, gear ratios, cambers, ride heights, that's all locked in from the start of the race. And if that suits your first driver, good. But if it's not something that's also suited to your other drivers, they're just going to have to suffer through it.
Yes, we did see earlier, with memories can serve me correctly, which car was it? I think it was Nomad Sim Racing White, actually, the one that's currently down 24th place, did qualify 7th. But earlier on, they did seem to have a pretty big problem with their braking system for the second driver, in that the driver was always locking up at pretty much every major braking zone. There really seemed to be nothing that they could do about it. So obviously the brakes is one of the main ways that you can become so much faster when you're setting up a car, just making sure that the brake pressure and the brake bias is right for you. But it really seemed to throw throw the driver off because they were locking up the front right, the front left, and occasionally I think they were looking up one of the rear tyres as well. It just looks like an utter handful to drive, and of course that really isn't conducive to fast racing.
Yeah, exactly. The brakes aren't just for slowing the car down. So we saw Mario Crane here locked up a little bit, trying to get past Jason Dilworth and Nomad Sim Racing Black. Getting closer, might get it done soon, but the brakes don't just slow the car down. There's a few corners around here where you're using the brakes to help the car turn as well. I'm thinking about the likes of turn 6, the first turn. Those are the kind of corners where you might ride the brake pedal a little bit to help the car rotate. For that kind of thing, you've got to adjust your brake bias so that it works for braking hard in a straight line, but also for not locking up the inside tyre through a turn.
Something which is as we're having a look at the Phoenix white car, having a look at the inside of Nomad Black, but not making it stick at turn 1 that time round. But something which will really affect the brakes around here with America is that it's very undulating. The braking zones are often downhill or uphill, and of course that really affects the way that the brakes work, and you almost need to change bias for every braking zone.
Yeah, I'm not sure many people will be doing it for every braking zone, but certainly throughout a stint in some of these cars, particularly the Porsches. Once again, Mario Crane looks to the inside, but doesn't have any overlap, doesn't get it done that time. But yeah, in a car like the Porsche, for example, with the fuel tank right over the front wheels, you'll be moving the brake bias throughout a stint as the weight balance shifts as you burn through the more than 100 litres of fuel that they can carry.
Yes, and that is something else that you have to balance throughout the stint. Of course, as the fuel goes down, your tyres become more worn, so you start to get a little bit less grip out of them. And in terms of double stinted tyres, we saw with the number 95 car earlier with Nicky Team at the wheel. When you try to double stint the tyres at the very beginning of that second stint, when it is full of fuel and you don't really have that much grip, that can almost be the most treacherous time.
Yeah, we see that the track temperature is 35 degrees Celsius still, even though we're getting a little bit later in the afternoon, shadow's getting longer. It's still a warm track, and that contributes to the tyre wear as well. We're seeing as the guys get further through a stint, they're slowing down a little bit. So teams like Team 45 and Williams Gym Esports Yellow, who are very easily doing 2-minute 2.4s on a fresh set of tyres, and now about halfway through their stint, they're doing 2-minute 2.8. That maybe 3/4 tenths of a second that a brand new set of tyres gives them. And that's something they wouldn't have if they double stinted. It might become viable later with a cooler track, but right now, a new set of tyres is definitely worth some time.
Yeah, these new tyres are certainly worth some more time. But something that you said was interesting. You said that the Team 45 car, number 2, was getting slower. Julian Grunestel's previous lap was at 2-minute 2.999, as close as you can get to that 2-minute 3 dead. But the number 079, Shama's last lap was different that time than the lap before. It was a 2-minute 3.4, so pretty much consistent. The previous time round it was a 4 dead. The Team 45 cars was a 3 dead, so a second a lap being taken out now by that number 2 car. But again, as you pointed out earlier, David, there isn't going to be enough time before they reach the next set of pit stops, and the question is, will the number 2 car change drivers again? Will Julian Grunestel stay in that car for a third stint? Will the same happen to the 079 car? Will they change drivers, or will they stay with Omar Shama? It's going to be a fairly interesting strategic battle now between the two of them, because at the moment it does appear that the 2 car is faster.
Yeah, it's one of those chess by mail sort of long-term strategy things where we're looking far into the future to see what the sort of butterfly effect is. of the slight pace difference between those two cars now. We've got plenty of other battles that are closer and not being, fought long distance. And one of them is 16th and 17th here. Schubert Motorsports Team Porsche must have just gotten past sim experience element racing potentially, just looking at those lap gaps.
Yeah, having a look at these gaps, it's the 90 versus the 707. The Porsche versus the Ferrari. That is a Ferrari. I often get confused between the Ferrari and the Ford now. They're pretty much the same from the front. It's only from the back that you can really see the difference between them. As they come through turn 8 now, I do believe that is, and now through the carousel. The 707 car, she's fallen back a little bit before they come towards the carousel, which really is going to hinder its chance at making a move into Canada corner. But you can just see from the sky now, it's certainly starting to get darker.
Yeah, it's mostly cloudy is the weather for today. So we get some sun, we get some shade from the clouds as they move across, and then it flicks back and forth, changing the track temperature just a little bit. But also we see the sun gets a bit lower in the sky, the shadows get longer, especially places like the kink towards Canada corner. There's lots of trees there, and it doesn't take late in the afternoon before that part of the track is constantly in shade from the forest, and other parts of the circuit, like here that are more exposed, might be warmer and have more grip. They have to constantly adjust to what the conditions are like, what the circuit is like underneath them, and the tyres and the track condition can change very quickly lap to lap within 2 minutes.
Yes, and that is something that all of these drivers have to cope with, is with the new dynamic weather, dynamic clouds, and the day to night transitions as well. Almost all of this is entirely new for all the drivers, who are very unlikely to have actually competed in a race as long as this one with all these new features. So it really is kind of a test session for all of them as well, to see how all of these features work before the beginning of next year's endurance season, if you will.
I'm looking down the entry list. I'm not seeing a huge heap of names that we would expect to see in the GT World Championship next year, 2019, that will be using these GTE machines. But certainly it's a change people are going to have to get used to, take some time to adjust to, and work out what you do for setup direction for a 6 or a 12 or even 24-hour race where the track temperature can swing huge amounts. How do you set up a car with compromise so that it's acceptably quick and acceptably stable through all of the day and the night, the different conditions that they will face through an endurance race? Didn't mean that to rhyme.
Yes, having a look at the track temperature already, it's dropped 3 degrees since the beginning of the race. So again, the track getting a little bit colder. It does mean the tyres react differently. You might need to adapt your driving style as well. But the number 90 car, after the 707 car was very close to the back of the 90, it seems to have fallen back a little bit and not been able to make up that time again.
I have a feeling like the 707 car might be struggling just a little bit. We saw not long ago they were in a battle with Mercedes Sim Racing GTE, who are now 10 seconds up the road from them. Although they have managed to pull a teeny bit of a gap on Crevalli RaceSport and that green Porsche that they were battling, with 6 seconds in that now. So this is sort of the mid-pack blues, where they're not going too poorly, but they're not setting any timing screens alight right now. It might just be hold station until the next pit stop, until the next driver gets in, and then maybe tries to set the limit.
Yes, perhaps we're just starting to get into sort of like the middle section of this race, so perhaps they're just using this time to pound out some laps, you know, just make sure the car stays clean, make sure the car stays without damage before really pushing in the last 3 or 4 hours or so. But of course you can see all of the timing as well, all the timing and scoring if you go to RaceSpot.tv/timing. You can see the gaps between the cars and see who's getting closer and who is perhaps drifting away as well. But this 90 car has got the German SimRacing.de car ahead, the car that's in 5th place, and he seems to be pretty much keeping up with him.
Yep, indeed. That's Oliver Ackerman in the Schubert Motorsports team car right now, and putting in very competitive lap times for being down in 16th place, doing it 2 minute 3.2 last time around. Let's see what it is this time for Schubert Motorsports, at 2:03.4. But that's exactly the same pace as what the leader is doing, and quicker than what 5th place German SimRacing.de is doing. Let's not forget that this is the same Schubert Motorsports that won the P2 category in the last race in the Neo Endurance series. So they've got some endurance pedigree, but maybe taking some time to transfer it from the HPD into a Porsche GTE car.
Yes, and they're two extremely different driving styles as well, aren't they? Of course, the LMP2 car, you are relying pretty much on the downforce for a lot of the time there. It's got so much downforce, it's light, it's very nimble as well, it can deal with changes of direction very well. But in these GT cars, if you go straight from an LMP2 to a GT car, it must feel like driving a tank, driving the Titanic. It just seems so clumsy and so slow to change direction. The acceleration really isn't there, but it does take, you know, two almost completely different driving styles to do prototypes and GT8s. But we can see sometimes not only here in these special endurance races, but throughout different leagues as well, that sometimes you get someone who's just really good in all of the endurance cars, endurance discipline cars, if you like, the LMP1, LMP2 and GTE. And you know, it really is quite impressive when someone is good at all those classes, because they require completely different driving styles.
Exactly. What you mean is that sometimes there's drivers that just click in a particular type of machinery, and then there's some talent out there that it doesn't matter what you put them in, how it makes it speed, how much downforce it's got, they're quick in it. Had a look at timing and scoring, and 1 lap down on 5th place is what the Schubert Motorsports car is. So to get past the German sim racing car here would effectively put them on the lead lap relative in this battle. It's 1 lap that separates them. So while the German sim racing car is under no obligation to get out of the way, they're not in this battle with Schubert Motorsports team. If Oliver Ackerman really is that much quicker, it's probably in the best interests of German SimRacing.de to just let them go.
Yes, perhaps, because of course they've got, as you said, they've got to worry about their own race as well. Well, the German motorsports, German sim sports car, I should say rather, will they lose that much time by trying to defend against this car that's trying to unlap themselves? Of course, that's a question that they've got to ask themselves, because they are not directly battling this car yet. They are battling the Dane train ahead, 30 seconds ahead from the Team RSO 197, who's 14 seconds behind. They've really got to keep an eye on those gaps as to whether they're losing that much time at the moment. I'm actually having a look. The Team RSO car last lap was a 2 minute 3.8. The German Sim Racing was a 4.2. The Dane train was a 3.3. So it certainly is the slowest of the 3 at the moment. We're not really losing that much time to the Team RSO car behind.
Yeah, exactly. And as we've said, all of these teams have 2, maybe 3, maybe 4 drivers that they have to run during this 12-hour event. It's not the end of the world if you put a safe pair of hands in for 1 stint, maybe 2 stints, and they lose 4, 5 tenths a second per lap. As long as they keep the car clean, and then when their time is done, they hand it back to maybe someone that the setup suits better or someone more experienced or quicker. It's no shame in not being the lead driver in one of these cars, so long as you keep all of the panels straight.
Yes, of course, because there are often times where you're not the fastest driver in your car, and perhaps you're just there to make sure that the car takes it back safely, if you will. You know, a solid, consistent driver, perhaps not the fastest, but is very, very reliable. Of course, that also has its strength in a team. You may have the fast qualifier, but perhaps there's slightly more of a loose cannon, if you will. Being the slightly slower but more reliable driver certainly has its place in an endurance racing team.
Yeah, if you're 0.2 of a second quicker than your teammate, but then once a stint you have a little spin that costs you 10 seconds, then maybe you're not actually the fastest teammate. These endurance races are always about making as few mistakes as possible. It's good if you're quick, but you've got to be able to put it in lap after lap without risking too much mistakes.
Yes, and that really is what endurance racing is about. It's just usually, by keeping your car clean, by avoiding any incidents, you will come away with a good result. And you can really see that is the truth for the 190-17 RSO car. At the moment, starting 19th, is now up into 6th and 14 seconds away from breaking into the top 5.
Yeah, definitely doing well there. We get that sort of top 15 on your screen, and I think as we are still a couple laps away from the next pit stops, it's not a bad time to quickly run down. So Epic Motorsports Alpha leading the way from Team 45, who we've mentioned a few times, slowly reeling in that gap. But in 3rd place, it's William Jim Esports Yellow. That lap after lap, the quickest car out there. So while Team 45 catches Epic Motorsports Alpha, Williams Jim is also catching them.
Yes, the Williams Jim Esports Yellow team is still there behind the Team 45 car. They are catching the leaders, but not necessarily the Team 45 car. In 4th place is the number 95 Dane Train car. Then rounding at the top 5 is the 151 German Sim Racing.da. In 6th place is the car that we just talked about, Team RSO number 197. Then the Phoenix Racing Esport Green, the 119. The Nomad Sim Racing Red, 17. The Phoenix Racing Esport Pink, number 10. And in 10th place is the Phoenix Racing Esport Orange, number 15. In 11th place is the Phoenix Racing Esport Yellow, number 27. The Phoenix Racing Esport Red. And then the Phoenix Racing Esport Petrol. Then 14th is the Project Racing Esport. Then rounding out the top 15 is the number 66 Mercedes Sim Racing GTE car. You can see the biggest movers of the day up there. In 6th place, the Team RSO 197 plus 13. And the Phoenix Racing Esport Yellow plus 11, the biggest movers of the day. And then you can see the second half of the field. Biggest loser, I'm sad to say, is that number 170 Nomad Sim Racing white car, down 17 places on the starting place.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but at least they're still out there, still circulating, and I think they're either losing a lap there or giving away another position. They're one of the slower cars out there right now, but at least it's still all put together. And hopefully they haven't used too many of their fast repairs or gotten too close to their 150 incident limit.
Yes, their 150 incident point limit before they get a, I think it's a drive-through if memory serves me correctly.
That's
then
correct.
I believe 200 is the limit for the race.
Yeah, so 150 incident points is a drive-through penalty, and then 200 is effectively a disqualification. And you'd hope it's about to be 1/3 of the way through the race in 4 minutes' time, that none of these teams would be getting too close to that yet. But if they are, what it's going to be is from gathering too many off-tracks. There's a few places they can do that. One of them is up here at the Kink. We saw Epoch Motorsports extending onto the grass on the exit of the corner. That's one very easy place to do it. We get a lovely demonstration from that Porsche. Then another easy spot up here at Canada Corner, because if you go too far out onto that black painted sort of runoff area, that was, I think, okay this time. It goes a little bit too far towards the gravel, and you can pick up one there. It's not difficult on a scruffy lap to pick up 2 or 3 off tracks.
Yes, those dreaded 1Xs that you get if you just put your wheels a little bit too wide, then perhaps you start driving a little bit angry, then you proceed to get more 1Xs, and you drive a little bit more angry, then you proceed to get more 1Xs. It really can be a dangerous spiral downwards if you just have a couple of scruffy laps. We're on board with the number 12, the 12th place, number 21. Project Racing Esport car, the Porsche, and just ahead you can see the car that is in 11th. It's Sven Schnuss in the Ferrari, the Phoenix Racing Esport petrol car. And again, seeing your rival just in your windscreen, that can have different psychological effects as well, isn't it? Because you can see them. So, you're likely to drive harder, so you say that, and no doubt the number 21 would have got a 1X for that little off down there at turn 5, but that sort of thing, perhaps now that you can see your rival, perhaps you just start driving a little bit too hard.
It really does all depend on the mindset you bring into the cockpit. There are some drivers, unflustered, entirely unflappable, cool as ice no matter the conditions, and there are some quick but hot-headed drivers out there where seeing that car behind occupying an ever larger number of pixels on your rear vision camera would cause you to maybe run a little too wide on the exit of the carousel. Maybe keep it tidy through the Kink, does Sven Schnuss, but yeah, there are some drivers where that would get to them, begin to rattle them, ramp up the pressure, seeing that car in their rear camera and in their wind mirrors.
But yes, the carousel is a very, very difficult corner to get right as well, because it just lasts for so long. If you pick up the throttle a second early, you could be heading towards the grass on the outside. It really is a test of patience, carousel, and making sure that you know where to apply that throttle as they come up the hill now across the start finish line to finish their 113th lap of the race. Is the car in 11th and 12th, the 24 and the 21 now braking hard down into turn 1, scrubbing about 120 kilometers an hour or so of the speed. We're coming down to turn 3 where they scrub off about 100 kilometers an hour or so. You can see just an application of throttle there that the Ferrari ahead, number 24, was a little bit squirrely.
Yeah, coming out of the final corner, they were 0.75 second apart. They were about 0.5 coming into that first corner. And you can see that the draft effect from a good run out of the final corner and up the hill can be worth 2 to 3 tenths, and the same is true from turn 3 down towards turn 4. We are definitely seeing what you suggested, Neil, that there's some little amount of pressure causing mistakes for Phoenix Racing Esport Petrol and Sven Schnuss. Not entirely tidy, but Alexander Hetmank from Project Racing Esport hasn't been able to capitalize on it just yet as they come through that carousel, the absolute test of car balance, because if you're carrying a bit of understeer, if you're carrying a bit of oversteer, it's a corner that will let you know about it.
Yes, like many of these corners around here at Road America actually, because there's only a couple of slow corners. All the rest of them are 120, 150 kilometers an hour plus. You can see the lights are starting to get on now, full blaze lights now starting to come on in the sunset here at Road America, the 6.44 kilometre circuit. You can see that that number 21 car, the Project Racing Esports car, is starting to get a little bit closer. The car ahead, the petrol car, was a little bit wide coming out of the final corner, turn 14. Some dust being kicked up on the left-hand side.
Yep, so close as they've ever been for grabbing that 11th place is Project Racing Esport. They're just not quite close enough on the brakes into turn 1. But the pressure well and truly mounting in this battle for 11th place as they'll look to the inside of turn 3. Might just get it unless Phoenix Racing Esport Petrol can cut back and get better power down. There'll be a drag race all the way to turn 4. Or
The
5,
drag
depending on how
race
you call it.
Drag race coming, and look at that, the petrol car managed to get to the inside. Should be okay for turn 5, has to take a tighter line through there, but it looks like he's managed to regain that 11th position for now, but that Porsche is now very, very big in the rear view mirror of that Ferrari.
I think what we've learned from that is that Alexander Hetmank is making the most of that car, but those little tweaks on the bodywork, like you can see in the back left-hand corner and a little bit on the front hood and the front right-hand area, is costing maybe a tiny bit in straight-line speed, because it looked almost too easy for Sven Schnoss to get it back, even though through the carousel and through the kink, that Porsche looks very threatening compared to the Ferrari.
Yes, that Porsche, and again you can see them side by side coming down towards Canada Corner. The Porsche has the inside line this time down to turn 12 and takes that position back, so back into 11th place is the project car. But that Ferrari will no doubt have another go coming down to turn 1.
Yeah, Sven Schnoss has to just absolutely get on the throttle with precision, no wheel spin, carry as much momentum as possible, and he has to go towards the center, towards the right of the track to follow in the slipstream. Trying to break it just a little bit is Alexander Hetmank, but he will maybe just hold on to it into turn 1. He has to fight hard to defend that position though, and from this angle you can see the back left of that car, the headlight assembly just a little bit high, presumably affecting the aerodynamics of the car in that section. We see once again that in a straight line that Ferrari has got just a little bit more advantage from the slipstream, and to the inside and defensive Project Racing will go.
Yes, the Ferrari having to go all the way around the outside, the Esport petrol car, and just backs out of it for now. But again, between the two of these, it appears that the car behind is the faster one. It doesn't matter which one is behind, but it appears that the one behind is the faster one out of the two of them.
Seems to me, just how I'm reading this, is that the Porsche's just a little bit quicker through the corners, but only gains 2/10 in a straight line, where from the draft, where 3/10 might be gained by the Ferrari. But our leader is onto the pit lane now.
Yes, Omar Shama is now in, and he's stopped. Well, he's just coming into the pit box. Now, eventually, he'll stop at 72 km/h pit speed limit. Absolutely painful. And he stops now in the second to last box on pit road, and now he will start tumbling down the order as his rivals start to pass him, of course.
Looks like he's staying in the car though, and we see that new GTE pit stop sequence where car comes to a halt, fueling begins, and it doesn't go up on jacks until the fueling is done, to mirror what the regulations are going to be in the next season of the World Endurance Championship. But also in the iRacing platform, that does give us more of the flexibility around strategy, where you can gain time through a pit stop by not taking tyres and then potentially lose it out on track. The double stinting hasn't worked for anyone yet, but once the night sets in, the track cools down, it could become a possibility later.
That's often what we see in terms of racing, is that during the day, perhaps, well, especially at Le Mans, during the day, you only really see double stints during the day, but as soon as you get into the night, you start to see triple stints, perhaps even if you push it a quadruple, but
They come out side by side.
yeah, the Epoch Motorsport Alpha car has just came out of the pits side by side with some of the others. The car ahead is the Phoenix Racing Esport Green Florian Capel. The one behind is Crevalli Rennsport with Stefan Meger.
Might be a lap down to this battle, but nonetheless, yeah. So pitting earlier,
yeah,
it's fed Epoch Motorsports Alpha out into a little bit of traffic. We didn't see a driver change, so another full stint for Omar.
Yeah, this is exactly what you were saying before, in that the pit road funnels straight out onto one of the fastest parts of the circuit. And again, you can see it here, is that sometimes it's a little bit more dangerous. As coming into the pits now, we have the second place car. It's the Williams Jim Esports yellow car, the number 97. The number 2 Team 45 decides to go for one more lap. So number 2 car stays in the lead. Number 97 car will come in from second on track, third in the race overall. We'll see at what point does he come back out.
Yeah, and as the poll said, he's got the last box in the lane. He was the fastest driver out there in the last stint. So Daniel Cruz, I think, stays behind the wheel of that car. It'll be very, very interesting to see where it all shuffles once the Dane Train and Team 45 take their pit stops. Williams Jim Esports might still be in third place after it all, but Epoch Motorsports, with Omar Sharma still behind the wheel, with Daniel Cruz staying behind the wheel of Williams Jim, it's all going to continue to be as it was in the previous stint and close up a little bit closer for the lead of the race.
Yes, and I did notice while in that previous stint, very quietly, but the Dane Train car, Tor Coleman, was slowly gaining on Daniel Cruz in the Williams Jim Esports yellow car. So perhaps we'll need to see what the gap is between the two of them once this pit stop cycle has completed. I'm having a look at the number 2 car, the Team 45.
It's a long stop for Williams Jim Esports yellow, though. They are 1 minute 16 stationary. That is, I'm looking back, maybe 10 to 15 seconds longer. Could that be speeding on the pit lane? Because they were stationary 1 minute 16 compared to about 1 minute is what everyone else did. 1 minute 2 seconds is what Omar Sharma did. That could have been on the entry to the pit lane, speeding for Williams Jim, who were absolutely closing in on the race lead before that. That's a very long, very painful pit stop for them.
It is, and that means they're certainly going to lose position to the Dane Train 95. I don't think they'd lose another one, because the German Simsport.de car was a little bit further behind, about 40 seconds or so. But I'm having a look at the Dane Train itself. Tor Coleman comes into the pits, and the same goes for the number 2 Team 45 car. So they're both in the pits now. Where are they going to come out in relation to the 079? The 151 German SimRacing.de car stays out for another lap, so they'll take the lead of the race, at least the professional lead of this race, if you like, before they come into the pits.
We get a driver change for the Dane Train.
Ah yes, Nicky Thiem is back into the 95 car. He qualified the car and got in for stint number 3, I think he went back in, but he's taken another stint out, then is back in for stint number 5. An interesting strategy there from the 95 car, just taking out drivers every changing drivers, I should say, every stint. Yeah, it's been Team Coleman, and now Team back into the car. So they've changed drivers every stint.
Yeah, that's certainly something you can do, where a standard pit service takes just a freckle over a minute. You can change driver every stop without any penalty. And I'll just keep talking through this microphone glitch for 1 sec. And so some teams electing to leave their drivers in for multiple stints, but it's entirely possible to swap them at every stop.
It is entirely possible to swap them at every stop, and I'm having a look at the gap between the 079 and the 2. We'll just need to wait till they come across the start-finish line again to have an official gap, if you like. But the 079 is just coming through the kink. The number 2 is just entering the carousel. The gap between the two of them was 22 seconds, if memory serves me correctly, before this pit stop phase, and that makes me think that it's reduced even further. The Danger number 95, where is it? It's just coming through the carousel at the moment. The number 97, Jim Esports Yellow, is right behind the 95. But because of that longer pit stop, the 97 has lost a position to the 95, which does mean it's now going to be Nicky Team versus Daniel Cruz for that position, which I think will shake out to be third. Perhaps.
Yeah, indeed. You can see how close it is between the Dane Train and Williams Jim Esports Yellow. And if it is what I think, that it wasn't repairs to the car, it was speeding on pit lane that caused that, and I'm sure Daniel Cruz would be very frustrated with himself to see a car right in front of him he would have been well clear of, that he's now going to have to catch and try to pass, and knowing that it's a driver who will not be easy to pass and will not jump out of the way for him.
Yes, of course, because for a lot of the time the 97 car has been dealing with traffic, where of course they'll get the blue flags, but this time they actually got to fight for position, and the 97 car really hasn't done that for a while. But you can see on screen now the gap between the two of them, 0.8 of a second between the two Ferraris as they come down through turn 4 and down towards turn 5. The big stopping zone, 170 kilometers an hour or so lost in this braking zone for 5. Downhill as well, so it is slightly more tricky, and you can see them coming up the hill through 6 now, and it appears the 97 is staying back about 0.8 of a second.
Yeah, last lap around, Daniel Cruz was fastest car out there. Lovely light blue shade to his lap time on my timing screen, as he was for a lot of the last stint. So it's a car that's very well worked out for Daniel Cruz and for this track, and he's gonna have to pull all of that to catch Nicky Team. See that the gap is staying pretty well solidly as it was. We'll have to wait for the Dane Train to complete another lap to get an idea of what kind of pace they're doing. It's finally the 197 of Team RSO pits, and that just about cleanses the field, as they like to say at another broadcaster. It sort of completes the pit cycle past the hour.
Yeah, the 151 car is yet to come in as well. Oh no, it's made it stop, excuse me. The 151 car has made it stop, so you are right, that is the end of the pit stop cycle. We'll see how it truly shakes out in about a minute and a half or so. But look at that gap between the 079 and the 2, that's now down to 16 seconds.
Yeah, indeed. And now driving that Team 45 car is Frank Biela. So what was a 35-second gap not too long ago, it is now 16 seconds. And it's still Omar Sharma behind the wheel of that Epic Motorsports Alpha car, doing a good job, but not looking entirely comfortable. And Frank Biela, definitely a man who knows how to drive an endurance race. And he's looking very quick as well. Not as quick as the fastest driver out there in third place, Nicky Team. His last lap, get this, Neil, a 2-minute 1.79. I haven't seen a lap like that on my timing screen since I joined you here over an hour ago in the commentary booth.
That is a disgusting lap from Nicky Team at this point in the race, a 2 minute 1.7. That's only a second slower than the qualifying time at the beginning of a stint.
It's only 2 seconds off the fastest lap of the race, which belongs to Epoch Motorsport Alpha. And that's on a circuit that has had many laps done on it. A lot of rubber laid down, getting a little bit greasy, a little bit slick, but maybe slightly cooling temperatures is what Nicky Team has got that's helped him to that blistering lap time, and the only one in the 2 minute 1 second that I've seen in the last hour and a half.
Yes, that track temperature has gone down another degree. It's now down to 35, which means it's lost 4 degrees since Nicky Team qualified the car. So perhaps that Ferrari that Nicky Team is driving, the Dane Train number 95, is slightly more conducive, slightly better in the cooler conditions than the blazing sun it was at the beginning of the race, as we are now starting to certainly get into sunset. Is certainly getting darker round the track as the Team RSO car has came back out in. I believe that will be a 5th place back for the Team RSO 197. As we have a battle for P15, the number 6 Mercedes Sim Racing GTE car and the Phoenix Racing Esport Petrol, the 66 versus the 24. As they are coming across the start finish line now to finish their 121st lap here at Road America this afternoon. Braking hard for turn 1, the Ferrari behind the number 24 petrol car with Luca Stansky at the wheel, trying his hardest to get past Michael G. Herman in the number 66 as Porsche versus Ferrari. So again, we could see a battle like we did earlier, David, where the Ferrari is better in the straight line but the Porsche better in the corners.
Yeah, this Mercedes Sim Racing GTE car looking a little bit cleaner than the other one we were looking at earlier. For example, you see that the rear wing completely straight and the left rear headlight in its correct position. So the straight line advantage for Lukas Stansky not as pronounced, but nonetheless is right there willing a mistake from Michael G. Herman.
This willing a mistake, as you know, as all drivers secretly do. Of course, all drivers will say publicly that they want to have nice battles and want to fight for every position, but secretly they'll accept every position any way possible as they're coming round the carousel. And we'll see how close that Ferrari is coming out of the carousel. He's certainly close enough for the slipstream, but I don't think he's close enough to get enough slipstream for a move into Canada Corner.
Yeah, indeed, he lost just a little bit out there. He will be nowhere near making a move into Canada Corner this time, as you rightly say. So I'm looking at an accordion out there on track, because Frank Biela is catching the leader while he's being caught by Nicky Team, and the rate of difference between those three, I imagine they're all going to end up on the same piece of tarmac together in not long at all. And as that happens, Daniel Cruz is being dragged along as well, and he's nearly matched the lap times of Nicky Team. Those two in the 2 minute 1 seconds, high 2 minute ones again, means they're catching Frank Biela at a matter of almost a second a lap, who's catching Omar Sharma at a matter of more than a second and maybe a third per lap. That's all what's currently separated by 28 seconds. Not too long, will all only be separated by 20 seconds, and then you will not be able to take your eyeballs away from that battle for the lead.
As there's been a driver change in number 2 car, actually. Frank Biela is now back into that Team 45 car, taking over from Julian Grunestel, who did a fantastic job the last couple of stints, but is now Biela back in the car, the one who actually qualified the car and put it up into 4th place on the grid. So we've got to see what his pace is like compared to to Omar Shema in the 079. Coming across the start-finish line just about now, up over the hill. Frank Bela's lap this time round is a 2 minute 2.7. Compare that to Shama's 2 minute 3.2, so half a second that time round. And more importantly, that gap is now down to under 15 seconds.
Yeah, so not managing quite as much as he had the last time around. Now the pace falls off a little bit for Nicky Team, and Daniel Cruz gets a tiny bit closer. So we've had no safety cars to my knowledge, Neil, and after 4 and some hours of racing, it's still amazingly close for the lead of the race, not to mention the battles we've seen further down through the order as well.
Yes, the number 95 now trying to hold off the 97. The gap between the two of them, well, they were pretty much equal the previous lap. Daniel Cruz in the 97, the one that is currently in 4th, a 2 minutes 2.020. And Nicky Team a 2 minute 2.087. So pretty much identical lap times between the two of them, and 1.5 seconds the current gap as you're riding on board with Daniel Cruz, the 97, coming down towards the carousel. This difficult left-hander, one of only 4 left-handers on the track here at Road America. And with so many of the corners being right-handers and so many of the really, really fast corners being right-handers as well, that really puts the stress on the left-hand side tyres for these GT cars, especially round the carousel and the kink.
Yep, I've definitely driven some IndyCar setups for here where the left side pressures were a little bit lower because after a stint to have the pressures equal all around, that's what you needed to do. The left side tyres were working harder, especially in a high downforce car around a long corner like the carousel. Now these cars aren't quite as quick through there, so the effect might be not quite as noticeable, but you're right that a lot of the important turns are right-handers, not to mention the first corner, the carousel and Canada corner is 3 very critical corners that are all right-handers. Once again, Daniel Cruz, the Cruz Missile, is the fastest car out on circuit. Nicky Team blistering pace out of the pits, but maybe that car is just using the best of the tyres earlier, because William Jim Esports couldn't match that 1 lap pace. But over a stint, their Ferrari is looking very, very good.
Yes, over a stint that Ferrari does look very good, but again, every time Nicky Team appears to go faster, the 97 says, oh, I'll just go a little bit faster than that. Team's last lap a 2 minute 2.062. Williams Jim Esports Daniel Cruz a 2 minute 1.996. So again, pretty much identical lap times between the two of them. You can see the difference in laps now on the screen, and yes, I'd say that's been pretty much identical over the last 3 laps.
Yeah, what I think Daniel Cruz really needs right now is to pull another 6/10 or so out so that he's 1 second behind and he can start getting some of the advantage of that slipstream, because right now where he is, he's got a great view of what Nicky Team is doing along the long straights here of Road America. For example, the one they're just taking now on the way to Canada corner. He's not getting any slipstream, any advantage from the toe which he would get if he was just half a second to 6/10 closer. Oh, as he goes for a spin, will he keep it out of the wall? Pushing hard and just too hard.
I think he kept that out of the wall, you know. I think it was very, very close coming out of Canada corner, but I think he kept it out the wall, having got the replay on board, and lost the rear end pretty much on turning. And yes, managed to stop it before the wall. But that was a little bit strange. It looked like he just carried a little bit too much speed in, and he just essentially lost the rear end on turning.
Yep, it wasn't the apex curbing, it wasn't the exit curbing, it wasn't the throttle application. That rear end was sliding very early for Daniel Cruz, but thankfully he had the presence of mind to know when he was in over his head and give up on trying to save the car and just stand on the brake pedal, keep it out of the wall and live to fight another day. But it's another mistake from him, assuming that I was correct that he got a speeding in pit lane penalty. Very quick, but maybe looking tiny bit mistake prone as we look further down the order at one of those battles I was mentioning.
Yes, the Mercedes Sim Racing GT car and the Phoenix Racing Esport Petrol is the same battle that we had earlier, the Porsche versus the Ferrari, the 66 versus the 24. You can see the lap comparison below, and again you can see it's been pretty much equal over the last few laps. In fact, the previous lap Stansky was about 0.3 slower, but yes, you can see it's pretty much equal for a lot of these cars. And having a look at the previous laps, Daniel Cruz lost 10 seconds with that spin, as we will now enter a fan immersion for you, and this time we'll be on board the number 24 of Lucas Stansky. And as we just come across the start finish line to finish the number 24's 128th lap of the race, we will continue for the next hour and a half or so until we have the next big personnel change. But that lead battle, that lead gap has came down yet again, David. It's now down to 11.5 seconds.
Yep, and critically, Nicky Team is still closing in from 3rd place as well. So it just all gets closer and closer at the pointy end. And I'm going to have to do some numbers quickly in my head to see, is Frank Bieler going to catch the lead before Nicky Team catches him? Frank Bieler is in an Indiana Jones movie, and it's closing in from both sides, and he's going to have to find his way to work out of this one.
This is going to have to try, and catch Omar Shama in that 079 car. As we're having a look at the previous laps, the last lap for Frank Bieler at 2 minutes 2.7, for Shama at 2 minutes 3.3, so another 6/10 that previous lap, and the gap now down to 10.8 seconds, 10.5 seconds or so, with the gap between Nicky Team and the 95 and Frank Bieler is now pretty much 10 seconds. We've got the top 3 within 20 seconds now, and after 4.5 hours of racing, that's pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. I say it time and time again because I feel like we are a little bit spoiled at the sharp end of this field. And how it is right now is Frank Bieler is almost equidistant from 1st place and 3rd place. But he's catching the leader on trend about 0.5 of a second per lap. And we see there, we saw that Nicky Team was catching Frank Bieler about 2 or 3/10 per lap. As Frank Bieler has a lot of very interesting lap traffic in front of him right now. Doesn't quite balk his run through the kink, maybe just a tiny bit. He will safely navigate those lap down Porsches, hopefully this time. And Nicky Team is catching him. So the battle for the lead will be on between Epoch Motorsports Alpha and Team 45, and then it will be for the Dane Train Nicky Team to catch up and try to mix into that battle however it plays out.
Yeah, we'll try and catch up into that battle however it plays out. But Nicky Team is continuing his charge. 2 minute 2.4 was his last lap on this lap that he's just completing. 2 minute 2.4 again, but a little bit faster, so keeping up that pace roughly and bringing that gap to the leader down to 20 seconds. However, in that previous lap, Frank Bieler, for the first time in a while, actually lost time to Omar Shama, the best part of a second.
I think a lot of that for Frank Bieler was that traffic he encountered in the kink. That one car that sort of compromised his entry and another car that compromised his exit, and then he had to go to the inside of Canada corner to get through, and all of that I think is what's cost Frank Bieler a couple seconds, or maybe 1.5 seconds to a second on that last lap.
Yes, and of course it is just one of the things here at Road America is that it does have lots of straights for you to pass on, for you to lap cars and for you to make moves. But as soon as you reach a corner, you start to lose a lot of time, purely because every corner is important, because there's a big straight after it. As there's a battle now for 19th place overall, the number 26 Crevalle Round Sport car, Stefan Mager, and in 20th place is Bernd Schmidt in the number 23 Phoenix Racing Esport White.
So that Crevalle Rennsport car is very easy to pick out of a crowd, and Phoenix Racing Esport White car, one of the lower place of the Phoenix Racing Esport cars, the absolute smorgasbord of them that we have. But looking at that, there's just a little bit of a yo-yo in the lap times between the two. So if Bernd Schmidt can knuckle down, put in some consistent laps. 19th place is absolutely for the taking. Got the benefit of a little bit of a slipstream down the longest straight right now.
It's the longest slipstream down the longest straight here at Road America, braking hard for turn 1. But that's something that I've just seen that reminds me of something special about Road America is that there's no actually braking markers. It's just cones on the side of the track. I forgot about that part till I just saw it. So arguably that makes even more difficult in the dark to pick out a braking point because it's just cones.
Yeah, I know at least at Sebring, I think the cones are reflective and get picked up pretty easily by your headlights. There's traditional braking markers here on the way down to turn 5, but they are a little bit away from the track. They're not right in your eye line. And as we've said, we've hammered it home, it's one of the hardest braking points in terms of how much speed you need to scrub off, but then also in the way the road dips down and you're braking downhill as well as needing to scrub off a whole lot of speed. It's one of the longest distance braking zones on the circuit.
Yes, it takes such a long time to slow, well, such a long time. There isn't such a thing as a long time for braking in racing cars, but it's certainly the longest braking zone on the track coming down towards turn 5 because not only do you scrub off about 160, 170 kilometers an hour, it's also a downhill braking zone, which means you need to brake earlier than you would normally. Would it be a flat braking zone? So that is the biggest overtaking opportunity on the track. But of course, it also means the biggest opportunity to make mistakes on the track because just a half a second late and you are going into the tarmac runoff or even the gravel runoff on the exit of turn 5. As we're still on board with Bernd Schmidt in the number 23 car, getting the slipstream down the start finish straight for their 132nd time. But Bernd Schmidt clearly nowhere close enough to make a move this time round. He needs to really gain half a second or so before he really gets the major benefit of that slipstream and is ready to make a pass.
Yeah, indeed, we've seen there's just that. I've said it before, I'll say it again, just a little bit of yo-yoing in their lap times, but now Phoenix Racing Esport White is close as they've ever been. You look to the inside and how brave, I don't think quite brave enough, but just enough to scare Cavalli Motorsports from not taking the apex that I think was rightfully theirs.
Yes, and again, that's just a part of racing, perhaps just scaring off some opponents. As you can see at the rear wing on that Cavalli Rennsport car isn't exactly the straightest thing on the car at the moment. It's really bent up towards the left hand side.
Yep, if that rear wing had an accent, it would probably be Valley Girl with an upwards inflection on the end, compared to the much more monotone rear wing of the car chasing them, who does some mowing and a little bit of cowboy jumping as well. There's some dips in the grass out there as well, and it won't have damaged the car, but it's not the quickest way, and they will have picked up one of those dreaded 1X off tracks, but they need to be careful how many they get.
Yes, they do need to be careful about how many they get as they're coming through turn 13 and now turn 14. But the car behind them, if I just have a look, yes, it's the car in second place. It's Frank Biela in the number 2 Team 45 car. So you've got to be careful to try and let that number 2 car past. At the same time, who's not losing time in their own battles. Bernd Schmidt moves to the right-hand side of the circuit and lets Biela pass. The question is, how will Stefan Meger allow Biela pass in that number 2 car? And that gap at the front between first and second is now down to 10.5 seconds. But that Dane train is certainly on the rails and is steaming full speed ahead because he's now only 7.5 seconds behind Biela.
Yeah, exactly. Frank Biela will be much happier with the treatment he received that time from the back markers, not what he had a couple laps ago that cost him a significant chunk of time as you say, it remains to be seen what Cavalli Motorsports offer to him in the way of hospitality. And it stayed a pretty stationary 10 seconds, Frank Biela to the leader, and Nicky Team is now only 7 seconds behind Frank Biela here. That's closing up, and just to make me look foolish, it might not close up in the order that I suggested earlier.
Yes, we're getting to the point. Well, we've got about 15-20 minutes until the next pit stop cycle. Might get to the point where the 95 might actually be pretty close to the 2.
Nicky Team is the fastest car out there. That lovely light blue on my tiny screen.
It looks like we have a battle for 14th. Well, I say we have a battle. We're currently having a battle for 14th and 15th place. It's the Schubert Motorsport Team Porsche number 19, the Mercedes Sim Racing GT Porsche as well. So it's Porsche versus Porsche. They're just coming through turn 7 and down towards 8th now, and they're certainly side by side coming down towards turn 5. I'm not sure if that was actually a pass for position at the same time. I do believe it was. I think the Schubert car has got ahead of the Mercedes under braking for turn 5.
Yeah, and looking very good through the carousel there, pulling out a little bit of a gap, but last time around their lap times were very similar at almost exactly 2 minutes for dead. So I don't think this battle is done and dusted, but Oliver Ackerman's still behind the wheel of the Schubert Motorsport Team car, looking rather well planted, nothing too crazy in the way of hanging the rear out, just driving within the limits of the conditions, the car and his abilities, and holding on to that 14th position, at least for now. We'll see what the slipstream might bring for Mercedes Sim Racing GTE though.
Yeah, see what the slipstream may bring as they're coming up over the crest this time round. And that Mercedes car is certainly too far away to make a move into turn 1, but it's certainly close enough to take advantage of some of that slipstream. 262 kilometers an hour before starting the braking process for turn 1 was the number 66 car.
And we see this we see this often in the GTEs, where getting past is one thing, but pulling away can be another, when the slipstream might offer 2, 3, 4 tenths of a second per lap to the car you've just passed. If you're not worlds faster than them, you might get past and find that you're still dragging them along, which is what Oliver Ackerman is doing right now.
Yes, and we've seen it a couple of times, pulling them along. We start with the same with, I can't remember what car it was, but they were behind the German simracing.de car, the 151, about 30 minutes ago or so. They were a lap down, but they were keeping up with one of the front running cars because they had the slipstream, and because they are actually that fast, which just goes to show, even though you may be down in 15th, 20th place, you certainly still do have the same pace as the top 5 cars. It's perhaps just been a little bit of luck hasn't been on your side.
Yeah, exactly. But maybe what will work to the advantage of Schubert Motorsports is we saw Mercedes and Michael G. Howman just going a little bit wide on the exit of the carousel, dirtying up those tyres, compromising the run towards the Kingdom, towards Canada corner. And as I have a look at it, that...
the 90's gone round!
A little half spin for Oliver Ackerman, keeps out of the wall, but leaves some smoke, loses that positioning had. I was praising his driving earlier for being within the limits. We're going to get a replay of that to see what happened on the exit of Canada corner and heading towards the final corner. So, big chunk of oversteer through Canada corner. And then up the hill here, the same again, I think. So the rear end not looking stable at all in that Porsche.
He did some very, very heads-up driving there. By the point where he realised he wasn't just going to save it by steering, he put the anchors on, he put the brakes on, and that helped stabilise the car, which meant he didn't actually lose that much time. Of course, he did lose the position to the number 66 car, but overall he didn't really lose that much time. So that was some very, very heads-up driving there by Oliver Ackerman in the 90.
Yeah, including that little mistake, his lap time was a 2-minute 5.7, which is not quite 2 seconds slower than his normal lap time. So losing 2 seconds, losing the position, having to probably fight for that position again, not optimal, but much better than losing 10 seconds, losing 15 seconds through an error in the pit stop, or worse, damaging that car. So just need to learn from that about what steering inputs are just too much for the rear end grip to handle. Maybe they can change something about the TC2, the second mode of the traction control. Maybe that'll help Oliver Ackerman with the on-throttle stability.
Yes, help them with the on-throttle stability, of course. It is sometimes a balancing act around quite a few corners here at Road America. That turn 13, I'm thinking turn 8. I think it's 8, 7, right-handed kick as well. Both of those are really balancing acts between steering and throttle and throttle application. It's having a look at the gap between the top two now. That's now down to 9 seconds. The gap between Shema and Bela, and the gap between Bela and team is now 6.5.
It's closing up, and the anticipation is almost getting too much for me. It feels like even from the start of the last stint, we were mentioning that the lead was being closed in, and slowly it's happening. I can't take the anticipation anymore.
Yes, it could be some very, very fun fireworks in the next hour or so, should the time gaps continue coming down as they are. If we're not careful, we could have a three-car battle for the lead of this race. Is in front of Frank Bela. That was the Mirka Motorsports Sim Racing Green. Heinz Brown down in 18th place, having a bit of an off down there at Canada Corner, just out-braking himself. But we've got to see what the gap between the two of them is this time round. Shema comes across the line. It's a 3.2 for Shema. For Frank Bela, it is it's a 2.8, so 7/10 between the two of them. Sorry, half a second between the two of them. Nicky Tima 2.4, so he takes 4/10 out of Bela and a whole second out of Shema.
So at that rate, we're looking at about 13 to 14 laps for Nicky Team to get towards the lead, and the same for Frank Bela to catch Omar Sharma. And again, that looks like it's not quite going to happen before the next round of pit stops. So once again, everything could get shuffled up. We might see a driver change for Epoch Motorsports Alpha. I think that is looking quite likely. You said we've seen a driver change every stop for the Dane train, and then we'll see what Team 45 do. There's lots of variables still to happen, even though the gap is closing with about 7 or 8 laps until these teams approach their pit stop window.
Yes, so about half an hour or so, and I think we should see all three of these together, presuming that they all have exactly the same pit stop time, but of course that is never a given. So they're coming, so I'm just having a look at it's Frank Bela on screen coming through the kink now in that Porsche, the Team 45 number 2, 5.8 seconds the gap between the two of them, and the gap between Bela and Shema at the beginning of this lap was 8.5. Again, we're going to have to see what the gap is between the three of them as they come across the start finish line in about 20 seconds time or so. Again, this race looks like it may start to bring a lot of fun after over 5 hours of racing. And again, it goes to show the caliber of all of these drivers, and of course the BOP, that we can have different marks battle for the lead after over 5 hours of racing.
Yeah, really, the difference between the Ferrari and the Porsche here, it just seems all like it's driver preference, because we've got a Ferrari leading, but a Porsche in second catching, and then third and fourth place are both Ferraris. Frank Biela has pulled out a stonking lap time. Where has he found that pace from?
A 2.4 that previous lap for Frank Biela, taking a whole second out of the Epoch Motorsports Alpha car. That gap now down to 7.5 as he comes through turn 5 and up the hill towards turn 6. But yes, that Biela was an absolutely fantastic lap. I'm just having a look where he pulled that out from. The last time he did a 2.4 in this stint. Well, he did a 2.4 on his first flying lap of the stint was the last time he did one of those. So just goes to show that number 2 car isn't slowing throughout this stint.
It's getting more and more difficult to predict how this is going to unfold, and I'm looking more and more foolish as I pontificate and speculate about what might happen, because the moment I think, okay, Williams Gym Esports yellow looked good and Daniel Cruz is the fastest out there, he drops back a little bit, and I'm thinking, okay, Frank Biela is not as quick as Nicky Team, and then suddenly Frank Biela finds the pace of his race right as it starts to matter. Still so much to play for, and we're expecting the state of play to be further shuffled up somewhat at the next pit stops, which aren't too far away.
Yama comes up across the rise, across the start-finish line, and the time for the 079 was a 2-minute 2.9, a very, very fast lap for the 079. Frank Biela responds with 2-minute 2.6, so just 3/10 that previous lap. Nicky Team comes across the line at 2-minute 2.6 for him as well.
The lap times, I think, starting to tumble just a teeny bit right now, and I want to point that towards the track temperature from my readings has dropped another maybe 1 to 1.5 degrees again, and that difference between 35 degrees and 33 degrees Celsius, that's huge. That's the difference between a slightly warm track and a track that's definitely cooling off and starting to give a lot more grip.
Yes, a lot more grip because of all the rubber being laid down by the cars, and of course because of it starting to become cooler and cooler. The track temperature now 34 degrees, which is 5 degrees down from the beginning of the race.
And a degree down from when we last mentioned it. But I want to put praise on someone a bit further down the field in 8th place, Nomad Sim Racing Red. Barry Baird has found something right there as well, because his last lap was the fastest lap of anyone out there, as one of the other Nomad Sim Racing cars comes into the pit lane and stays right out of his way. So Barry Baird in 8th place is 11 seconds down on Phoenix Sim Racing Esports Green in 7th. But on that previous lap, not this lap just completed, but before that, pulling some of that gap back. Plenty to play for, not just our top 4, but also 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th are all separated by only about 30 seconds as well. So a clever bit of strategy, a quick stint, a mistake from anyone could shuffle them around at the bottom of the top 5 as well.
It's Barry Baird and that Nomad Sim Racing Red number 17, one of the only Ford GT we've got in the race today. I think we've only actually got 3 of them in the race out of the 29 that we have out on track. So one of the lesser used cars, if you had, and quite a sizable incident at the kink earlier on in this race. But of course, to allow close racing, there are 3 fast repairs allowed in this 12-hour race. So used one of them to help fix the suspension and arguably keep them up there in the top 10.
Yeah, and while the Ford's performance might not be entirely favourable, you know, to see that he had that light blue lap time number beside his name, something through the stint just working out for him. So there's something to be had with that car if you can set it up to your liking and if you can have it match the conditions and it suits your driving preference. So while it's not a Ford leading the way, certainly there's something to be had with it.
Yes, and I'm just having a look at lap times again. Nicky Team, the 2-minute 2.25, that previous lap. The last time we set a lap time that fast was 15 laps ago. So although it is starting to get towards the end of the stint, the fuel tank is starting to run dry, the tyres are getting a little bit more worn, but he still managed to put in laps that are almost faster than when he began the stint.
Yeah, that's a good lap time, and it took 5/10 out of Frank Vila, who also took seeing 6th or 7th out of Omar Sharma. So it's still that state of play where second is catching the lead, but third is catching both of them. And I'm seeing 25 laps into their stint for our leader. Might expect them in 3 or so laps, and they've been pitting earlier than the cars behind them who've been going a little bit longer. We're not at the halfway point, it's still a little too early to think about it, but if it continues like that, then there'll be a shorter final pit stop for those cars that are a little bit further down, and will continue to have that effect of just squishing our top pack even closer together.
Yes, getting this top pack so much closer together. That 079 car started the race in second place, past the 97 car in the first stint, and has never looked back since then. It's been in the race, it's been in the lead of the race for the vast majority of the past 5 hours, but it looks like that the 079's reign at the front of this race may well come to an end very, very soon. But they were pretty much all equal that previous lap. Gamma and Bila pretty much a 2-minute 2.9 for both of them. Team a 2-minute 2.5, so only 4/10 that previous lap. But again, it just depends on where in they catch some traffic. But also at this point, it really is getting down to who's got the best car at the end of the stint, who's looking after their tyres the best.
Yep. And we saw that when Dane Train and Williams Gym Esports Yellow were battling. Right out of the box, Nicky Team had a nearly unmatchable pace. But then after a few laps, Daniel Cruz had the match, even if it wasn't sustainable. And another battle further down in field. Had a look at that Mooka Motorsport Sim Racing green car earlier when they, with lots of flair, got out of Frank Biela's way and across the gravel trap. And I think they have just been passed by that Mercedes Sim Racing Porsche. You can see there over the last 3 laps has put them some ways behind, not the least that lap 138 with a 3-second difference. That might suggest some problems for Mooka Motorsport Sim Racing Green, and once again they have nothing to match Michael Lorenz in that Porsche 911 RSR.
Yes, and you can see in the timing at the bottom of that previous lap, am I reading that correctly, where Heinz Brown was slower by 2.2 seconds the previous lap, and lost a second the 2 laps before that. So that number 25 car is incredibly slow for one reason or another. They only have a few laps till pit stop, so perhaps they're just waiting to tough it out, if you will, and take a fast repair on the next stop.
Yeah, there's certainly a real range of driving talent up and down the field. There's some teams that in their multiple driver lineups have some drivers and some names that we might not often see at the pointier end of sports car racing here with RaceSpotTV. But it's fantastic that they get a drive out here on a broadcast with some pretty well-known names that we like as well. And it's just a credit to this event by hosted by Phoenix Racing Esports. They're sort of end of year wrap up, Race to the Future 2018 to 2019, that they've attracted some names and some teams that we do see competing on things like RaceSport Primetime and on a World Championship level. But then also a great cross-section of the iRacing platform as a whole, where some people who aren't competing on that level still very much enjoy their endurance racing.
Yes, of course, endurance racing, of course, isn't for everyone. But I feel it's starting to become a little bit bigger in esports rather than the sprint style of racing, if you like. Because I feel once you get into endurance racing, once you get into the 4-6 hour races or so, you start to get more strategy choices, and you know, it just might take a little bit slower to play out. But we can see from the battle for the lead that it looks like we're going to have soon, it certainly doesn't mean that you get any less exciting battles, even though the race is so much longer.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely gives us an opportunity to have some longer form strategy, to have some battles that slowly come to a boil. And one that has come to a boil, we were looking at, I think, 15th and 16th as we watch on board the Phoenix Sim Racing Esport Color Petrol car. Lucas Stansky there, right up behind, I think might be a fellow team car. Scroll down my timing screen to see, yes indeed, Daniel Longreich in the Phoenix Racing Esports orange machine. They're going to go side by side into turn one, a Porsche and a Ferrari, and someone else comes through there as well to keep it interesting. So plenty of heads-up driving for Lucas Stansky.
Just a little bit interesting, not too much at all, is it? But yes, look at Stansky in that 24 car. They do have Daniel Longreich right ahead, and Barry Baird, who is a lap ahead of both of them. But of course, we said this earlier. I think it was with Tobias when he was here. Is that they are teammates, so obviously you don't want to take each other out. That would be a very, very frosty team meeting at the end of the race if that happened.
Yeah, thankfully it's just past time where they would take you off their Christmas list. But if they've got a long memory, you might not be getting anything next year. Certainly, you always have a little bit of friendly rivalry between teammates. You always want to sort of assert your place in the pack, as it were. But at the same time, you know, if you have an incident with that person, it's someone who won't forget it, and you might have to deal with closely in the future, and you don't want to sour that relationship. Well, as I wait for Neil, we keep watching this battle, what's now 14th and 15th, between the two Phoenix Racing Esport cars. Orange leads Petrol, and Orange almost looked like they were going to follow Barry Baird and the Nomad Sim Racing Ford in a slipstream, and then realised they were going into the pit lane, and so they've lost out a little bit from that confusion. But it's not quite been to the benefit of Lucas Stansky in the Phoenix Racing Esport Petrol.
Yes, not quite to the benefit yet, but you can still see that very, very large car in front of in the windscreen of the numbers 24 of Stansky as they're coming under the bridge and down towards turn 5 for their 145th lap. This race as the leader has came into the pits. Number 079 Epoch Motorsport Alpha, and this is a critical phase of the race for all three of the top three because you can gain so much time in this set of pit stops.
Yeah, exactly, and I'm very intrigued to know, will Omar Sharma stay in the car through this pit stop? No, there will be a driver change, and Alessandro Baccalega is getting back in the car. I think with all credit to Omar Sharma, who drove two very reliable stints, you would definitely say that Baccalega is the gun in this car, the sort of the lead driver. and someone who will definitely do a fantastic job at trying to defend that lead that was being very much closed in on by Team 45 and the Dane Train's Nicky team. This is going to make it a little bit harder for Team 45 and the Dane Train, because Alessandro Baccalega is absolutely one of the fastest drivers in this race.
Yes, one of the fastest drivers in this race. Having a look at number 2 and the 95, those two are going to be looking to possibly come in the next couple of laps. Will Frank Bela stay in the number 2, and will the 95 continue their pattern of swapping every stop? Torque Elman will be the one getting into the 95 should they decide to continue this tradition. As have a look at that, the number 079 with a 1 minute 1.7 stop, 1 minute 33 in the pit lane, and a 1 minute 1 stop is pretty standard for fuel and tyres.
Yeah, that's take the tank from basically empty to all the way to the top and change all for whatever brand tyres you choose to run on your virtual racing car. I can't remember what they say in iRacing, but nonetheless, that is a minute is a regular pit stop, and that's why we thought something was funky with Williams Gym Esports Yellow last time when they took a minute 16 for their pit stop.
Yes, a minute 16 for the pit stop has really hurt them. And if they didn't have that 15 extra seconds, they'd be there right between. They'd be there pretty much behind the Dane Train at the moment.
Yeah, and that Phoenix Racing Esport intra-team battle continues there for 12th and 13th as a couple more cars come down onto the pit lane, including that Williams Gym Esports yellow car. And if it was the case that they had a stop and hold for speeding in the pit lane, I'm sure Daniel Cruz was much more careful this time as he hands the car over to Augustin Martin. We'll see what he can do from what was 4th place before we started this whole pit stop cycle once again.
Yes, so that is the 97, and about halfway through their stop at the moment. Of course, the last space on pit road because of that pole position qualifying effort. Number 2 and the 95 are just coming down towards the Canada corner now. The previous lap, Nicky team took half a second out of Frank Bela. The gap between the two of them now 3 seconds.
Yeah, that's at a very critical phase of the race that Nicky team has closed that up. So he might be able to nab 2nd place. We look at that pit stop time this time for Williams Gym Esports Yellow, and that 1 minute 1.6 second stationary time, much closer to what we were expecting. And if Augustin Martin put in a good stint or two, they will be back in contention as 1st and 2nd place are on the pit lane as well. So Nicky team was closing right up on Frank Bela, and here they both are on the pit lane for their pit stop service, expecting maybe a driver change for the Dane Train and maybe not for Team 45, but we'll see what these two teams who were 2nd and 3rd before the pit stop cycle can do. And again, correct, a driver change for Team 45. Julian Grunistel back in the car, and I think Nicky team staying in, so they've swapped strategies, those two teams.
Yes, Grunistel was the one who brought down that gap from 35 seconds down to about 15 out of pits at the a couple of stints ago, so they're putting back him for perhaps one of the more critical phases of this race. Nicky team staying in, as you said. The question is, where is the 079? The 079 is just coming through the final corner now. Both of these cars will have some of the first boxes in pit road when one of them going to start moving. The 079 comes across the start finish line, and they're both still stationary. The number 2 car comes out first, then it is Nicky team in the Dane Train, so that's about a 3 second gap between the two of them still. Roughly, I would say the gap between the number 2 and the 079, I would say, has actually gone up ever so slightly.
Yeah, I'm thinking a slightly, a 1 second shorter lane time for Team 45 than Nicky Team in the Dane train. So how it stands right now is I think Epoch Motorsports have put in their strongest driver. Team 45 have got one of their strongest drivers as well. And no doubt the Dane train conductor, captain extraordinaire Nicky Team is one of the strongest drivers of that team. Epoch Motorsports' Alessandro Baccalega gets his way through those two, I think that's the green and red Phoenix Racing Esports cars. Puts those two lap-down cars that are battling amongst each other.
I saw that. It's the Phoenix, it's the red and the green, exactly as you said. They were side by side coming through turn 8 at the bottom of the hill there, and they're side by side coming out of the carousel almost.
And they are the only cars on circuit between our net leader, Alessandro Baccalega, and Julian Grunestel and Nicky Team. So Baccalega got through pretty cleanly. It now remains to be seen what can Julian Grunestel and Nicky Team get for service from these back markers. As I say that though, they're not on the same lap. The Phoenix Racing Esports green car, yet to pit, it is actually on the same lap as the leaders, now taking that pit service. It's the red car that is down at least one lap and is the lap down car. So that removes one car from between Baccalega and Grunestel, and Nicky Team right there as well with that red fronted Ferrari.
Yes, that red fronted Ferrari, that the one that looks like it's been driven through a balloon of white paint before it came out onto track. The gap between the two and the 95, 2.5 seconds. Pretty much what we would expect it to be, but the gap between the 079 and the 2 is about 5. That's pretty much where we'd expect it to be as well, actually. That's pretty much where it was before the pit stop cycle.
Look at those headlights turning on just a little bit stronger, going onto full night mode for the Ferrari GTE of the Dane train. In the server, it is 5:30 in the evening, sun getting lower in the sky. It might officially be time for full headlights on. The track temperature will, I'm sure, shortly drop just a little bit. It won't drop too far because it's a warm evening of 33 degrees air temperature, and I don't expect the track will drop lower than the air temperature.
That's the sort of temperature you've been getting in Australia recently, isn't it? 33
yeah, a
degrees.
little bit hotter than that where I am.
Just a little bit hotter, the sort of temperature that I would melt in. But yes, 33 degrees, just a little bit of a warm evening here at Elkhart,
Doesn't a
Lake,
Scot melt if it's not raining?
I know. Well, it's not. It's currently not raining. It's incredibly windy, gusts of about 50 kilometers an hour or so. But
you're selling it to me. I want to trade my summer for whatever weather you've got.
It's currently not raining, but that is due to change in the next 15 minutes or so, because the weather always changes in the next 15 minutes. As I come across the line now,
look at that lap time for Baccalega.
The lap time for Baccalega in the 079 is 1.5. Oh, that coming straight out of the gates. I think that just goes to show that these cooler conditions are really helping.
Came within
the pace.
I think that is, yes, 1/100th of a second of setting the fastest lap of the race, which also belongs to that car, and I presume that driver. Their fastest recorded lap, a 2-minute 1.514, and they just managed a 0.524. So that is so very, very close. If they can wind just the tiniest amount out of that, we'll see the fastest lap anyone has set all race, and we're nearly 5.5 hours through.
Just a little bit more pace needed by Alessandro Baccalega in that 1:07.9. Epoch Motorsport Alpha car coming round the carousel this time round. The gap between himself and the number 2 car, 6.2 seconds. Gap between the 2 and the 95, under 2 seconds now.
So it's almost as close as it's ever been between the top 3, separated by just 8 seconds. They've all taken their pit stops in the last couple of laps, and they've all got what I would say is probably their quicker drivers in there. And I think that pit cycles come at exactly the right time for Epoch Motorsports Alpha, who were losing just a little bit of time here and there until they could install Alessandro Baccalega back again. Now he is extending that lead, and we'll see what lap time he can manage this time as he comes up the hill towards the start, finish, and the timing line. We'll see what's possible. Again, another very, very quick lap, a 2-minute 1.611, which loses a tenth of a second compared to his last lap. But that's still some of the absolute fastest laps we've seen, and I'm not sure Team 45 or the Dane train can quite yet respond.
Can't yet respond, but that's an incredibly fast lap still being popped out there by Baccalega. 2-minute 1.6. Compare that to Grunestell's 2.7, Nicky Team's 2.0. So you've got to have a look at that battle for second place that may well come up in the very, very near future for second place between the 2 and the 95. The problem is now the 95 has traffic to try and go past the 707 Sim Experience Element Sim Racing car. He's not going to be past him through turn 8. Can he pass him on the run down towards turn 9? Yes, the 707 car lets off of the throttle.
Yeah, so we see on our screens right now that gap that Nicky Team is managing to pull out of Julian Grunestell. So it's come down a little bit, and he only needs another lap like the last one by, where he took 6, nearly 7 tenths out before he'll be within that slipstream range. And we saw on the last lap of the Petit Le Mans how brave Nicky Team can be when he wants to get a position done. He will not hold back if he wants to pass the second place. And you can just visually see now how much he is closing in for second place. But also you can see how dark it's getting out there. It's just about sunset time, and in maybe half an hour we'll be looking at almost completely dark conditions. And you can see from the onboard shot how relatively bright that dash is now.
Yeah, it's incredibly bright now that they've started to get the lights on. It isn't exactly darkness now, but it certainly is dark enough that you need those headlights on. The sun is setting. You see the sky has turned orange in the sunset. It's very, very pretty, actually, I must say. The first time that I've seen this day to night transition myself. As we're on the 153rd lap for the leaders of this race. And again, Baccalega 2-minute 1.7 that previous lap, pulling out 1.2 seconds on Grunestell in the number 2.
Yeah, so looking at that gap now, it's 0.7 of a second and closing up just a little bit. We get a great view of that fantastic sunset, though. You can see where the sun is getting just a little bit lower in the horizon. It's a lovely orange glow, and there's clouds and a lovely little blimp up there who I'm sure have a fantastic view. If I wasn't in the commentary box here, that's where I'd want to be. I'd want to be in that blimp because it's a lovely day, a lovely sunset, and if we could just open a bottle of champagne up there and watch some race cars, that would be perfection. And I would be watching the battle for second place because it is now 6 tenths of a second that Nicky Team is behind Team 45's Julian Grunestell, well and truly within the slipstream. He'll surely try and get fantastic run out of the final corner in that slipstream. He'll be nearly right on the rear diffuser of Julian Grunestel when they hit turn 1 at this rate.
So coming out of 14, the long slog up the hill. You can see the previous 3 laps, Nicky Team has been faster on every single one of them. Comes across the start-finish line this time round, and again he will be faster, this time to the tune of 6.5 tenths of a second, braking hard for turn 1. Not close enough to make a move this time, but if I know Nicky Team, he's going to make a dive bomb into 5.
He's not a man to be reserved on picking his braking markers, and certainly does a very good job of still managing to make it towards the apex when he decides that's how he wants to pass. This is a fantastic onboard shot, and we get to see in a straight line just that difference ticking down from 5 tenths to 0.4, back out to 0.5 a little bit now, but along the straight line you can just see the couple hundredths of a second that the slipstream gives you, those couple kilometers an hour advantage that you have. You just got to be patient, set up that move. It's not a difficult track to pass if you've got the speed advantage that Nicky Team's got like this, but nonetheless, there are ways that Julian Grunestel could make it difficult.
There are ways that he could make it difficult, and I will not be surprised if you now see a Porsche take up the entirety of the track in the next couple of minutes or so, coming out of the carousel, now down towards the kink, that very fast right-hander, flat out in these GT3 cars, and flat out in pretty much all machinery, coming down towards Canada corner, braking hard. Team, you can see that rear wing of the Porsche getting closer and closer, but not close enough to make an attack this time round. 13 up over the hill, you need to feather the throttle, use as much of that exit road on the right hand side as you can through 14. Now up the hill, 14 a very important corner because it comes along to essentially the longest straight on the track.
Yeah, I've measured it in a few different cars, and in some high horsepower cars it's definitely the fastest straight into turn 1, definitely the longest straight. If you can't carry a lot of speed through the kink, then it's not as fast approaching Canada corner as it is approaching turn 1. Look, the later turn in, slightly later apex that Nicky Team takes compared to Julian Grunestel. And I swear I remember saying earlier that Team 45 car looked like it was struggling a tiny bit with some understeer. The earlier turn in, sort of staying tight to the apex, would be symptomatic of a car that isn't turning in as pointedly as you might like. Nicky Team looks like the car's working a little bit better for him. He's able to confidently turn in, it still gets to the apex, and then he can open the throttle early. And opening the throttle early, getting a good run onto one of the straights is what he's going to need to do to make a confident pass.
Yeah, try and make a confident pass, because especially in an endurance race, you will not really make a pass, or at least attempt one, unless you're 90% sure it will pull off, 95% sure you would pull off. If it were a sprint race, you could take 2 more risks, but the fact that you still got other drivers and 6.5 hours of this race left means you really want to keep that car intact, and you really only want to go for guaranteed passes. And again, so much closer this time round through Canada corner.
Yep, for sure. We'll see maybe a tiny bit of a distraction for Nicky Team there, but he's still close as he's ever been, and once again opening the throttle a little bit earlier on the exit than Julian Grunestel. But Julian got a good run, opened it out to 5 tenths, and now in a straight line we see that there's just nothing he can do to not punch the hole in the air that benefits the car behind.
Yes, and perhaps a little bit, if Julian Grunestel really wanted to, he could perhaps try to do a little bit of weaving down the straights to try and block the slipstream, but we'll see what he does on this run from 3 down to 5, as we're looking back at the driver, if you will, coming down towards
iRacing need to model his blonde hair. iRacing need to...
His blonde hair and his beard and his facial hair, yes. Could be the standard.
So his well-known fist bumps.
The standard driver model of iRacing should just be
There's
Nicky T.
one of the NASCAR drivers where a photo of him appears in the crowd at just about every circuit, including, I'm thinking of Brands Hatch, and someone will know who I'm talking about. But they could do something similar for Nicky Team as a driver model.
Just make him a driver model. Yep, I think that would end well.
I think Nicky Team's the kind of guy who would fancy being a bit of a model if he wasn't a racing driver.
Oh yeah.
He's close as ever approaching Canada Corner.
Close as ever approaching Canada Corner, but still not close enough to make a move this time by now through turn 13 and 14 in order to finish their 156th lap at Road America this afternoon or evening in your case. It's morning in your case, David.
Who knows? Who cares what time it is in Australia? I'm in upside down funny land. I've just got to conform to your schedules, but conforming to the middle of the track is Julian Brunistel, who follows a little bit of your advice to maybe move a little bit, try and break the draft. There's only so much he can do. He can't move left and right and left and right. All he can really do within the rules is move to the right once and then move back to the racing line if Nicky Team doesn't have any overlap. And he got very close approaching turn 1, and once again you see Nicky Team took just 0.5 of a second out. He's got there, he just hasn't found a run off any corner that was sufficient to warrant attempting the overtake. And while these two battle, they're doing 2-minute 2.9s. They've dropped the pace just a little bit. They're going slower than Alessandro Baccalega, who has absolutely bolted at now nearly 13 seconds clear. They're being caught just the tiniest bit by 4th place Williams Gym Esports Yellow's Augustin Martin. But unfortunately they are another 20 seconds behind. So this is the closest battle within the top 5 and potentially even out on track. So Nicky Team is just biding his time, but also using all of the grass out there on the exit of the kink, carrying as much speed as possible towards Canada Corner, one of the best overtaking opportunities, but not this time, Neil.
Not this time, as you can see a little bit of dust being kicked up there by Nicky Team coming out of Canada Corner, using every single centimetre of road possible and trying to carry as much speed as possible in that Ferrari. And again you can see dust being kicked up on the exit of turn 14 as he tries to just straighten out the corner as much as possible, coming across the start finish line into turn 1. You see he's getting closer and closer, but not making a move again. The Ferrari just seems to have hit a bit of a barrier at the 3.5 tenth mark behind the Porsche.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things we get about having Nicky Team in a race is that his race strategy is not particularly guarded, and I'm hearing that he may be choosing to stay in the slipstream here, save a little bit of fuel potentially, at least for now. And these two cars, Team 45 and the Dane train, came into the pits on the same lap. They're the same length into their stint. If Nicky Team can just extend that a lap longer, this stint and then the next stint, when they come to the final stint, Nicky Team may need, and the Dane train, his other co-drivers as well, may need to take just a little bit less fuel, maybe take a 3, 4, 5 second quicker pit stop and try and jump them later in the race. Have something as a strategy advantage in their hand rather than try and make this overtake on track right now and do what we've seen where they just drag along behind them the car that they've just overtaken.
Yes, a little bit of strategy may be interesting. Perhaps going for a short fill like you suggested and going for a slightly more saving strategy, if you will, just to get that track position, because at this point we've seen how much faster Nicky Team is than Grunistel, but he just seems to have hit a little bit of a buffer, so perhaps they'll decide that track position is more important next time, so perhaps short fill slightly, go for a slightly more fuel saving strategy just so you can have that track position.
And like we touched on earlier, that's one of the options that you have available to yourself in one of these longer races. There is not just the on-track battle, but the strategy battle underlying underneath that. How much time you still have left of pit service that you need to take. Working out how you can minimize that, be it you look after your tyres a little more and try to double stint when your opposition can't, or through what Nicky Team is apparently doing now, try and save a little bit of fuel and save on the fuel fill time. You see, it gets right down to 4,000 RPMs there in second gear through turn 5. Some setups people will use first gear through there. It all depends on what length of gear stack they've settled on, and potentially a little bit of driver preference as well. So we get that great ATVO graphic up on our screen, shows the speed, the revs, the gear choice. We can also take a little peek in the cockpit at his in-car dash. Gives us some slightly similar information, with the exception of the speedometer that we have on screen for you right now.
Yes, and I'm just thinking, perhaps Nicky Team isn't making the pass, because at the last set of pit stops, number 2 and the 95 came in at the same time, on the same lap. I'm thinking that Nicky Team may well be saving a little bit of fuel just staying behind the number 2 car, so you can come into the pits a lap later and attempt the overcut on it.
Yeah, indeed, and if he did that, if he went 1 or 2 laps longer, then in the next stint after he takes his pit stop, he'll then effectively have 2 lap fresher tyres. If he does get an overcut, he might be in a position to still extend it in the next stint. Watch on board right now, where does he lift out of the throttle on the way to turn 1? Get a good idea by looking at how many lights are illuminated in the dash. It's hard to say, he's maybe not doing too much in the way of fuel saving, but again, still in the 2-minute 2.7, 2-minute 2.8. When we saw last stint that Nicky Team is absolutely capable of laps in the 2-minute 1s. So a little bit off his pace in the previous stint, but I'm sure the man has a plan.
The man will have a plan as he comes through turn 5 up the hill towards turn 6. Now this is the point that I was mentioning earlier. Once he gets so close to the car in front, it becomes more difficult to drive the circuit, purely because you can't see what's in front. You can't see the braking points, you can't see the turn-in points. You've really got to decide what is the optimum distance to be behind the car in front in order to be able to see where you're going, and of course to be able to make a pass.
Yeah, exactly. If you're right up underneath the car in front, it blocks some of your vision, you lose some of your reference points, and you have to be looking out the side windows over the car, to the sides of the car in front. You pick up some different reference points about where you are, where you need to brake. If you're not careful, it can absolutely throw you off and disorientate you if you're driving right underneath the rear wing of the car ahead.
Yes, it was. I just remember a time when I was driving a Ginetta, and I was stuck behind a Bentley. I literally couldn't see a thing. It was round Macau as well. It was one of the most terrifying sim racing experiences I've ever had.
Yeah, no doubt. And exactly the same thing can be true driving on the road. If you're following too close to the car in front, not only do you not have the reaction times, but you might not see something that they might react to, like something on the road or a car ahead braking. what's true on the road can also be true on the racetrack here. If you're following them right there, sure, they're a little more predictable. You're expecting them to go as fast as they can, but nonetheless, something could happen in front of them, a car that's spun or any other things like that. They might react to, and you might not see it, you might not have enough time. So it can be dangerous to just sit right behind them for a long time.
That's another thing that is dangerous about racing in general. We said about the smoke is, if there's a smoke screen in front of you, where do you go? You have to guess where to go and hope you don't careen into the side of another car at 100 kilometers an hour, 150 kilometers an hour or so. Again, that's another one of these things that you just have to be careful of when you're racing to try and maximise the opportunity of the good result. Is that sometimes if there's a smoke screen ahead, it's just a little bit of luck whether you get through. And again, you can say that in all racing, that in order to win a race, you perhaps need a little bit of luck.
Yeah, racing is such a weird sport in that you can throw everything you have at it, money-wise, talent-wise, all of that. And you can be failed by your equipment. You can be failed by other drivers out there. And this is why, some of the great endurance races, the Rolex 24 at Daytona, Le Mans, the Nürburgring 24 Hours, all these races, people of immense talent with very quick cars can try it year after year and never be successful. And others can seem to be just gifted, lucky around a track like that. It requires everything. It requires luck, it requires speed, it requires a good car, and it also hinges entirely at points on the shoulders of your teammates. And no one triumphs alone in an endurance race like this. A team is only as strong as the weakest link that they've got.
Yes, and when you say about for some drivers, it just clicks. It just clicks. Sometimes I think of Tom Christensen, who won 24 hours of long as memory is, I think correctly. It just goes to show that you need to be a fast and very, very reliable driver to be an excellent endurance racing driver. And of course, the reliable is possibly the most important part of that, because if you're not reliable, we've said earlier, can be faster, but if you're not that reliable, you may well be slower in the long run than one of your teammates who is slower in terms of lap speeds, but can bang in those laps every single time. As Nicky Team still can't find a way past the number 2 car of Julian Grunestel, and because of this, it means the 079 car has went off into the sunset. That gap was 5 seconds at the end of the last pit stop phase, but now it's 16 and a half.
Yeah, literally and figuratively driving off into the sunset is Alessandro Baccalega. And I said it before, I'll say it again, got installed in that car at exactly the right time. Team 45 were catching Omar Sharma when he was driving, and then just before they could get there, the pit stop time came around. Alessandro Baccalega's got in that car, and there is no one on circuit who's managed to match the lap times that he has been banging in for the last 16 laps. He's taken that gap from almost nothing out to 17 seconds. He was 0.7 of a second faster than Team 45 last time. The same is just about true of the gap he was pulling on Williams Gym Esports Yellow, on German Sim Racing.de in 5th place, and Team RSO in 6th. No one can seemingly match Alessandro Baccalega in that Ferrari.
Yeah, nobody at the moment on track can match that Ferrari 079, the Epoch Motorsport Alpha car. The Nicky Team's appears to have just been bogged. Appears to have hit an almost invisible barrier at 0.4 of a second, and there's nothing that it appears they can do about it. the William Jim's Esports yellow. The car currently in 4th place, 20 seconds back from these two. That stayed pretty much constant since the last round of pit stops as well. That stayed at pretty much 20 seconds, the gap.
And it makes you wonder about Williams Gym Esports Yellow, because they've had pace. Augustin Martin and Daniel Cruz both had fantastic pace, but we've just seen weird little mistakes out of them, which is why that they're 38 seconds off the lead instead of much closer than they could be if Daniel Cruz hadn't had a little spin that cost him 6 seconds, if they hadn't lost 15 seconds in the pits. And just on those two things alone, that'd be, 20 seconds further up the road, they'd be absolutely mixing it in this battle between Team 45 and the Dane train for second place. So you really hope that in the second half of the race, they can have a slightly less troubled run, because they're great to watch when they are in a battle. They've just removed themselves from contention a little bit through little things that you shouldn't see.
Yes, exactly, and it's always fairly interesting how they play out over a race.
And this is still just about our closest battle on track, because Nicky Team does not seem entirely interested in passing Julian Grunestel anytime soon. You can see the headlights on the road, on the track objects now. It's getting dark out there, and the light in the sky is giving way to the light from the headlights of these GT cars. Give it another 10 minutes and it'll almost be pitch black out there. You can see just how bright those headlights are in illuminating the track surface, and that wasn't quite how it was even 15 minutes ago.
Yes, eventually it will be pitch dark. I'm not exactly sure, but obviously it appears that Elkhart Lake is a little bit north. It's currently 17:58 in game, and here in Scotland it's 16:53, and it is pitch black outside. So eventually we will start to see the night time running, but it will of course be in the second half of the race when we will hand you over to the second half of the very capable commentary team, of which I think you're one of them, aren't you?
Yep, I'm going to be on that second half of the broadcast, and I can't remember quite who with right now, but then we'll also have Randy Cheneth very capably joining us for the last 3 hours. We do bring you coverage of all 12 hours of this Phoenix Racing Esports Race to the Future 1819 GTE machinery here at Road America.
As we're still keeping an eye on this battle for second place. It's really been happening since before the last round of pit stops for the last 45 minutes or so, and it is still the number 2 Julian Grunestel trying to hold off the Mad Dane of Nicky Team behind. He seems to be doing a pretty good job of it so far, as they're coming down towards turn 5 for the 165th time this race. That hard left-hander, then up through the technical section of the circuit. Dirt flying after the cars get their right-hand tyres in the grass on the exit of turn 5, and again in the exit of turn 6, dirt goes flying. Nicky Team using every single centimetre of road available, before getting one of those dreaded 1Xs.
Yeah, so there's no real penalty for picking up one of those off tracks until they reach 150, at which point any team that picks up 150 incident points will be given a drive-through penalty, and then after that, once they reach 200, disqualified. And I'm sure if Nicky Team extends the track just a little bit through the kink, they'll all be trying to avoid reaching 150, and if they do, I'm sure the drive-through penalty will remind them how much they don't want to hit 200.
Yes, and of course, not only do you get the 1Xs for going off track, you also get 2Xs for losing control, and then it's 4Xs for hitting another car, or at least a wall at great velocity.
Yeah, any major piece of contact would be 4 incident points. It's hard to say where exactly the threshold is on a loss of control to incident points. If you do a full 360 spin, you definitely get one. But I'm thinking about what Williams Gym Esports Yellow did earlier, and I'm thinking, would that little half spin have triggered it? But regardless, my favourite green Porsche of Cavalli RaceSport on screen right now. They're being chased down by Nomad Sim Racing White, also in a Porsche. And that is a little battle, once again, deep in the field, as Nicholas Helm for Nomad Sim Racing White samples the grass on the exit of the final corner and decides it won't help him with grip or traction.
And you can see the difference in dashes, because on board there just now you have the onboard on the Porsche, and you could see how much different it was to the Ferrari. There was no heads-up display, if you like, on the Porsche. Everything was situated on the wheel.
Yeah, exactly. They've both got screens, dashes and displays that give you lots of information about not just your engine revs, but about water temperatures, about how much fuel is left, and sometimes about tyre pressures and such. But you're right, they are mounted in slightly different places. It's a big, interesting wheel that the Porsche has, and it has a lot more shift lights on it with a lot more colours, which is sort of pretty to watch, but it makes it more difficult for some users of the sim to watch what's on the in-car dash. I'm wondering, who is this that Cavalli RaceSport are catching, because they're trying to defend from Nomad Sim Racing White behind them. They might have a little bit of traffic or be trying to unlap themselves off someone else. So 3 Porsches all in a line there, and in the middle is Cavalli RaceSport, who ride on board with right now. We see all those pretty shift lights that go from green to red meet in the middle of the steering wheel. Just on that last lap, Daniel Ott found a little bit more to defend from Nomad Sim Racing White, but that battle's definitely still on.
Yeah, the battle is still certainly on the Porsche versus Porsche, and again you can see the onboard, everything is on the wheel, but it really is impressive how pretty much all racing cars nowadays, at least the higher end, the topper ends one, like these GTEs and the prototypes and the F1 cars, they all essentially have a computer situated in the wheel that you can just go backwards and forwards in terms of pages and see almost everything about the car, all the fuel levels, tyre pressures, temperatures, revs, brake temperatures, oil and water temperatures, engine temperatures, absolutely everything. It really is a marvel of engineering, as we're still having a look at this number 19 car, the Cavalli RaceSport, with Daniel Ott currently at the wheel. The car ahead of them is not for position though, it's John Atkinson Jr. in the Phoenix Racing Esports yellow car, number 27, a lap ahead of the two of them. But about 5 seconds, well, about 3 or 4 seconds behind is actually the car in 21st place. It's Marcel Heuler in the Mercedes Sim Racing number 16. So if either of these two make a mistake, they're going to be right for the taking by the number 16 Mercedes.
That after nearly 6 hours of racing now, even down in the field here, there's plenty of cars that have a lot to fight for, and they're not like, okay, resigned to this is where I'm going to finish after maybe having a problem earlier. They've all got to fight tooth and nail for every position that's left, and Nicholas Helm finds himself in that little bit of a sandwich, trying to catch the car ahead, not too far clear of the car behind. And to your point about the steering wheels, when I was a kid, I had a Game Boy Color, and it had nowhere near as many buttons, lights, and screens as they seem to put in car steering wheels nowadays. So you're absolutely right. You could select the launch codes and targets for nuclear missiles with that many buttons, dials, switches, screens and lights.
Yes, getting all these screens and lights. What was the first one? I had the Game Boy Advance was my first handheld console, I think it was. So
Oh, la-di-da.
just a little bit later than yours. As this range sports car really isn't actually falling back from the car ahead, the car that's in 11th. It really is staying there.
Yeah, and part of that again could be the draft. Anytime you get cars that are doing consistent laps but only 3 or 4 tenths separated, then it's very hard for the car ahead to shake the cars behind. I don't see Daniel Ott and Crivali RaceSport looking to the inside or flashing their lights at the car ahead. In fact, they're still a few car lengths back and might have to defend here, but nonetheless they're getting an advantage of that draft and not falling back at all, but at the same time not looking like they're going to try and unlap themselves anytime in a hurry. So it's a delicate balancing act that they're going to have to strike. See, through the corners here, that car that's a lap ahead looks stronger, but then in a straight line, the draft keeps Crivali RaceSport and Daniel Ott stuck right behind there.
And that really is the sort of like difference, if you like, between the cars that are doing 2 minutes 2 and the ones that are currently doing 2 minutes 4, is that they just seem to have a little bit more mechanical grip, if you like, a little bit more mechanical grip, a little bit more aero grip than the cars that are slightly further back. And again, that sort of thing just comes with time and practice and getting to tinker with the car a lot, and of course with different balance of performances and perhaps the physics model here in iRacing. It was the number 20 car goes awfully wide there at turn 14, which means it's going to lose a lot of time. Yes, perhaps with the physics model just changing ever so slightly with almost every build here in iRacing, it perhaps just makes it a little bit more difficult to pinpoint exactly where you need to improve the car with every race.
Yeah, indeed. What we're looking at now, Team 45, Julian Grunestal has pulled a second just about over Nicky Team. If he pulls a couple more tenths, then Nicky will be out of the slipstream. So I don't know if this is an extreme fuel save tactic from Nicky Team, but there's no damage on that Ferrari that I can see. And he certainly was very quick earlier on, so this might just be some bizarre fuel strategy, but you can see he's that maybe half a second further back off the rear wing of the Team 45 Porsche than he was last time we had a look.
Yeah, he certainly has lost a little bit of time. That gap back up to just over a second now. So perhaps just kind of encountering a little bit of traffic that wasn't as nice to him as it was to the Team 45 car. That gap in the front, that was 35 seconds at one point, came all the way back into 5, has now went back up to 20 seconds. But at this point, Epoch Motorsport Alpha car Alessandro Bacalega's last lap was a 2-minute 2.1. Compare that to Julian Grunestal's of a 2-minute 2.5. So I think at this point they've roughly evened out in terms of a pace. But it's just that the first half of this stint was absolutely lightning from the 0.79.
Yeah, there's also a possibility that because Epoch Motorsports were 2 laps shorter on fuel than these two that we've got on screen right now, that they've realised 20 seconds of gap any more doesn't do them too many favours. They might be trying with the fuel to get back in synchronicity with Team 45 and the Dane train, who we think might have a not insignificant fuel advantage over Epoch Motorsports Alpha. So balancing act between the fuel strategy and the absolute on-track advantage. I think that could be the case for Epoch Motorsports Alpha.
Yeah, so it's going to be very, very interesting to see what sort of pace that 0.79, what the 2 and the 95 will all have in the second half of the race as we're closing in to the halfway mark. And you were right, David. Pretty much 10 minutes later, and look how dark it is on the track. You definitely need headlights now. I think another 15 minutes or so, pretty much be pitch black.
Yeah, and earlier in this lap we saw Julian Grunestell flashing the headlights of his Porsche at a lap car that he desperately wanted to get out of the way before the next braking zone. And boy, when they flash on and off like that, did you notice how bright they are when they're on? And you can see on the roof, the inside of the roof of this Ferrari now, that I think that's the glow of the screen is making the ceiling rather purple, like some kind of disco lighting.
It's the glow of Nicky Team's personality.
Bam.
It's so bright it lights up the entire cockpit.
No, that's his bleached hair.
Oh, that's his bleached hair. As we're coming down towards that's turn 5, isn't it? At the bottom of the hill. And, oh, look at that! Number 2 car actually went pretty wide through turn 5, and that's allowed the 95 to get that much closer on the run up to 6. Now it'll be 7, 8, then the carousel. Not much you can do here to try and pass number 2 again. His next big opportunity will be coming down towards Canada corner. As coming along the carousel, we should see how much this gap increases, because I think it will, because of course of the dirty air really disturbs the car. And you can see actually the number 2 get a little bit further, particularly in the second half of that corner, because Nicky Team just has to wait that little bit extra to get the throttle on.
Yeah, you see the difference in the characteristics between the two cars. I said earlier that the Team 45 car looked a little bit understeery, and again, they had it earlier in this lap. The different lines through the carousel, it's one of those corners where you really have to decide between carrying a minimum speed or being able to get the throttle open earlier. It's a real driver's ed high performance driving experience lesson in one corner.
Yes, and you'll get to see this difference again as we're coming down towards turn 1. Full throttle, of course, all the way down. Difference, you could perhaps see that the Porsche ahead turns in ever so slightly earlier than the Ferrari, coming down towards turn 3. And they're pretty equal that time round, but I would say that the Porsche appears to be a little bit more nimble, and at the moment it tends to turn in a little earlier than the Ferrari, at least the difference between the 2 and the 95, I should say.
Yeah, Nicky Team seems pretty confident turning in late, flicking the car to the apex, and it always gets there. See, once again, it just gets to the apex, floors the throttle on the exit. And that just seems to be the driving style that works for the Ferrari, whereas Julian Grunestell, turning in earlier, has a higher minimum speed at the apex. It has to wait a little bit longer to get the throttle fully open. And that's how you drive something like a Mazda MX-5 with less power, the global Mazda Cup car that we've got. And something that's got not a lot of grip but a lot of horsepower. You definitely want to take the late apex, get the throttle open early as possible. But these kind of cars are sort of a mix between that two. They've got a little bit of downforce, a little bit of grip, big fat slick tyres, but also a fair enough amount of horsepower. That clearly the different driving styles between carrying the minimum apex speed versus diamonding off the corner, you can pick and choose which suits you or your setup the best.
Of course, it's still got enough power to spin those rear tyres and take you off on the exit of a corner. So you've just got to feather the throttle as the number 2 car goes very wide coming out of the final corner. This could well be Nicky Team's chance to make a move coming down towards turn 1. He's closing. Almost at the braking zone now, but I don't actually think he's close enough to make a move. And no, I think he actually laid off the throttle there.
and that's what we heard he was maybe potentially doing. And the lap times are 2 minute 3.3 last time. That definitely matches that theory. He's staying just 4/10 back right now. We're looking, they're starting the 24th lap of their stint. Normally they're going 28, 29, sometimes 30. Let's see how far Nicky Team takes this.
And just as we pass the 6-hour mark of this race, it's time to switch streams. It is time to go across to the other video, which will be waiting. And I can tell you, it's been an absolutely extraordinary first half of this race. So much fighting and so much action, and no doubt it's going to continue in the second half. You can see it right here between the number 2 and the number 95. But this, of course, has been the first half of the Race to the Future, presented by Phoenix Racing Esports. And there's going to be another 6 hours of fantastic racing in the darkness here at Road America. So I've been Neil Heatley, and joining me for the last 3 hours has been David Haynes. We had Tyler Goff and Tobias Brockman joining me for the first 3 hours. And I'll be handing you across to the capable hands of David Haynes, and partnering him will be Justin Prince. So we will be back to you in a few minutes.